Aloha kakayakako. Good morning. Dog pound there. Connor O'Leary spots a good one. Seth Moniz waxing up. He knows it's on. Marco Mignot.
Oh, Vinci. Hard but Vinci, thanks.
And Ramsey. He's got some words and he knows it's on. We got 2 more days left in the window. Easy call. We're on, but the good news is the waves have shown up on Kaipagura along with North Shore stalwart Ross Williams.
Morning, Kaipo.
Swell came up.
It did. I was looking at the buoys throughout the night, 10 at 15 seconds. So, yeah, we woke up to some swell. It's cranking.
Yeah, and what do you think about direction right now?
You know, there is some north in the lineup still. It's not real peaky A-framey, but there's some stretched out slabs. So the surfers are, you know, long gone are floaters and aerials. We're looking at barrels today.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were waiting for. I mean, it's been Mahina Olelo Hawaii. It's Hawaiian language month, so I'm going to start off with one word, and it's a fun word.
Bring it.
E ho'omana wa nui. It means patience, and we've been patient up until this moment to make this happen. I don't know if this is one of those events that you've had so many lay days. We're back into the last 2 days of the event window. But we do have a swell on the rise all day long today.
And that's why we have that event window, right? Sometimes Mother Nature requires it. You know, it gets grumpy, and we got shut down for a week there with some rain, but we did need that rain, Kaipo. Yeah. What is rain in Hawaiian?
Re'ua.
There we go.
Yeah, the ua. Thank you for the ua.
We're learning.
Mahalo for the ua. And let's check in right now on the sand. We got AJ McCord with RCal, Ryan Calnan, preparing for a day out at Pipeline.
Preparing indeed, Kaipo. RCal just got out of the water. Describe the conditions for us.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot different to what we've seen, but some nuggets for sure. It's much bigger, a bit more west. The sand's still there, so it's pretty tricky and challenging. There's a few straight ones, but amongst it, there's some really amazing waves.
What are the things that you're particularly looking for today as you prepare for your heat coming up, Heat 10?
Yeah, just excited to get a barrel. Last few rounds have been a bit, challenging and kind of not really what we come to pipe for, but that's just the forecast we've been given. But yeah, today there's some really nice waves. So hopefully, yeah, just trying to figure out where the best ones come in, and hopefully I'm on them.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Perfect.
All right, there you go. And we're just about to get going. Last chance to lock in your surfers for Fantasy Surf. You got 2, 1, that's seconds. Okay, lock it in, because first heat of the day, we got Italo Ferreira, a former world champ, a former pipe champ, up against a rookie, the eldest rookie in this rookie squad, Edgar Grosjean.
Yeah, Italo, high energy, the ultimate competitor. You know, he's just always buzzing around the lineup. But like you said, Kaipo, oh, he just gave himself a couple wake-up slaps there. I love this kid. He is so psycho in a good way. I love him. He is just buzzing with energy. And but he is going to have to exercise some patience, because there's not those classic little backup peaks around. You know, he's not looking for aerials, although I'm not going to count him out. He might bust an air over in the gum sandbar. But, yeah, he's going to have to wait for those barrels.
Yeah. Took a big win here in 2019 at Pipe, and that was on his way to a world title. That final in which he dueled with an on-point Gabe Medina. It was one of the most historic days of professional surfing, and really something that gave inspiration to the concept of the one-day WSL finals. 29 years old, 10th season on the CT. When we look at Italo's numbers, specifically at Pipeline, pretty impressive. 10 starts here at Pipe, an average heat score of 10.26, and he's surfed 28 heats. He's won 16 of those 28 heats for a 57% heat winning percentage. Ranked number 2 coming off of last year's, got some momentum. He knows Gabe's out for a little bit this year. No John, maybe a second world title for Italo Ferreira, but he's got to take it heat by heat, and there's going to be a big heat against someone's Ross that we really don't know a lot about in this context. We know his performance on the Challenger Series, which has been outstanding, but Edgar Grosjean, 28 years old, coming kind of late to the party a little bit, you know, as a rookie, but earned his way there, finishing number 9 on the Challenger Series to come into the big league, the championship tour. So actually a big opportunity for Edgar.
Yeah, this will be a good test of his patience, of his nerves, to see if he can settle down and compete. He is a bit of a veteran, even though he's a rookie on this tour. He's been on, you know, in a lot of big surfing events, you know, the last 10 years. He just hasn't made that next level of the CT. So we'll see if he can keep his nerves at bay. He's in the big show.
Yeah, so, you know, I've seen his performance. I haven't seen the barrel riding yet from Edgar. So this is going to be a new skill set that he's going to be on display over here. We know he's like super progressive, super fast, got a great air game, but today all about the barrels. And the guy that loves barrels is on the beach at Ehukai, Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, Kai, it's down here on the beach, and well, we're going to talk about the sand flow right now. We still have a lot of sand out on the reef, as you can see, but as all those huge sets roll in, it pushes all the water to the inside here, and the water's got to go somewhere, so it's dragging along the inside and is shooting straight out here into gums where, you know, that's the flow of water, and all that sand's getting pulled out with it, and it's kind of almost recycling the sand back over onto the peak at the moment, but I feel like we're going to get a bigger, more intense swell coming in through the day from the west is what we really want. We were watching those buoys all night, and they did jack up to, like, I think 10 feet at like 16 seconds, which is a solid swell. That meaning all that swell is going to come across and hopefully take all this sand down the beach, and the waves should just get better all day.
Hey, Strider, can you put your Wallace-Stradamus hat on and give us a prediction for today?
What would you like? Swell?
Swell.
Surfers? Weather?
We'll start with swell. Yeah, we're pretty neutral in the morning with the surfers. Let's go with swell.
All right, swell. So we're going to see it rise all day from the west and get better and better and better. And hopefully we're going to see some black to green, which means the sand's going to clean off the reef, make it look all gnarly, and then make it look all beautiful as it comes onto the sandbar, and guys are getting blown out into the channel.
All right. Thank you, Strider. Hey, hair looks great this morning, by the way, too.
Thanks, guys.
All day long. Hey, look at you guys can schedule. It's a really easy schedule for the next 3 days of your life. We have 2 days here at Pipe that you want to watch. We'll crown champs tomorrow for both the men and the women. We'll get through 2 rounds today of the men, setting up for finals day tomorrow, and then we have the Super Bowl on Sunday. So it's a really easy to schedule your life right now, Ross.
There's even a good MMA match going on. Yeah, this is a good weekend of sports.
It's a good week of sports.
It's all happening. And, you know, it's Strider's point. There is that plume of rip that kind of turns off and on, and right now it's on a little bit. You can see all that warble in the water that the boys are sitting in, but every now and then that turns off. So it goes on and off throughout the day. It is kind of a cool gutter going right between Pipe and Gums, and you'll see the surfers get dropped off there by the skis today, and it's a perfect little keyhole to re-enter the lineup.
Well, set coming through here. We'll see if we have any takers for this opening exchange. One more wave to come through. Again, open priority between these two surfers. 40-minute overlapping heats. This is the first heat of the day, so just 2 surfers in the water. No exchange there, so I'm going to check in with another member of our broadcast crew, the wonderful Flick Palmentier. She's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hi, Kybes. Hi, Ross. Thanks for crossing to me. This morning, you know what? There's a lot of nervous laughter, and it's because it is powerful out there. I spoke to Alejo once he came in from his free surf, and he was like, you know what? There's power out there. There's energy out there. But the good thing is that there's actually less current than any other day that we've seen, with that swell starting to swing a little bit more to the west. And if I think back to the early season, you know, winter here, all those early swells were sort of overperforming. At the crack of dawn this morning, I was having a look, and I reckon in that last sort of hour till we're live, I reckon it's jacked up another couple of feet. It is absolutely pumping out there. A lot of nervous laughter, like I said, and throughout the day, that swell's actually going to swing more around to the west throughout the afternoon. So hopefully that's going to do better things. We might see a few more pipe waves, but yeah, high energy, guys.
Hey, Flick, you're a bit of a big wave weapon. You know, today is kind of weird in terms of trying to figure out which surfboard to ride. Just looking over your shoulder there, what's the norm? What is everyone riding? Step-ups or bigger boards? Oh,
you'd be definitely on a step-up today. I mean, if I was going to go out there today, I'd be wanting, you know, a few extra inches. I just feel like you want to be getting into those waves. This is the biggest day of the waiting period by far. I mean, it's solid 10 to 12 foot out there when those sets come through. And even earlier, I might be half an hour ago, we saw some feathering on that second reef. So It's big out there, and it's only going to continue to get bigger throughout the day.
All right, thank you, Felicity Palmentier. Flick with a lot of knowledge, Miggy Poops, also in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, but no exchange as of yet with 7 minutes off the clock. There's Miguel prepping.
I always think the surfboard conversation is really cool because you have some people like John who just he doesn't care what he rides. He just wants a small board to stay out of his way, and he almost kind of body surfs down the face. He just takes off so late. He's not worried about paddle power. And then you have on the other side of the conversation some surfers that are really concerned about getting in, and maybe they're a little more apprehensive and they want that extra foam to give them that little bit of a roll in or a chip shot so they don't have to like kind of drop themselves over that ledge. So you can kind of read these surfers a little bit just by what kind of board they're riding.
Yeah. Well, Flick alluded to it, the swell on the rise just within the last hour or so. Let's look at our Surfline forecast for more details on what we are expecting for the final 2 days of the event window. Starting up, a couple of lows spinning in the Pacific as it turns to daytime. And here we go. It looks like a little bit more west in these swells coming through.
Yeah, much better direction there, spinning off of Japan. That's what you want. Originally we were looking at maybe 305, 310 direction. And there it is right there. That's spinning off in that beautiful westerly direction. That is really good for pipeline. But so far this morning, there still is a leftover northeast swell in the water, as well as the west swell that we've got is northwest. So it's around that 320 range, which is still good for pipe, but occasionally you'll see the surfers faced with a wave that stretches off the wall, and that's going to test that patience. They're going to be looking for those peakier waves.
There's finals day looking good too. 6 to 8 foot, 5 to 8 foot, offshore all day long. That's tomorrow, Saturday, finals day. How do we get there? Through 2 rounds of men today to set up for quarterfinals for the men's and the women's. Quarterfinals already set for our women. We're going to set up the quarterfinals for the men by the end of the day.
And even though today is bigger, I have a feeling tomorrow might actually be better because it'll be an older swell. It'll be a shorter interval, and that usually does a lot of positive things for peakier waves, and that's great for backdoor. So tomorrow could be a really good finish.
Yeah, and when Ross talks about 310, 320, you have to think of our island as a compass, and due north would be 360, correct? And then due south is 180. And then you go around the compass, and that's how we determine our swell angles. Did I get that right, Ross?
Perfect. You nailed it. Yeah. And if we're looking straight out, Kauai is right out there, almost due west. So it's rare to get swells underneath Kauai. Those are the ones that are like 295. Those are real west.
Yeah.
But the kind of the honeypot for pipe and backdoor is that 305 to 315 range.
Yeah. And if we do get too west, one thing that happens here at Oahu, Ross, is that we get a little bit of blockage from the island of Kauai, as power-wise. Speaking of power stands into this backdoor wave, seeking, finding, gaining an exit, and why not a beautiful off the top, too? That's a nice start for Italo Ferreira. Patient play, strategic positioning, and that was a big, loud Italo from the beach. It's a giant Brazilian flag already in the AM here.
Oh yeah, Brazilians bring the energy straight out of the gates, and all the fans of Italo are going to be super psyched because that was a smooth start right there. That wave had a little more of an A-frame to it. That's what you're looking for today.
We talked about it in the morning show. We showed you this is the sandbank that the skis can't get over. There is jet ski assist, but the surfers are going to have to do a little sandbank run / paddle / run to get to the Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, and I don't think they mind it. The key thing here is it's safe. Normally it's really, how it is, Kaipo. It's tons of rocks and reef, and it's just sketch zone over there. But it is covered with sand, so they'll take a little trot over that sandbar, jump into that trench, and get popped over to Gums, right in that little keyhole he's heading towards. And they'll be right back in the lineup in, what would you say, 1 minute?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty quick turnaround, which is nice.
Especially with Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet skis. These are the best PWC operators in the world. And no problem. Just threaded the needle.
These guys are so good on it.
They are really good. Check out this, though. This is a nice start for Italo Ferreira.
So Italo, he is a veteran, and he found that. That's a veteran move right there. He had his eyes open throughout the whole reef, and he saw this one stretch towards off the wall, and he chased it down. So very smart wave selection. He saw that. Edgar didn't even have that on his radar, and Italo scooped it. Speaking of scoop, Kaipo, nice little late backside drop. We're so used to seeing that technique from regular footers at pipe. It's very cool to see this on display from goofy footers at backdoor. You don't see that from Italo much, utilizing that skill of a backside late drop.
Yep, and a bonus right there off the top. But Ross, Cobra, just 5.5, so judges expecting a lot. Here goes Edgar in his opening ride. This is a freight train, and he nearly comes out. That would have been a great score for Edgar Grosjean. Unfortunately, it just resulted in a massive beating for the Brazilian rookie, and you can see the frustration. Oh, but he's going to just bulldog it and paddle back out.
That's a big call. That's another kind of rookie move. He should just come straight in. He might by default. And here we go. He did the hard part, Kaipo. He did everything that was difficult well, and then he just went over the handlebars. You can see right now he's leaning forward. He's trying to get over that foam ball. That was really nice and deep. This would have been a massive score if he come out of this barrel. At least an 8.5 is what I'm thinking. But he was so set on leaning forward and getting out of the barrel. He was almost like a deer in headlights. He just kind of got stuck on that front foot and accidentally went over the handlebars. And that's unfortunate because it could have been an 8.5 or even a 9-point ride there for him. And so we're starting to see maybe just a little bit of those nerves of being a rookie, being out at pipe and backdoor. And it gets to you. It's very emotional. It's not just about competing out there. You're looking at that shallow reef. Your adrenaline is going.
Yeah, you called it. Now you see him on the Red Bull jet ski. He got pushed in there and utilized the ski back out by default, right?
Okay. Well, bullet dodge for Italo. Yeah, you're right. Not a huge score, but he didn't get super deep behind the pit there. So I think the judges realized, Kaipo, that there's super good barrels out there. There's 9s and 10s out there. So they're keeping they're reserved just a little bit in case someone gets really pitted across the whole reef.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. That means we have expectation for some really, really outstanding surfing today when a ride like that just is a mid-ranger. So that's like really the middle of the scale. So that means the judges expect a lot better performances, deeper barrel rides from the entire round here.
One thing we didn't talk about with all the surf line forecast and all that is the wind is forecasted to be super buttery today. I mean, the ultimate direction. East wind, a little bit of even south in it, southeast wind. If it holds up, it is light. Sometimes when the wind is too light, it can give way to sea breeze, but hopefully that southeast wind stays with us all day because that'll be very, very groomed. And you don't get that very often here on Oahu. Typically, you get very strong trade winds that creates just a little bit of chop, but we're looking at some real calm conditions.
As scientifically that we can prove here with that Florence Berge that's on top of all the warning signs. You see the Berge not flying at all, just very, very light winds. And to echo your point, Ross, in that we got this cloud cover so that way we should avoid any kind of land heating and afford any kind of onshore breezes that results of that convective heating. Well, there was a lot of action this morning warming up for day number 3. Miggy Pupo got a barrel. So did Ramsey, Ross.
Yeah, Ramsey looked nice and wide awake this morning. And it's always a funny thing warming up in the morning at pipe and backdoor because it's so sketchy. We got Ian Gouveia. You're trying to wake up, but at the same time, you're taking off on these real serious waves.
That's serious right here for Jack Robinson.
I love seeing everyone with the helmet on too. It's dangerous out here, so good call wearing a helmet.
And Griffin Colapinto also helmeted in the barrel spit comes out. Colapinto. Italo up and riding live action. In the barrel this time left. Oh, hanging on, doing everything in his power for a completion and so close. And Reynolds Hayes, his coach, a little disappointed right there. Looks like he would have a strong backup. Now he's going to get back to the drawing board.
Yeah, he's, no lack of effort. He got pushed off and he tried to grab with his toenails that surfboard and fish himself back up, but Pipeline won that battle. So really close to another good backup score. And this is good, Kaipo. A little more west in the swell right now. This morning's starting to show its face. You might see the odd barrel at Pipeline today.
Now Italo coming in, so we're going to find out what that's all about.
I think I'm guessing he's just hopping back on a ski, little reset. It's a big set. It's one of the biggest sets of the morning, but very straight. So the surfers will dodge these sets because they're walled up all the way across the off wall. Not much scoring opportunity when it closes out that fast. You need just a little bit of room to get out of that doggy door. So these closeouts, the boys will take a miss.
Yeah, and our Red Bull jet skis are going to have to time this to shoot through to that channel. Another look at this Pipeline barrel for Italo.
This is what you want. See the A-frame on it? It gives himself an exit. So nice stall, then he stepped on the gas. Just barely got clipped. And you know what? That actually might be due to the sandbar. The sandbar at the end of this wave gets kind of shallow and it creates a pinch. So watch his right shoulder. At the end of this barrel, you'll see from a different angle, he gets clipped on the shoulder.
Ooh, talk about getting clipped. Back to live action, and Edgard getting clipped on a backdoor wave.
I think that wave had some good scoring potential too. So that's two waves in a row here where Edgard had potential to get some big scores on the champ, and you let it go. So a couple of mistakes.
All right, we'll take a look at what happened here to Edgard.
Late drop, late bottom turn, and trying to squeeze in through that sort of almondy start of the barrel, and just got clipped. So pretty tough wave to read in his defense. It wasn't a super easy barrel, but just missed the entry.
Yeah, well, just waking up this morning, so might be a good time for a Bonsoy brew break, Ross.
Okay.
We can froth it up and get fired up and return with more action from the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. But before we take that brew break, we're going to have to see if a surfer decides to go on these fairly straight lines coming through here. One more wave in the set. Priority with Italo Ferreira.
It's very consistent, which is a great sign. A lot of waves, a lot of opportunities. They're going to have to dodge the closeouts, but there's non-stop action. There's the sandbar right there. That one stayed open. So a lot of doggy door kind of side exits today. That'll be on the menu.
We're still waiting for the set right here. And before we don't want to leave the live action to take our brew break. We can put that on pause for a little bit. It's just heating on the stovetop as it is right now. The froth machine's on. Italo Ferreira also frothing, this time fading into another pipe barrel. Well done, nicely executed, wants a little bit more, squeezing some more points out of this wave. Knows how to finish a ride there in some difficult water, but all the points are really going to lead on that barrel, and Reynolds Hayes, his coach, likes what he sees.
And this is what makes Italo and all world champions so tough to beat. They're like boa constrictors. They just kind of slowly but surely find those scores, and they put the pressure on their opponent.
We got a new heat in the water. It's an overlapping format. New clock and the non-priority heat is going to be a challenge up against Seth Moniz and Cole Hauschman. Their clock is on 39 minutes and 29 seconds, 19 minutes and 27 seconds in the priority heat. Again, Italo and Edgard will have priority over both Seth and Cole in their heat. Final 20 minutes for Seth and Cole. They will switch into the priority heat when Ramzi Boukhiyam and Miguel Pupo enter the water for heat number 3. I think now is the time for a Bonsoy brew break, Ross.
All right, froth it, froth it.
Yeah. Let's go with the soy this morning. Really frothy. And Italo Ferreira getting piped.
Who was your biggest competition for a title this year?
Myself. I think myself. That's the only thing that I think it's like performance, and then sometimes when you like try to think in the other side, you can lose. So if you think in yourself you can do it, that is nothing that you can like change it. So you just do it.
Nice. Nothing like competing against yourself when you have the belief that you can become a world champ. Italo Ferreira already has done, wants his second world title in 2025. And he's got to be one of the top contenders in anyone's book, boss.
That was a really fun interview, and that's what makes surfing so original. You know, you're on your own, and you have to lean into that. You know, it's not like team sports where you got so many coaches and you got all these teammates, and it's such a group effort. In surfing on tour, you really have only yourself to lean into. So you mentally, you got to be very confident.
Exactly. You can't ride the bench to a championship on the World Surf League. You can't ride the bench to a world title.
I mean, in team sports,
there's guys who have Super Bowl rings. Yeah. Here we go. Edgar now with a meaningful barrel. Spent some time there. More medium-sized barrel, but threaded through there, getting him back on the board. He needs to break it up. He needs an 8.57 to take the lead off of Italo, but now he's going to make that requirement much, much less.
Yeah, he's in it. He's in it. And again, this is a very interesting heat because Italo is kind of scrapping around, and he's competing well with those waves. And, you know, his waves were not that great, but he surfed them well. And got a couple average scores, whereas Edgar's, you know, he's found himself a couple really nice waves, but unfortunately he fell on that one really good backdoor wave. So two different mindsets out there. You got Italo chasing, and you got Edgar just kind of hanging on.
We got Strider Wozlewski on the sand. He's doing some equipment updates for us. What do you got, Strider?
Well, I just came over to Italo's quiver. He's got 5 boards on the, down here this morning. He's got 4 on the beach. He's got 3 6.6s. He's got a 6.4, and out in the water, he's on a 6.8. A little more lumber under his feet. These are Timmy Patterson pintails, all pretty much with the same template and ready to go. We got multiple leashes, everything ready to go, because you can break probably 4 or 5 boards in a heat if you really think about pipeline. Every wave, you could break your board, especially today with that end section and how heavy it is. So a lot of lumber on the beach, a lot of lumber under his feet. 6.8, biggest board.
Love it.
Hey, Strider, do us a favor. Put one of those boards under your arms. Let's have a look. They look nice and chippy.
They do, but you know what, though? There's some foam in there for him. He likes it. He's ready. And you know what? These boards are really perfectly made by Timmy Patterson. Timmy Patterson really actually is showing a lot of people how to shape, including Matt Biolas.
That's right.
What kind of fins are on there?
We got some future action. Solid base out, really solid. A lot of athletes going for the futures here in Hawaii because they're really solid. You feel the connection.
Can you see the model? What's it on the under the features? They'll give you the model.
I'm pretty sure you can see it right there. It's a prototype.
Oh, it's a prototype. Gotcha. All right. All right.
We got a lot of intel right there.
We're researching here. We're doing our homework.
Well, it's nice. Those Timmy Pattersons, like Strider alluded to, Timmy Patterson actually was a mentor for Matt Biolas, who's built Mayhem Law surfboards, 2-time Vissla Shapers Series champion. Matt Biolas. Timmy Patterson comes from an incredible board building family. Timmy's dad and his uncle worked in the original Hobie Alter factory in Dana Point. Now think about Hobie Alter and what happened in Dana Point there. That's when that was the first manufacturer of foam core surfboards, with, which we all come to love, polyurethane cores.
Right. Yeah, Timmy's been a popular shaper since the 80s, really. Let's see, some legends have been riding his boards over
Matt Archibald.
Yeah, Matt Archibald comes to mind. He'd be probably one of his main team riders, right?
Joe Turpel.
Pat O'Connell got a lot of boards from Timmy Patterson, but all the Cali shapers are known for shaping fast boards for performance, but Timmy Patterson, in my eyes, has been one of those Cali shapers that has always shaped a beautiful rail, really nice templates. His boards flow into the heavy Hawaiian waves really well.
Yeah, and he's got another team rider on tour this year, Timmy Patterson, to join Italo Ferreira, Alan Cleland Jr.
Another weapon who doesn't mind some power. So, yeah, it's nice to have a Cali shaper who will shape you a fast, zippy performance board, but easily translates those smooth lines into powerful waves.
All right, so 4-point ride for Edgar Grosjean. Now just needs a 6.5 to take the lead off of Italo Ferreira. Lots of swell coming through here. Remember, Seth Moniz, Cole Hauchman still out in the lineup in the non-priority heat. And this may give, multiple waves may give the non-priority heat some opportunity for rides. Priority with Ferreira, pulls into a beautiful pipe cavern. slows himself down. It spits behind him. He yanks through that beautiful carve, straightens out. He will increase upon his scoreline right there. Well done by Italo Ferreira. Edgar Grosjean grabbing rail. It gets a pump in. Let's go the rail to get that pump in, but that wave just a little too fast down the line.
I'm actually pretty impressed with that backside tube riding effort from Edgar. That was a really nice let go. You see that Kipes on that? As he got in the barrel, he let go of the rail, and he did that to get a pump in. So he's looking pretty comfortable, actually.
Let go of the rail, get the pump in, a la Andy Irons. I think Andy and Bruce were some of the guys who first started doing that.
Yeah, John does it like
John does it.
50-foot waves.
You know what? But we got to give it up to the GOAT too. Kelly's got every technique.
Kelly's, he is the GOAT, and Edgar just took one on the head there.
Ouch.
Boys are going to get being clipped today a bunch. A lot of water in the sinuses today. There's some action out there. Another one on the head for Edgar right there. See him?
Oh, that's when you're paying. That's a spot too that like it's really difficult for anyone to get a hold of you, but the best ski drivers in the world are zooming in there to check in on Edgar Grosjean, Hawaiian Water Patrol, Red Bull Jet Ski, and even that, you know, he's okay, so he's just going to take it. That's exhausting.
Good morning.
Exhausting, scary, and you never know, you know, tumbling under the water like that too, there's a lot of obstacles.
Oh, it's pure power. It's explosive. When you're underwater, you just wait for limbs to get ripped off. It's a lot of action under there. And you don't get held on there for a super long time, but it's violent.
Yeah, and depending on where you are on the reef, it can kind of roll you into some of those. There's pillars and there's like high spots and low spots and holes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some action out there. But and there's also still two swells in the water. There's that leftover north swell. And so occasionally you'll see these slabby double-ups where there's the new west swell overpowering the old swell. And that creates real heavy slabs out there.
Jackie with Strider Wazalewski on the sand.
Wow, Edgar taking some serious pipeline donuts. The bakery is open this morning. Honestly, he should have just come in, jumped on the ski, and got on the back of that thing and just waited for, you know, the time to get back out there. You get to catch your breath, keep your board in one piece, and you keep your body in one piece. So I think that's kind of a rookie mistake right there for him not to get on the back of that ski. You know, we saw Italo every time straight to the ski. Even if there was a glimpse of hope for him to get back out, he didn't take that glimpse because he doesn't want to break his equipment, doesn't want to break his body. Pretty smart, obviously, by Italo to take the ski. Edgar just got humbled.
Yeah, we agree with you, Strider, that, and we identified that both on the right and the left, both times Edgar trying to paddle back out rather than just defaulting to come into the pickup zone, and he's killing the time. Look at this. Ouch.
Yeah, he was trying to take a shortcut, and he got his hand caught in a cookie jar. You know, he paid for that. And, yeah, that doesn't feel good. But he's back out there. Italo's got priority. He's like, I don't know why you did that, Grom.
Well, yeah, because as we talk about the clock, and he looks at his Apple Watch right there, realizing like that took a lot of time off of his heat. He's still trailing. He needs a 9-point ride because last wave for Italo Ferreira came in at a 7.5 for that pipeline cave. So Edgar's in a tough position right now. Here is that 7.5.
Nice paddle entry there from Italo. That's the juice right there. That's the smarts of Italo being a veteran. The barrel came from actually how deep he paddled. He paddled towards backdoor and then kicked it back to the pipe. So really good positioning on a takeoff, double arm grab right there. So he could have easily went too far in the pocket, but he maximized it. Watch the let go right here. Very impressive from Edgar there. Got the pump in, re-grabbed for control, and it was just a touch too deep there. And the floor of the barrel actually drops out from underneath you, and he just slipped straight to the bottom. Last 5 minutes for that man right there have been rough. You can see him taking a big breath.
More sets on the way. Still no waves ridden in our non-priority heat. Seth Moniz and Cole Hauschman. So as the clock ticks down and Seth and Cole don't get into play in the non-priority section of their 40-minute heat, this could very quickly turn into a 20-minute heat for heat number 2, Seth Moniz and Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, in my eyes, it looks like they're just messing around too much. They're focused on each other. They're playing cat and mouse. You know, just playing the game, like maybe trying to get in each other's head, trying to, you know, make sure they get the first backup score or some kind of score. And they maybe have dropped the ball a little bit of trying to escape from your opponent and get away and get a score. They've been connected at the hip.
Yeah, there's Seth Moniz, 27 years old, from Kuli'o'o on the island of Oahu, 6 years on the championship tour. Remember, Seth, runner-up here in one of the most epic finals that we've had at Pipe 2022, where he shared a final with Kelly Slater. Of course, Slater winning that final in a historic moment. And Seth Moniz, as we look at his analytics for Pipeline, 7 times in competition here. Average heat score for Moniz is a 10.68. He's surfed 18 heats here. He's won 10 of those 18 heats, and he has a 56% heat winning percentage. So the analytics in the matchup between him and Cole Hauschman point towards Moniz. Cole Hauschman, second year of the championship tour. There he is right there, 24 years old, San Clemente, California. Second competition here at Pipe, and has an average heat score of just a 6.59. He's surfed 2 heats, has not won a heat as of yet here at Pipeline. So this is good, could be a turning point for Cole Hauschman if he's able to defeat Seth Moniz in this matchup.
Pipe, let's take a second here.
Let's take a look. What are you showing us, Ross?
Okay, I have the telestrator. So you can see right here, there's our Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Red Bull ski. He's sitting in this gutter, so that's a nice little trench, just enough water for the ski to hang out in. The surfers are going to be hopefully getting pitted at backdoor right here.
Ooh.
And hey, look at that. And once they finish right around here, they'll run over this sandbar, hop in this little trench right there, and the ski will pick them up and buzz them right back out here to this keyhole. That keyhole is maybe a 10-second paddle right back out to Pipe, and that's going to give you that that really relaxing effort back out to the lineup, as opposed to where Edgard was. He was right around here during that set, and that set was just nasty. All those closeouts, and he tried to take the shortcut back out and got pummeled for it. So if you get a right over here, finish right around here, you're going to hop in that gutter right there, take the ski right back around, and that is a nice shortcut back out.
As we cut to live action, and it looks like it was, I think I'm going to ID that as Seth Moniz getting going, and it was Moniz. But thanks for that tutorial there, and it's all about time management as well as positioning today. Seth Moniz got kicked off in the non-priority heat. Unfortunately, he was not able to find an exit out of that backdoor barrel.
And I would have been telling Seth to do this from the beginning. You know, get away from Cole, find your backup scores. He's the local out here over Cole. He knows this reef a little better than Cole, so he might be able to find those random slabs that separate, you know, a little more towards off the wall. Now he's in the rhythm.
Edgard looking back door, wants more down the line. Nothing's going to present itself for the rookie out of Brazil. And now he's in a desperate situation on the paddle back out. Just 4 minutes remaining for Grosjean, and he needs a 9-point ride.
Yeah, now Italo can control and play the priority game, sit next to him, make sure he doesn't get that freaky perfect wave for a 9, which, by the way, they're out there.
And look at Cole and Seth. Yeah, you're right, Ross. Tangling still, even though Cole does have priority.
Too much focus on each other. Like, Seth is so good out here. He should just be on his own program and spitting numbers at him.
Yeah, I mean,
they're really connected.
At 27 years old, Seth Moniz has easily a decade out here of a lot of waves over and over and over again. Him and his family used to post up on the Billabong house here for the entire season when he was much younger. And he's put in the hard yards here, so you would expect that he's going to have the best wave selection in this matchup. But, you know, it's easy to get pulled off of your game. And like you said, Ross, look at Italo in the red jerseys, just going to lock up. They're actually, both of these surfers are playing cat and mouse individually within their individual heats.
A story within a story.
Right?
That's what you got to love about overlapping. There's so much to watch. There's so much to go into. 2 different separate competitions in the water at the same time. Very fun to watch.
It is really fun. It's interesting. It's how they overlap. And you know, the surfers' full focus is just on their other competitor, like Italo right now. He could care less what Seth and Cole's doing. He's just wants to lock up Edgard.
Yeah, and
2.5 minutes.
And our buddy Kelly Slater, you know, kind of came up with this system, didn't he? And it was to maximize a swell. So, you know, because you can run a lot of heats in a condensed amount of time with this format.
Goofy foot Cole Hauschman, regular foot Seth Moniz, goofy foot Italo Ferreira, regular foot Edgar Grosjean. Let's take a look at our CT by the numbers and the goofy versus regular stat from the 2024 Lexus Pipe Pro.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Regular footers are so good. They're the best.
There's more of them. 73% heat wins in head-to-heads go to the regular footers. A little bit skewed because there are more regular footers on the tour than goofy footers. So we always take that with a grain of salt.
No, they're
Ross?
better, though, in general.
Maybe. I mean...
For those folks out there, Kaipo's a goofy. I'm poking fun. Here we go, Seth. Under priority.
Nice. Oh, and goes for the second section instead of for the doggy door exit. And it's going to get another small score.
There you go. Ooh,
I don't know. We'll see it in the replay. I don't know if there was a moment for him just to turn out of that and get the completion. It looks like he pumped for a second section.
Kind of liked it. You know, he gave himself a shot at a really big score. Let's take another look inside. There's a little pump. There's the exit you were talking about, but he went for more. It looked pretty tough there. So he just kind of got in a trance there. Sometimes you get locked in a barrel and there's just one gear, and that's just go to the end. And live by the sword, die by the sword there for Seth Moniz, but he is surfing. So, you know, Cole's still completely locked up, and he's found himself in a 20-minute heat.
And our first heat of the morning, 50 seconds till the buzzer. And it looks like Italo Ferreira will be walking his way into the round of 16, that round of 16 happening this afternoon.
Yeah, that heat is almost done and dusted. And Cole playing the patience game. He's waiting for the first proper score. You know, Seth's stood up a couple times, but no keepers. So very interesting heat unfolding there. One being very patient with Cole. Seth trying to get things started, and nothing really happened yet for him. But they were very connected at the hip there. They were, you know, kind of battling there with priority and a little bit of hassling. Interesting.
Buzzer's going to sound, and the great sportsmanship there. It is Italo Ferreira on to the round of 16. Edgar Grosjean eliminated from competition. Reynolds Hayes, Italo's coach, feeling good. It's a great way to start the day. I hope you're enjoying the show. We got more on the way, more from the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Italo Ferreira, the first heat winner of the day.
My name's Brett Morimoto. I live here on the North Shore of Oahu, and I've been shaping boards for 42 years. I've been really lucky to work with some like really elite surfers. You know, I mean, I think the guy at the top of the list for me would be like Michael Ho and his brother Derek. I learned a lot from them. I mean, they're just like, they know surfboards from 1 foot to 25 feet. You know, they know what they need, and just getting that feedback from guys that are that good, it really helps a lot. This here is a 710 from 1993, and this is the board that Derek Ho won the 93 Pipeline Masters and became the first Hawaiian World Champion. Definitely a longer board than what a lot of the kids these days probably don't ride. A lot of boards that are around 710. But this was something that was designed to catch really big waves of pipe.
Thanks, Visla, for those shaper insights. Looks like a mayhem's on the spin right here under the feet of Cole Hauschman. Hauschman goes pipe, negotiates the drop, has to do a little snap stall there. Just a little bit of time under the hood, kicks out. And Cole Hauschman with his first wave. Ramsey Bukiam in the non-priority heat, stretching for the Rockin' Moroccan, but he gets a little axed at the end. Kuiper Girl along with Ross Williams talking you through this morning heats here. Day number 3 of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Overlapping heats, new heat in the water. Ramsey Bukiam up against Miguel Hupo, 2 goofy foot, so it's going to be 2 similar approaches between these 2 surfers, Ross.
Yeah, that's going to be looking and focused on pipe for those gentlemen, but can't say no to a peaky backdoor wave either, so hopefully they'll keep their eyes peeled there. Close to a good score there from Ramsey, but first up, Cole Does a little check stall right there, doesn't get it, so he goes for a turn to slow himself down. But both those efforts, he wasn't quite positioned deep enough. This is the opposite. Nice and behind the peak there for Ramsey. Gave himself the pump through the barrel, but unfortunately just gets clipped on his outside shoulder. We've seen that happen earlier today too, to Italo. So, you know, you get that, the soundbar on the end, it'll create a little bit of an almond shape on those barrels, and you got to really take care of that exit. They're smaller, you got to stay high and tight and just kind of sneak out.
Ramsey Boukayem, 31 years old, representing Morocco, 3rd years on the championship tour, but actually that comes with an asterisk next to it. In 2023, Ramsey, at the beginning of his rookie year on the championship tour, broke his ankle out here at Backdoor. One of the many injuries that have been sustained in this stretch of beach, both in competition and leading up to competition. That's something we got to talk about a little bit, because you're starting the year off, Ross, with danger. This is a dangerous wave.
Yeah, it's really, you know, extremely easy to get hurt out here. It's shallow, so a lot of people get hurt just hitting their body parts on the reef, but you can also get tweaked. You know, you can, a lot of people injure, a lot of surfers injure their knees. You know, obviously hit your head out here, so a lot of surfers are wearing helmets. There's just, you know, it's a dangerous wave, but you got to pay to play. It's proving grounds in the surfing world, and pipe is where it's at. It's a gauntlet.
It is. And Ramsey recovered from that injury, found himself back on the championship tour, finishing 15th last year. He's going to be one to really, he's been around forever. It just took him a long time to get to the CT. You know, he started back in the Pro Juniors days battling with guys like Gabe Medina. Gabe was really quick to get onto the championship tour. Ramsey, with really a similar skill set, took him a long time because, you know, the QS, the qualifying series into the Challenger series, it's a tough road. Ramsey finally made it onto the CT, and I feel that's where his surfing is going to shine, because he's a big, powerful surfer.
Yeah, and he's confident. He hangs out with Jeremy Flores a lot, and they have that school, that old school kind of mindset, like Andy Irons.
They got swagger.
It's good work.
It is swagger.
They have swagger. He's not afraid to go out at night and have a beer, and he just brings that swagger straight into the jersey in the morning. You know, a little more old school. It's very cool. Not your typical competitor these days on tour. He's very relaxed. He's a fun guy to be around on tour.
Yep, he's faced up against Miguel Pupo out there. As you can see, the surfers starting repositioning themselves.
I want to say, Kaipo, the west swell is starting to show a little more dominance. This is good. You can see that big peak out the back. That was pretty west.
There's Miggy Pupo, 33 years on the championship tour. 33 years old, 13 years on the championship tour. Remember, he had made a semifinal here at Pipeline in 22. We're going down to Kelly Slater that year. 13 times in competition here at Pipeline for Miguel Pupo, one of the veterans here. Average heat score for Miguel Pupo at Pipe, 9 points. But he surfed a lot of heats here. 35 heats. This is his 36th heat that he surfed at Pipeline. And he's won 16 of those 35 so far, 46% heat and winning percentage for Miguel Pupo. So by the numbers, it's leaning towards Miguel Pupo in this matchup, just as far as the analytics. We talked about analytics. He was way ahead in the numbers. He was way ahead of the score. And he's on to the round of 16. Our 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira, is on the glass with A.J. McCord.
Kaipo, what a way to start our morning here at Pipeline. Italo, putting on a show like we've come to expect from you. We were just talking about the difficulty of being the first heat in the water, especially when the waves look like this. Haven't gotten a lot of chance to do practice on these types of waves this window. How did you approach this heat?
Yeah, that was a fun heat against Edgar. Is one of the rookies this year, and I tried to catch a lot of wave during the heat, but we were waiting for 10 minutes for one set, and then I start viewing the score right, left, and then I had 7.5 on a good left. I talked to Reynolds before the first set. It's good, the first one, and then I had nice clean barrel, and yeah, and then after that I just tried to get the priority and waiting for one more moment and do it again. But yeah, it was pretty fun here.
And on to the next round. How do you get ready for that next one, knowing what the swell looks like it's going to do the rest of the day?
Yeah, I hope they can change a little bit for Pipeline so that we can enjoy a little bit more the lefts, and because on the last couple of days I was only right. I have been surfing long caps try to get lefts, you know, and but it was pretty fun. I hope that we can have a more action during the day, so let's do it.
E para o Brasil você ganhou a primeira boa nota. Nesta manhã, como você fez isto?
Então, foi uma onda que eu tinha conversado com o Reynolds antes. A primeira onda da série ela vem um pouco mais limpa e aí depois as de trás acabam fechando um pouco e tendo um pouco mais de água branca ali e um movimento estranho na correnteza. Então acho que a primeira onda é a mais limpa aí que te dá a opção de fazer uma boa nota. Então eu tentei no início da bateria trocar as notas e aumentando o ritmo e foi o que aconteceu. É muito difícil porque você pode fazer 2, 3, como você pode fazer 2 notas 8 numa bateria. Então você tem que saber o momento certo ali para poder administrar, mas foi bem. Eu espero que as ondas melhorem até o final do dia e que a gente possa ter mais ação no dia de hoje.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, see you guys, thank you.
All right, yeah. Italo Ferrara looking in shape and ready for the 25 season. His coach, Reynolds Hayes, telling me that he's also just been the absolute gym rat, working out every single day, working into a pipeline barrel. Seth Moniz disappears, gets the spit out, and that's exactly what Moniz wanted on order in the priority heat. Well done, slotting himself for the in and out, Seth Moniz. Wave coming through here for Ramsey. Ramsey, steep drop, not much on offer for Bukiam.
Seth, that was a proper
Sneaky.
pit. Proper pit from Seth, maybe the best barrel so far today. And again, that west swell starting to shape up a little better, taking over that north swell. So nice barrel from Seth. Look at Ramsey's like, man, I really wanted that wave. Seth's in the priority heat. Got to give way to the priority.
That's right. So 9 minutes left in the priority heat. We're still waiting for the scores for Seth Moniz. Priority shifting to Cole Hauschman. Take another look at this barrel for Seth.
Yeah, good drop and positions really well. He was behind the peak, and that's what you got to do to get big scores. If you're taking too much on the apex, you'll be in front of the barrel. But Seth's behind right here. Really good technique. Pumps, keeps his hand on the rail for stability, and it's a good thing he did. He went up and over the foam ball. He had to wrangle that thing. So that was actually a pretty wild tube ride. And you can see right how deep he is. Really good technique on that bottom turn. Right there, he went up and over the foam ball, which you can only see with that camera angle inside the barrel. So very cool tube. That probably felt pretty nuts for Seth.
Pulling into this one, stalling, double arm grab, and not able to make the exit there. Miguel Pupo in the non-priority heat. But I like the intent. I like the technique by Miguel. Still waiting for that score for Seth Moniz, and we're anticipating a large score for the Hawaiian surfer. That's the kind of surfing that earns you a final spot here at Pipeline in the past. And yeah, there it is. It is going to be a chunky one for Seth Moniz, and he's going to put Cole Hauschman in the back seat for the moment. 7.83. Hauschman now needs a 5.34 to turn this heat. But that is an interesting requirement because Seth just has a small backup. Oh, a little whitewater on the horizon there.
Yeah, and that's
what's going on out there, Ross?
That's from the west-northwest right there. So that's the third reef of Pipe, and that's a bomb. You know, we've had buoy readings throughout the night, 10 feet, 16 seconds, like pretty juicy, just slightly overperforming this swell.
So for everyone watching, what do you do once you see that whitewater cap out there at the third reef?
It's going to give you a couple minutes indication to get out in position, maybe just a little bit. But the tricky thing about the first reef at Pipe where these boys are sitting, you really can't paddle too far out or you'll get off the reef. So it basically, you can position a little left, a little right towards Gomes or a little more towards off the wall, get behind the peak, but they're just sitting there watching it. They're waiting for it to arrive.
Control your nerves because you know it's on the way. As we can see, it's coming.
Yeah, that was a bomb. This is one of the biggest sets of the morning, so if this can hold its shape and stay open, we're going to see some proper barrels here in about 45 seconds.
Where is Cole Hauschman? Because he's got priority over all four surfers in the water. He's shifting left, he's shifting right, paddling again. It's Cole's choice on this bomb that's coming through here. Everyone picks up the pace here. Look at this chunky piece of Pacific Ocean coming through. Cole Hauschman is not going to be in position for this one. Taking the corner. Ramsey pays in a big way. Ow.
Oh, that was a good score on hand, though. So that was a beautiful wave. It stayed open, but Ramsey was under priority. He's not into priority heat, so he was just kind of in that weird position of giving way to Seth and Cole. But he swung anyways. Credit to Ramsey. He charged it.
Oh, and he hit his elbow.
Just a little out of position on the shoulder, and those, when you drop in on the other side of the apex, it's really tough to make the drop.
More opportunity here for Cole Hausman. It's all about positioning. And that one, not a good wave, so that one's going to roll through. Ramsey looks like he's okay on the paddle back out, Ross, but still checking the elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hit. There is a lot of sand out there, so hopefully he hit mostly sand, but sometimes you can get unlucky and elbow a rock. May have hit his board, too. It's tough to say, but he's taking a good look at it.
Yeah, he's uncomfortable. Yeah, he definitely hit bottom.
But looks totally coherent. He looks good. You know, he's just checking out the damage. I think he'll be right back in the lineup here. And you can see the old north swell still affecting the lineup. They kind of got the best of this set, but this was the one good wave of the set. And again, Ramsey not in a priority heat, sort of out of position. And credit to Ramsey, he just said, you know what, I can't let this wave go. I'm going to give it a try. Late, steep, underneath it, gets disconnected. Just out of position there. That's the culprit, Kaipo. Look at that drainer.
He chucked himself over that one.
I mean, this is like a 8 or a 9 point ride ready to happen. He just needed to be in earlier and deeper.
But like you said, Ross, I feel like the train already left the track, and once this wave starts peeling down the line and bottoming out, if you're not there at the takeoff spot, you can't really take off on the shoulder because it's just barreling down the line. I mean, it's just physics, right?
Exactly, and that's one of the, well, here, a quick ride.
Oh.
That's one of those weird advantages, potentially, I could be wrong, but it's one of those weird advantages of actually being a regular footer at pipe. You can get those late drops, that technique of dragging and kind of riding the wave down, almost partially body surfing on your backhand. Sometimes those late drops are a little easier for a regular footer.
Cole Hausman just threw away his priority on a pretty substandard wave right there, and so that's going to be tough for him to come back, because now 4 minutes remaining. Seth Moniz in the priority heat, who has heat control, the lead and priority over Cole Hausman. Strider's on the sand. Strider?
Yeah, Kipes just down here. I've been in the competitors area where they go and they check in with the beach marshals. Jackson Bunch, he showed up, I think 15 minutes early for his check-in. He was so excited, but to note, the waves are so heavy today that he had an impact suit on. So he's got a wetsuit with a bunch of flotation in it that he's going to paddle out in his heat with. I mean, it is heavy. We just saw Ramsey take heavy gas on that one wave. Like we talked about earlier, the Pipeline Bakery is open. Donuts are getting handed out. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that all day as this swell is just rising, and it's going to be insane. Let's see what happens. Back door.
Yeah, that was Ramsey back door. And that was not a cakewalk. That was a hard wave to negotiate. Seth Moniz uses his priority, wants to get a backup score, and ditch that 1.67 that he has in his score line. Local crowd loves that. There's a support squad.
The crew.
A lot of Monizes and friends.
Crew likes the backup score, and they should.
Summer Street representing.
Yeah. Seth from Townside there, beautiful neighborhood. And but he's been, like you said, Kaipo, surfing on the North Shore his whole life, and he's definitely a favorite in his heat. You can see Cole doesn't look quite as comfortable, in my opinion, in the lineup, and slowly but surely you can see Seth and his knowledge of this reef paying off.
Here comes Cole. He needs something significant. He goes back door, pulls into this one. Just a little pocket ride, a little frustration. You can tell on the kick out because he knows that's not enough to turn this heat. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Sprint paddle back out there. Give himself one more chance.
Everyone has strengths, you know, and when I look at Cole, I think of a power backhand surfer who would do really well at J-Bay, Bells. He's just got that beautiful backside power surfing. But you can see out here on this slabby reef, he looks a little tight. And sometimes when you're stiff like that, your technique doesn't allow you to get in the barrel as deep. You know, you need to be loose and comfy. And you can see Seth looks really comfortable. Even in these small ones, he'll drag. His body parts are dragging. See right there, his knees slowing him down. Just looks a little more loose. He's actually surfing inside these barrels. Whereas Cole, he looks a little more stiff. And as a result, he'll get ahead of the barrel. He doesn't get as deep as Seth. So a small wave here for Seth, but he maximizes it and gets a nice little backup score.
Yeah, he's going to improve upon his score line, and he's going to up the ante for Cole Hauschman when the number drops in. Hauschman, to add insult to injury, also paddled back out into second priority behind Seth Moniz. So Seth can really control this final 1 minute and 10 seconds in the heat. Should be a simple play for Seth Moniz to move into the round of 16.
Wow, there is bombs coming though, Kaipo. Look at that.
And
2, 3 big lines coming in.
Maybe some last-minute heroics. But you said it takes about a minute from out there to go in. There's about a minute on the clock. How many chances? And Cole under priority as well. So he's going to have to get Seth going on one of them. And baited Seth into this one. So Seth pulls in. A lot of warble there in the sandy section. A lot of backwash and ribs. So giving him a breath of chance. Cole Hauschman, and here he goes. Doesn't go on that one. Still hang on to priority. Ooh. Hauschman needs a 7.44. 7.44 is what the San Clemente surfer needs right now. He's down to 15 seconds.
That wave he didn't go on had scoring potential. I'm surprised because this is a lot smaller. And just, again, the little out of position on this reef.
Well, there you go. Seth Moniz on to the round of 16.
Moniz family likes it.
It's a party on the sand for the Moniz family, which continues to grow. So the fans are going to stick around for Seth Moniz as he's into the round of 16. Cole Hauschman out of competition. We've got more action underway. Seth Moniz, highest score of the day so far right there.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL, by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing. Welcome to the Bonsai Pipeline. The round of 32 is overlapping. The waves are pumping. A lot of sand all over the place, but we saw a great performance from Seth Moniz, and that's always what we expect out of him when it comes to Pipeline. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, a Triple Crown champ. Jesse, this is the day we have been waiting for. There's some big opportunities out there, and Ramsey Miguel have the priority heat, and Joao Chianca and Marco Mino just getting started.
That was kind of interesting. I don't know what happened right there. That kind of caught us just off the bat. And there's some paddle from Miki, and then someone with the red jersey was paddling in front of him. Looks like Ramsey. Maybe they thought, I don't know how the priority situation was before that. So it'll be interesting to see what happened. But Miki was complaining there was a little bit of chandelier in front of him. Looked like he was confident that he had priority.
Looks like Miguel right there paddling, seeing Ramsey pull back and maybe not happy about that big chandelier.
Yes, and mostly on conditions like today, obviously, any little bump in front of you has so much water and energy that it makes it even more dangerous. So if I was Miguel, I'll be in the same situation right there. I'll be kind of bummed with that paddle that Ramsey had too much of a look on that wave, and looks like he's up and riding.
Locking in, split peak, sticking with the Moroccan, and now he steps off. Smaller one there compared to the attempt from Pupa on the wave previous. And Miguel putting his arms up, seeing that big chandelier totally change the shape of the barrel right in front of him. So it's a fine line, isn't it, Jesse? If you don't have priority and you're looking down, if you're actually clamping down a part of the scoring potential, well, judges have something to think about.
And sometimes it's not even the scoring potential on the wave. In that situation itself, that's not the case, but you have to knife and commit so early that any chandelier will buckle you off right there. So for Migi, it was just kind of distraction that was in front of him that should have not been there. And from the looks of thing, obviously Migi had priority to it, and Ramsey thought he was too far out and wasn't even looking at it. Halfway through, you sometimes sense like, oh, I should have a last second look just to make sure I'm not dropping in on anyone. And then he looked back and he saw it and just put on the brakes. And let's see what the judges think. It's gonna be an
Interesting situation, especially when they hadn't really have much of a number on the board. A couple of ones so far with Ramsey and Miguel. Then we saw the split. Ramsey went left. And this is how the right worked out for Joao Chianca.
As late as it gets, underneath, just a little bit out of position. As you see it, he kind of has to position himself depending on what Ramsey's doing. So that gives him like that split second, a little bit too late on that situation, and he just got smoked. But beautiful takeoff technique from him.
Joao just getting started in this heat, so he has to give way to Ramsey and Miguel being in the non-priority heat, and he has a battle with a new rookie on tour, Marco Mignot, representing France, growing up in a town called Sayulita in Mexico, and that's where he got competitive for the first time, started working towards being a pro surfer, found a ton of inspiration from Kelly Slater, and even had a pet chihuahua that was named Slater when he was a kid. Yeah, he just idolized the GOAT, got to meet him, and now he's put himself on tour. We've seen him get a couple of wild cards in the past. As you now see it on the screen, judges taking a couple of minutes to look at the situation with Ramsey chandeliering that section on Miguel Pupo. And the interference is on the board. Paddling interference, Ramsey on Miguel.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, that was an interference, and I'm pretty sure if Ramsey looks back again, he's going to actually, as you see it right there, he's not even looking. Then the last second, he sees that Miguel actually scratches under that double up. He was way far behind, and that was a beautiful open wide wave. Huge scoring potential for Miguel. Look, he's not looking, he's going to look over his shoulder. And then once he sees Miguel, he puts on the brake, but all that water movement that he was creating through paddling and keeping that momentum down, and just kind of shut the doors for Miguel right there.
Now locking in on this inside section and getting tossed. Just a quick section for Marco to get started.
But for Ramsey's sake, if you want to get an interference, this is a situation of a heat you want to be in. Like 13 minutes left, Miguel only has a 1.33 and a 0.67. So, well, maybe that might not be the case.
Airdrop and a wipeout for Miguel Pupo, trying to get himself into rhythm here, showing the frustration from the chandelier, but the interference did get called, and now face planting on his next takeoff. So the Brazilian veteran working hard in this one. The moment just counting a 1.33 and a 0.67.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, if think about it, if Ramsey gets an 8-point ride or a 7-point ride, it's not easy to get a combination of 8-point rides out here today. Like, you're so close from getting that big score, but if you don't, it's going to be a 1 point, which that's the situation we have here with Miggy. That was a beautiful wave, just a touch too late, and we're talking about 1 meter away from being an 8-point ride. And as he airdrops, just disengaged that inside rail, and once it lands it back on, he wasn't able to drive through that first bump, and that was a bad wipeout for him, but beautiful wave as you see it. You're going to see him airdropping right there, disengaging that front rail, and back foot comes undone, and just kind of the body working inside out, and that was one of those ugly ones that you don't want to be there.
Wow, wild day so far. Definitely the biggest we've had in the waiting period for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Pupo on the comeback from the Challenger Series and into an event that he really enjoys. Has come close to perfect tens. He's got that cool style, absolutely charges, and looks like Miguel and Ramsey talking things over.
Well, they're both friends, and Ramsey understands the situation. As soon as he probably pulled back, he already knew how much commitment he had put in that wave, and he knew how much water he was moving down, and it's understandable for him probably. But now he still sits in first. Obviously, Miggy only needing 201 to better, but Ramsey sits in priority and, you know, gets a 6 to 7 point ride that could put some pressure on Miguel.
Ramsey's going to try to do it on one wave, losing an entire backup score for that penalty of that interference. Still with 11:20 to go. Big names coming in the draw today, and local heroes defending event champ Baron Mamiya, staring at his favorite lineup in the world. That's his filmer, Parker, behind him, getting all the clips, including the clip that was what Baron calls the best wave of his life at Pipeline that he got the day after Christmas. Solid win for Seth. Let's catch up with him and the fam on the glass with AJ.
That's right, Joe. We have an entire family here. Seth with his nephew Levi, and Seth, we know this wave, one of your favorites. You do have your family and friends always rooting for you on the beach here. Describe this type of pipeline as somebody who has surfed it in so many conditions.
Yeah, it's really great to have the whole family down here, you know, and the waves are pretty intense right now. That heat was kind of sketchy for me. Just like a slow start, but there's some amazing waves. I think guys are going to get like wave of their lives today, but yeah, grateful that we got some waves.
As somebody who has surfed so many waves out here, has gotten some really impressive moments, how would you describe what you're seeing on the forecast and what you expect it to be later on when you surf in the round of 16?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be pumping all day, so I think it should just get better. I think a lot of that sand should get moved away from pipe, so there'll be a lot of more opportunities. But yeah, just stoked here with Mona Levi. Enjoying the day, huh?
You having fun?
Yeah.
Cruising on the beach. We love it. Congratulations, Seth.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Seth is a great uncle to a lot of kids because he's got a lot of siblings. And you saw Levi there. That's the son of his sister, Kaylia Moniz, a two-time longboard champ. As you see champions all over the place around here. Bright yellow, the #1 seed, a wild card in this event, is the three-time world champ, John Florence. We'll have a heat with a rookie named Jackson Bunch coming up next.
That's going to be an exciting one. Obviously, a lot of expectation. But Jackson Bunch, I think a few of us picked him as the Rookie of the Year contender. So let's see how he's gonna. That's a big name. You got to take it down on the first event of the year. But if you do that, that's a huge confidence booster for the rest of it.
And what you always remind me, Jesse, it's like if you want to compete on the biggest stage, this is the biggest stage there is. Jackson aware of that, also knowing that big matchups make his career. So he actually went on social media and said, here we go, you know, all out. I can have no mistakes tomorrow, so it's on. He's looking forward to the challenge of what he said also, one of the best ever at Pipeline today.
No doubt, and I think that's the strategy you have to have if you want to be on tour. You need to be able to beat those big names. Why you're there for? That's the only reason. You've done your whole life, you worked your whole life to be in this platform, going against the best, and that's the literally what the best part of being on tour is, just surfing against the best in the world in the best conditions. And today, kind of have we're kind of scoring right now. We did not expect coming into this event thinking that it was going to be this good.
Rolling in now, nice cool fading takeoff and a nice pipe wave for Pupo to get into this heat. Needed a 2.01. Remember, Ramsey with the priority interference loses an entire wave. Grabbing around the takeoff, burning off some speed now, lunging for the opening. Marco Mignot with some travel time. But the rookie goes down. Still wide open in the non-priority heat score-wise with Marco and João Chianca. As he deals with all that energy on the head. We keep talking about the sand and where it is at the moment. Seth talking about he's hoping that it does move off the reef. What are the serious challenges you're seeing with the amount of sand we have where it's positioned today?
Just the wave turns into kind of a bit of a closeout on the left, but I expect it to be even more. I think the swell kind of grew throughout the night and already groomed a little bit, so it's not that bad actually. And the worst part about it is when there's steps. Like, you get so shallow to the point that there's in the barrel there, towards the end of it, it turns into almost like a stationary wave under you and just makes it very tricky for you to ride the wave. But today I don't see that, and as much as there's a few closeouts, still pretty wide open, and we've seen a lot of good waves to Pipeline being ridden already, and no excuses today.
No excuses. When we talk about rules and priority rules, you can actually download the entire WSL rule book on the website, worldsurfleague.com. As we have priority with João Chianca, Marco working his way back out. We check out this wave here from Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, smaller Pipeline wave, typical, just coming out with the spit, and just very clutch and smart from Miggy right here. Just show how mature he is, and he's been on tour for 14 years, and that's the reason why. He knows he doesn't need much. He just needs to get something on the board, because Ramsey has the priority interference. Any 4-point ride is actually a pretty massive score, and it's going to weigh down so much towards Ramsey, and it's just going to apply a lot of pressure because now Ramsey is going to be looking for a pretty decent score, mostly if Miggy betters at 1.33.
So you can open that rule book, worldsurfleague.com. Priority rules 11.09, and this one part says hinder the scoring potential of a ride for the surfer with priority. And the judges saw that clear. Paddling for the wave, causing the section to break, hindering the scoring potential in the rule book there, and always really heavy when it's a wave like Pipeline. Because you got to straighten out, you're dealing with getting taxed by a big wipeout that you weren't planning on. Pupo on his last 4.5. Ramsey can still do it with one wave, a 5.83. Will put him out in front.
Still very reachable. The problem is that 1.33. Miggy just needs, I mean, in my opinion right now, Miggy's, I'm pretty sure he's not looking for a 7-point ride right now. He's looking for something similar to what he had before, something that it's on the safer side. Because like those 8-point rides today are so risky. Like you're so close and it's so far at the same time. Like it's so hard for you to make those big barrels. You can be 1 centimeter behind and that's done for you. So for him to get something a little bit on the safer side would be very smart right now.
Happy to see Samuel Pupo always supporting his big brothers. He's hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He did lose out in the elimination round. So a tough start to his season. Going down to Ryan Callanan and Joel Vaughn. This one's cupping out. Nice controlled takeoff for the Moroccan. He's got to straighten out and try to get position deep in the barrel, which he does. With all that sand, it's just guttering out on him, and he's unable to go the distance. 4 minutes on the clock now for Ramsey to try to pull off a miracle here.
Yeah, now it's going to get tricky for Ramsey, obviously, without priority, and Miggy just needed to bet it at 1.33. Anything's going to apply much more pressure.
3:48 on the clock. Miguel Pupo with one major win in his career, winning in Tahiti in a tube shootout with the local hero, Kauli Vost. And it was an event he always knew that he had a great chance at winning. He said, even though I wasn't always in the quarterfinals each and every year, he had huge scores in the early rounds. So the confidence he had didn't match the results on paper before that victory. What happened to Ramsey here?
Just that takeoff, he was a little bit underneath too much, so he had to kind of go around that first section, which that's basically what he had to do when the position that he had. And as soon as he started pulling in, the wave started stretching out to that sand bank, and he ran a little bit too fast for him. There was no exit whatsoever right there. But it looked like a beautiful wave as he was taking off.
Jeremy Flores breaking it down. Good friends with Ramsey for many years. Two-time pipe champ. And now a super coach these days. Might try to get a hold of Jeremy later on today.
We should have him here, right?
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Let's work on it. What a fiery competitor, amazing coach. Wears his heart on his sleeve. And he's really retired well. You know, he's been
in Tahiti, right?
Yeah, he just looks great, doesn't he? And his passion is just right there. He loves giving back all his knowledge to his crew.
I think that's some of the best parts. Like he created throughout his career so much knowledge, and the best thing for you to do it is teach someone new. You know, like someone that hasn't been to the situation, and mostly in places of consequences like Pipeline and Chopu. He's kind of second to none. Like he had the technique, he had the drive, had a competitiveness in it, and also he was one of the biggest chargers we had in history of competitive surfing. Like the guy was not feared of swinging underneath.
Definitely. Also working with Marco Mignon in the non-party heat was Joao Chianca. Always is grateful for all the support from his mentors, from Jeremy to Mickey Picon as well. He said he doesn't even know where to begin with the thank yous that he hands over to Mickey Picon, who spent some time on the championship tour. Still living in the southwest of France. Amazing surfer, still getting really barreled on those beach breaks at home. As we look at a late decision to pull back, Ramsey aware of the time, minute 15 to go. Last year as the replacement surfer for Joao Chianca, Ramsey ended up with an equal 9th finish at Pipeline.
And this is a big heat for both of these surfers in the white and red jersey right now, because obviously you go into the tour and you know your specialty, you know where you're good at, and this is an event that fits those both surfers very well, and they know they need to count, so it's an important one for them to capitalize. And this third round doesn't make that much difference. Like, you moving over, that's when things start to get, and you get the big points in it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Paddling shoulder to shoulder, Pupo wisely playing some defense here. And the surfer needs a 5.83 to turn it. That is a scary situation when pipe is absolutely pumping. Ramsey, one of the more vocal guys on tour when it comes to just breaking down heats on the beach or in the water with his opponent. The Moroccan will have to bounce back at stop number 2 at Abu Dhabi, and Miguel Pupo will survive that one. A 4.5 and a 133. And Ramsey losing a whole wave with the interference from chandeliering down that section about at the halfway mark. Moving on, another big heat to look forward to. John Florence hitting the lineup with rookie Jackson Bunch. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Also bring in Joel Centeo representing Florence Marine X to talk surf, life on Oahu, and all the happiness at Backdoor and Pipeline. We'll be right back. Flashing back to 2021, John Florence had already been featured in big pipe finals at the championship tour level, but he finally got to win one. Made it even better, he had his true career rival in Gabriel Medina in this clash to kick off the season, world number 1. And sometimes it's hard to reflect on those big starts from John in the world title race, because it was really injuries that ended up being the reason that he was taken out of the world title hunt, but he was so happy to finally check that last mark off the list of officially winning the big pipe event. He had won all the other pipe events in the past, and now he's looking for another, this time as a wild card. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Triple Crown champ Jesse Mendez, and a legend around these parts, Joel Centeo, winning the Reef Hawaiian Pro, your 10 at Backdoor. We could go on and on, but first of all, thanks for joining us, Joel.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. Stoked to be on here.
Yeah, really cool to see you in this new role, you know, with Florence and being the GM of Hawaii, right? Is that your official title?
Yeah, so I'm the general manager of Florence here in Hawaii, and it's an amazing brand to work for. You know, obviously, John and his brothers partnered with the Hurley family to start this brand, and we make amazing gear, and the brand started right here on the North Shore, and we're just we're doing some fun things in the community.
Oh, so stoked. Thanks for joining us for the call. This overlapping format's moving very quickly. Florence in the water now, taking on Jackson Bunch, the rookie from Ho'okipa on Maui. Everyone's picking him as a potential favorite for Rookie of the Year. I know you love all waves around the North Shore, Joel, but you love Haleiwa, and Jackson Bunch has a win out there a couple years ago. What do you think about this kid from Maui?
Jackson is incredible. Here it looks like we have a wave coming. Dropping in and out. It looked like Joe Achianca. But anyways, yeah, Jackson, you know, I seen Jackson first surf when he was probably 10 years old. You know, that Maui talent, it runs thick. And, you know, this Jackson he's so well-rounded. He's good in everything. And, you know, obviously a rookie on tour. You come up against the top dogs. And so this is going to be a fun heat watching him go against John.
And also the priority heat still underway. Marco Mignot, Joao Chianca, Joao holding priority. So they have the pick of the waves over Jackson and John. And what we know about John here at Pipe and Backdoor, I don't think he's ever affected about not having priority, knowing this reef so well. Look at him getting a start. Absolutely shacked and gets spit out. Unbelievable how he can work the system with non-priority at his home break. It really doesn't matter, Jesse.
It really doesn't. Like, and he had last priority right there sitting, and he was just in the perfect spot, but perfect spot for John. Anywhere else, anyone else, or most of us would have just eaten on that takeoff, and he was just in the perfect spot to get underneath enough and do that big pump, and he drives through, gets that energy off the wave, and kind of matches. As you're gonna see right here, as he's paddling, the wave is almost breaking on top of him. And that first bump he's going to drive through that section, just be in front of the foam ball and coming out clean. And that's a very average wave, and he turned into a decent score. Or actually a good score to it.
How do you break down the approach, Joel?
Yeah, you know, like Jesse said, John's positioning out here is second to none, you know, and obviously we all know there's a lot of sand on the reef right now, and for him, for the rest of the heat to not look at that wave, and John be in the perfect position to probably get the best wave of the day was pretty insane. And that's what John does, you know, he's been doing this for a very long time, and he knows exactly what he's looking for before he even goes out there.
Just never gets old, does it? The thousands of barrels he's had out here in his backyard, with or without priority. But I always thought the overlapping format just made him even better. You know, when John could just be released in an ocean when it's pumping and just find corners, it actually doesn't have to be backdoor and pipe. He's just so freed up. Score is already in the X1 range, 8.5.
Mostly on a day like today, Joe, like that we have kind of like a combination of swell. So we're going to see some very sneaky backdoor waves that are very hard to identify once you're out there because there's so much energy and the waves are big. He's going to sit in positions that's going to give him the advantage to find those waves, and other guys are going to be thinking like, oh, he just got 2 8s and I'm still sitting here with priority.
Hawaiian Rod Patrol, always the heroes of this event on the Red Bull ski. Getting everybody to safety so they can keep getting more waves. Looks like we could potentially have a board change here as we see Marco pushing off the sled. Has a 163 and a 107 as he's been putting his head down on a few against Joao Chianca.
And just a little breakdown. I don't know if many people know, but João actually got hurt about 2 nights ago here at Backdoor once again. Kind of like hit the bottom and hit his face pretty bad. So like, I don't know if he might have had a few stitches and some scratches as well. So he's still here swinging and he's up and riding.
And we see him right there. What a warrior. Joao Chianca on a split peak, still traveling, stretching out and trying to punch free. What an effort. Just getting clipped at the tail end. Looked like he had a great pace on that running right. Just getting clipped on the exit. And who was on the split? Well, it was John Florence. We'll bring you that in just a moment. But yeah, crazy insight, Jesse, that he's dealt with a serious wipeout right before this heat, and knowing what he's been through for the last couple of years. Here's the split. Centeo, take us through this one.
John, just on a little smaller left-hander here, and you know, obviously with no priority, John's on the hunt. And you know, talking about the overlapping format, you know, John is most dangerous under this type of thing because when he's just riding waves underneath without priority, that's when he's making scores out of nothing, really. And so, you know, I always liked this format when it came to Pipeline because it was like there's so much action, right? Because a lot of times we sit here and we look at it and it's like those insiders, those crazy runner backdoor, they come underneath. And when there's only 2 guys out, it's like you're selecting and you're trying to pick, you know, pick the best ones. And so when those ones underneath come, they're sometimes the best scores.
Big TP with a ton of power. Driving off the bottom, Jackson Bunch. Oh my goodness. Into a heavy end section. Like the entire ocean landing on top of the rookie from Maui. He said he was going to be all out, knowing that he had a big draw of what he calls the best ever at Pipe. And this is his opportunity to show the world what he's made of. Absolutely sending it on that one.
Yeah, that was beautiful from him. Just that typical classic pipeline bottom turn for goofy footers. That long stretched out, driving through, gaining momentum, but that wave wasn't going anywhere. He couldn't make that much farther. It was just into a straight closeout. But as the takeoff came in, it looked like a TP1. We do have a combo swell in the water. We have all that stretch of sand to the right of the screen, kind of where he's getting caught. So that's going to stretch out the wave a lot, and a lot of times he's going to run into just a death trap.
Florence 8.5 and a 5.0 already has the rookie comboed, and they still have over 30 minutes left in their matchup. Let's catch up with Miguel Pupo with AJ.
Thanks, Joe. All right, first of all, Miggy, just talk us through what happened with Ramsey out there.
Yeah, definitely not the way I wanted to win the heat. You know, I wanted to put on the show, and so as Ramsey as well, I bet. And Yeah, I had priority, so it was my wave, and I paddled so hard because it was too far out, and he probably thought I was not going to catch it. And when I first dropped, I saw his shoulder, and then I was trying to pull in, and it had a little foam, so I was like, there's no way I can get in. So yeah, it happened, you know, I had priority, so it was my wave, but Ramsey is amazing surfer, and like, I did not need that to make a heat, so I'll take it, but yeah, I'll try to do it different next time.
And you found some good waves out there. The last one, though, the one that really helped you get over the top. How did you identify it?
Yeah, I was stressing after because I had no scores and he only had one wave, and yeah, and I knew he was gonna go for a big one because you know you're only counting on one wave, so he wanted to go big, and I saw the medium-sized one, and I was like, this is perfect for me, and I'll take it. And I was looking for actually another one, so I'll make the score higher for him, and I couldn't get in, and that's it. Yeah.
Congratulations, Mickey. See you in the next one.
Thank you. See you guys.
Well done to Miguel Pupo, moving on into the round of 16. He'll take on the winner of the heat of Joao Chianca and Marco Mignot. So this is the last round that you reseed the matchups. Now you can easily follow the draw and make sure your fantasy team is surviving. Back the Red Bull ski, getting the lift out there, changing equipment, and right back in the water. Oh, this is Jackson Bunch. We had Marco run to the inside for the board change. And now Jackson will try to figure out a game plan to get back in this heat with one of the all-time greats. Right before the heat, did you get a chance to hang out with Florence before he paddled out? Did you get to kind of read his demeanor before putting the jersey on?
I actually did. I was just over at the Johnson's house, and John was getting ready. He had about 7 boards laid out, anywhere from like 6'1" to 6'6", and you know, I could tell this year he was obviously taking a break from competing, that he was pretty calm and cruisy, and so I think a calm and cruisy John is going to be dangerous. And but it was good. Everybody's just cruising. Darren was there, Lauren. They're just having a good time.
Cool, growing the family. I love it, baby. Darwin watching his pop surf. Now we got a nice hollow section looking back towards the pit. Marco Mignot in the matchup with Joao Chianca, only needing a 1.45. Next opportunity setting up for Joao. Getting nice and deep, just well played. Kind of reminded me of his ability to stall backside. Remember his Olympic performance in that crazy big day Super West with Ramsey. He could basically slide straight down and control that speed really well. That's the classic backhand tube stall that Chianca has.
And this is some of the guys are capable. Most guys are capable of doing that, but only a very few are capable of doing that in these conditions when the water is heavy, when there's so much water moving, it's pushing you away. You need a lot of gut and technique. And that was the point of difference on the last 2 rides that we saw from Joao and Marco. Marco like took off on actually probably a better wave than him, but had that first little pump and just put him a little bit in front. He still got barreled, still got decently deep, but he didn't maximize the scoring potential of that wave. And Joao on the other side put on the brakes and make the most of it. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but he threw his helmet off right before the wave. You guys see that? He got his helmet and threw it out because obviously he's not feeling good. Some people don't like it. I've never rode one, so I don't know how it feels, but they complain that you kind of lose your vision a little bit and it gets tricky to ride barrels or anything. So
yeah, it's been interesting seeing the roll of the helmet out here at Pipe and Backdoors. We'll go to a series of replays. Joel, Marco on the first one.
Yeah, Marco, I'm excited to watch him surf this year. As Jesse said, I think that he could have gotten a lot deeper on that one, but you know, probably just trying to put some scores on the board here. And so, but that was a great ride. I think it puts him right in the heat.
Look at his helmet on the left, right there, going over.
Yeah, interesting talking about the helmet. You know, I never surfed with the helmet, you know, but obviously, like, I respect all the guys that do, but it is tricky when your ears are covered and, you know, like if your face kind of your vision gets a little blocked. And so I know a lot of guys don't like to use it, but obviously with what happened with Joao last year and the injury, like, I mean, I see why he's wanting to wear a helmet, you know, but obviously in the competition, I think he was not really feeling it and took it off.
For sure. Yeah, I saw that go over the falls as we saw him pack that barrel. So Joao getting the better of that exchange, which is still being factored in upstairs. Strider is on the beach. We did see a board change for Marco Mignot. What'd you see there, Waz? Talk to him in a moment. I think that mic got filled with water again. He knows how to shake that out and get right back down to business. We'll catch up with Strider in a moment. With 5:15 on the clock, Joao and Marco fighting for a spot into the round of 16 and still enjoying our time hanging out with Joel Centeo. Congrats on the store opening as well, right in Haleiwa. You can get all your Florence gear there, and one of your best friends, Nalu, holding it down. You can say hi to Nalu, buy some great Florence product. What has that been like over the last few months since you guys opened?
It's been great. You know, I think for us with the Florence brand, we were looking for a location where we could really showcase the brand on the North Shore. And this place right here in Haleiwa opened up for us, and it's a great location. It looks like an old plantation home that we just turned into a nice little North Shore Florence store. And yeah, we have my buddy Nalu Law who's running it, and he's a great guy, as well as Mikey Davidson works in there as well, and Craig Yester, and they're just all wave the flag really hard for the brand, and just good vibes in there all day.
Oh, that's really cool. And you know, at the grand opening, there's so many people hanging out. It just has a feel-good vibe to it with all of you guys a part of it. Born and bred on Oahu, been a part of this since day one, and then having the Florence brothers, all of them now officially on the team. It's got to feel great.
Oh, it feels really good. You know, obviously a couple months back we got Ivan and then Nathan on there, so it's a full family affair. But that's what our brand's all about. You know, we started right here on the North Shore, and we're behind the North Shore lifeguards. We want to get people in the gear to get them surfing 6 hours like the Florence brothers, and so it's a great location, and we're just excited to have you guys all by.
Oh, we love it. Thanks for the shirt. Thanks for the big section. Oh my goodness, Joao Chianca going for a gigantic section at back door. And once again, just not quite finding the exit. Jesse, what happened there?
Ooh, that was a long hold down right there as well for him. You just saw him popping up right there probably after 10 seconds. And 10 seconds underwater, you know how it is. Mostly being gassed from paddling and all the adrenaline, it's pretty gnarly. But just unfortunately for him, that wave was kind of growing. Like, it doubled the size halfway through and kind of had like a weird... He almost felt like he could have drove through that second section, but the wave was just kind of clampy, and so last second he tried a doggy door, and that's all she wrote. As you see it, the wave's going to start growing. He puts on the brake, goes through that first section, tries to doggy door. He was kind of confused. Should I keep going or not? And then as soon as that happened, he tried to straighten out and gets clipped right there by the lip, which that wave almost held enough. And that was like that 10-point ride that everyone looks for at back door. But
that was an interesting one, looking at the overhead there, because you could see the angle, right? So when he took off, it was kind of more that northwest angle, and then I looked like a little bit of northeast in the tail end of it, and so like he had a good pump, and once it hit the that little bit of the northeast angle, he was like, oh, I'm going to straighten out, and that was gnarly.
Ooh, tough one. I was just remembering your 10 in the Pipe Invitational, crazy backdoor bomb, which kind of leads me to, if you had a heritage heat right now, yourself, Freddie Pataccia, Sean Moody, Keiko Bacalso, our out here. Who's going to take the nod in that one?
That's a good one. Well, you know, Moody or Fred don't really surf Pipeline anymore, so Keiko, he might do okay as well too. But no, it would be fun for us to get out there. We'd probably end up in the lip and going over falls, so it would probably just be dangerous. But you know, these days are always fun. You know, I look at this type of like kind of, you know, funky mixed up direction, but you know, there's that crazy right every once in a while, and that's what I'd be looking for. But all the boys have had their moment out here. Moody's wave in the free surf, I don't know if you guys remember that one, was just one of the craziest backdoor waves ever by a goofy. I mean, he almost fell 10 times, and it was just like the longest came out it off the wall, and he was just stunned, you know. And so all the boys have had their moments out there.
I love talking story, and that's a hard one to answer. You answered it really well, Joel. I love seeing you guys passing it down to the next generation over at Haleiwa, as now we'll catch up with Strider again.
Under a minute. 50 seconds remaining in the blue heat.
We'll catch up with him in just a moment. Just getting him a fresh microphone. Talk to Strider in the next matchup, as we have 40 seconds now. Joao Chianca out in front, 4.83 and a 2.13, and Marco Mignot needing a 3.8 to try to push this rookie debut into the round of 16. Lawrence still has Jackson Bunch comboed with that 8.5 and a 5.0. He's kind of relaxed ever since. So his strategy, get some big numbers to start, now relax and wait for what could be another wave of his life scenario. Watching this quickly, Marco finding some space, driving and just left searching for the barrel. And that'll do it for Mignot here at Pipe. And he will pack things up and prepare for Abu Dhabi. Joao Chianca is going to get a nice vision and a look back to start preparing for the round of 16. Gosh, he gave us a lot of wipeouts, a lot of entertainment, and just a classic showing of Joao's bravery and also that emotional roller coaster in the heat of dealing with all those beatings and wipeouts. Big frontside tail release from Jackson Bunch as he flies away. And now locking in once again. Non-stop action. Looks like Barron's already ready to get started. This overlapping format absolutely flies, doesn't it?
It does, and it's very exciting for us, mostly when you have some names like John, Barron, Juan in the water without priority. Like, they're so deadly. They can sneak in, they can sniff and find positionings on the reef. Mostly with this combo swell as well, it helps them. Like, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and they maximize so easy the potential of the wave. Fun for us to watch. Fun for us to just fly through the best part of the waiting period. We always knew this was going to be the best day. It also helps us just take advantage of a big Friday swell. And I think Barron Mamiya is most likely going to apply the same heat strategy that John applied at the start of his heat.
I think so. You know, Barron's another one here. Maybe spent more time than John on this reef. And so he just loves it. You know, I think back, here we go. We got John on the right. And so...
Oh, and getting the spit without him. So Florence going down for the first time in this heat.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I could tell, like, it looked like it was good, but I could tell the barrel just definitely breathed. And usually John pumps right through that, but for some reason it got him on that one.
So plenty of time for John to continue to put on a show. 18 minutes, he'll be the priority heat. McGillivray and Barron just getting started. And Joao Chianca just got past Marco Mignot to move to the round of 16. We'll be right back. You're watching the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Round of 32 has been very exciting. Chianca just won over Marco Mignot. We've had great performances from pipe finalists like Seth Moniz to kick off the morning and pipe champs like Italo Ferreira to kick things off. Pumping swell, overlapping swells, ton of sand on the inside as well. Big thanks to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, getting everybody the right place at the right time. As we still are hanging out with Joel Centeo, the general manager of Florence. A great company that just feels like it's just taken off at 100 miles an hour, and it's really purposeful based product, you know, things that the Corps would use and need. And it's really great to see all the red flags in the water these days. Before we get there, Matty McGillivray did this during the break, Joel.
Yeah, he's a dangerous one. You know, it's funny. I noticed he's from South Africa, but his first couple years when he come here, he stayed in Mililani Mauka with the Bacalsos, and he's a great guy. He surfs a lot around this area, and so you don't sleep on him. And obviously, we've seen what he's done at Tahiti and getting those 10s and whatnot. So he's a great barrel rider. Barron will definitely be taking him serious, you know. But it's interesting watching them as they start these heats because they're really like, they don't have priority and they're hunting. And I think you're real dangerous when you're hunting, and especially on a day like today. There's those rights that will swing inside and wide, and those scores will come. And I felt like Matty kind of pushed wide, and John and those guys didn't even look at it, and so looks like a decent score to start this heat.
Nice lunging bottom turn, but wow, it stretched out quick on Jackson Bunch. Jackson now with 3 waves against John. His best of 4.83, needing an 8.67 now to take the lead, so he's out of the combo with 15 minutes on the clock. Yeah, let's take another look here at the takeoff, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave ridden for him, just a little bit behind, and that's the difference when John takes off on the waves. He's just in that perfect sweet spot. That was a great ride, and there was a lot of scoring potential on that wave for him, and unfortunately he got not clamped, but just got smoked by the foam ball right there, and it was a missed opportunity. He would have been right back in the heat. He does have a 4.83, but still feels like you're miles away when you're needing an 8.67 against John at Pipeline. Like, it seems so hard to reach, you know, like it's not easy to find that wave and not think that John's not going to better his 5-point ride.
This thing cupping out nicely in total control. John pulls up and under with his head down. Let's go of the rail. But you could tell, you know, he always makes it look easy, but there's a lot of energy off that inside rail in the face. I'm sure he really felt the degree of difficulty there. And now just a step off from the sky for Mamiya. The local boy loves to pack what looks like closeouts out here, and can always surprise the beach with that one. He just took a quick jump and he's right back to business, Joel.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. These guys know how to fall too. So the jump off, it just shoots him right out the back, and Barron's wasn't even under much and just came straight out the back, and he's going to go try to get another one. But just watching this heat unfold with Jackson and John, you know, it's just, I think you got the veteran in John, and then you got Jackson. Jackson really needs to just settle in, you know. It's like now they have priority, and he needs to try to get priority off of John if he wants to get back into this. But I think John he just put another big score up on the board right here, and like just that technical tube riding, you know, his positioning, Jesse called it, you know. It's like he took off not too deep, just right in the sweet spot, almost purposely, like airdrops a little bit, and then just right there, that little pump. It was like he was guaranteed coming out, but positioning, insane.
It's so cool when you get to see so many angles of this, because that pump made the difference in the world with the foam ball right behind him, Jesse.
And that's the problem. It's easy to do that pump when it's a 3-foot wave, but not an 8-foot wave out of pipeline, you know, with all that lerp, kind of like a backwash. It felt like it was the second or third wave of the set, so he had some water coming back at it. And that was the difference. Like, that's what makes him so dangerous. And guys like Barron as well, not in this situation, but usually, you know, like they have the perfect read. They're just always deep enough, and they somehow manage to pull it off.
We see what happened here, like you mentioned, Joel, knowing how to wipe out and get out of these situations.
Yeah, that was one where, you know, he knew from the time he was getting to his feet that it was too late, and there was a lot of foam on that one. And so once he jumped off, it was like feet first. Most times it just shoots you right out the back. Sometimes it'll suck you back over, but like I said, these guys know how to fall. So
and Joel, you lived through the movement, really, the evolution of riding tiny boards, and certain surfers that were like, you know what, I'm not sitting out the back, I'm going to just take off underneath it, you know. And I think Barron wanted to put his hand up for that when he was about 12 years old.
You know, Barron is an interesting one because, you know, I was tripping out on him because I sponsored him for Hurley when he was 11 years old. And what he was doing out at backdoor was ridiculous. You know, he was getting 6-foot drainers and no problem at all. And he was doing that at V-Line when he was 6. And so it's just interesting to watch that younger generation and talking about how small of boards they actually ride, you know. And so, you know, like a lot of our generation was more bigger boards, get in, get that pump, and you know, that was what we did. These guys are riding smaller boards, purposely taking off later so that they can get extremely deep, and it's just really fun to watch, you know. Barron's probably on a 6.2, you know. I mean, in our day, we probably would have been on a 7.0. We probably would have poked on every wave, but, you know, that was the one that, like, it's just insane. I don't think John rides anything more than a 6.4 out here. You know, and so, but it's cool, you know, when you see like some of the older footage and what the guys were doing on 7.4s and 7.6s, you know, but it's really cool to see how late these guys are pushing it on small boards.
Absolutely pushing it. This was the final last year, Barron and John, Jesse. But yeah, thinking about the boards changing.
I think it's just a situation that it's just positioning, right? Like people used to position differently, and those guys started getting so comfortable on just riding so late and so deep that they had to like automatically change the equipment and get smaller. Otherwise, like you said, you're just gonna poke. But both ways have like a special occasion to it. It's just different type of riding, and generation is evolving.
I love that. Barron Mamiya, the defending pipe champ. We caught up with Barron to ask him what it feels like to win Pipeline.
Like winning out. I feel like that's like the one event in the regular season that everyone wants to win. It was just something I never felt before, you know? It was totally different than winning Sunset. It was like pipe. Like this is the contest you watched when you were a kid. You know, you watched Andy, you watched Kelly, you watched John, you know, all these guys, like Uncle Derek, all these guys won this event. And it's a big contest and it's a big deal. And I remember coming in, just seeing everyone like all stoked, and I was stoked, and yeah, I kind of blacked out. So it's kind of a bummer, but like I just remember like it happened, and I remember when I watch back on like videos and stuff, I kind of get the feeling again, like remember each kind of moment, like, you know, in parts. But yeah, I just remember it was just like an insane feeling, like overwhelmed of like happiness and like excitement. It was very humbling too, you know, just to feel that, you know, it was insane.
Baron Mamiya winning pipe last year, more than a dream come true. And you could tell, you know, his eyes were rolled back. He was in the go zone. That's why it's like, it's a bummer. I could barely remember it. But when you're that locked in, you know, you're untouchable. And to beat John in a final when it's pumping, I mean, he's going to have that forever. It's one thing to win pipe, and it's one thing to win against your hero at the same time. But when you're locked in, that's something special. Good thing we've got all the tape for him to to remember all the great moments last year, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive. We got to watch that firsthand and that 10-point ride, just once again, just taking off underneath everything you think it's possible, and just so technical and amazing to rider from. And he's stepping up like even more than John, it feels like. He rides even smaller boards on bigger days, and what seems like it's impossible to do, he's making it happen.
He's actually said he was thankful that he won Sunset first, because as we know what happened last year after pipe, he struggled, you know, in a lot of events, and he said how hard it was. You know, you come off this big, huge moment, winning an event, wearing bright yellow, world #1, and he said he always would remind himself, hey, I've won Sunset Beach, I've got 2 CT wins, and it was that positive talk of confidence that it doesn't have to be pipe, where he can win at other venues around the world, Joel.
Yeah, I think that's what's Baron. You know, obviously we know what he's known for, right? And it's North Shore, specifically Pipeline, and you know, I think for him, like, his lifelong dream was to win pipe. And so sometimes when that big win comes, it's not like he let off the gas the rest of the year, but it was like one of those things where like he was trying to find that competitive drive, you know. And it's crazy watching him that interview, you know, because he probably blacked out after that 10, you know, and then he probably blacked out for the rest of the 30 minutes. But, you know, I knew what that meant to him, you know, and his family and Uncle Barry and Megan. And you know, it was just one of those things where, like, he's put in so much time out here, and for him to win against John was something special. And here we go. He's picking up that little inside one that swung underneath, you know. One thing I'm noticing is like the sand is starting to move. The swell's a little bigger than I think we thought. And so we're starting to see those lefts open up quite a bit. So that's a good sign.
Great sign. There's that classic McGillivray backhand tube style. It brought him a 10 at Chopes, and he's putting it to use at pipe today. He already has a 617. John's got priority. 3-time world champ locking in. Just sliding beautifully, holding his line, coming out before the closeout. Unbelievable timing. You're witnessing one of the best backhand tube riders on the planet, making it look easy with speed management, paddling into the wave. All of it is really second to none.
And the positioning, once again, I just like to mention, like, because that's what's the most important out here today, not just the technique, but just how you put yourself in the wave. And you're going to see that on the paddle, he slows himself down. He's not scratching, trying to rush anything. He's trying to put himself as deep as possible, just in that borderline of not being too deep. And that's what manufactured that score. And how he doggy-doored that, I'm not sure, but I think there was a little bit earlier, but he slows himself down on the paddle, lets the wave run a little bit in front of him, and then he starts to put on the gas pedal. So that was beautiful reading from him. And he's gonna probably like disappear right here. Yeah, he disappears from the angle that we had, but that was such a deep wave. You're gonna see the spit coming out with all the energy off the barrel coming out, and he somehow squeezes in on that inside rail on his toes, which is very critical to do.
It's just so fun to watch. I think, you know, like looking at this wave prior to his last one, right? And one thing he's not giving Jackson an inch, you know what I mean? It was like at this point he's got 2 excellent scores and he's still looking the better, you know, but he surfed that one a little different than the prior one where he slowed down and then gave a nice pump, but we kind of knew he was coming. That one, he slowed down and stayed in a little longer, you know, and he just thread the needle through that doggy door, and that was just technical tube riding at its best. You know, he's making it look too easy.
Throwing away an 8.5. He had just dropped in an 8.57, his high mark at 8.73. as working his way through the judges' scale. He's one of the highest scoring athletes of all time. That's why all of you guys are so smart out there when you pick your power surfer playing fantasy on worldsurfleague.com. 49% of you picking John for double points, and wow, it's paying off big time. 17.3 combined total at the moment.
Well, with doubling that too, that goes to over 30, 34. So people are very smart to pick him, right?
Gosh, genius pick there. And it's also going to be sentimental as well, knowing that he's taken the year to do different things. And, you know, Joel's not worried because you guys are going to be working closely all year long on probably even more product development through 2025.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting year for the Florence brand and the Florence brothers. You know, everybody knows, you know, what Nathan's been doing on the slab tour and what they do around here. But I think they're going to go explore and they're going to go find some incredible waves. They're going to document it, and they're going to be testing out the latest and greatest Florence gear. You know, that's the one thing with us, with our gear. It's like we want to make quality gear that can handle the elements, the sun, you know, keep you protected, keep you warm. And so they're going to have a fun year. And I think John's going to come back fired up. You know, he said this year he's taking a break to get better at surfing, which is hard to believe. But, you know, I think he's going to go out there, find some good waves, and he's going to come back fired up for 2026.
How many times a day do you talk to Pat O'Connell?
Me and Pat talk probably anywhere from like 3 to 5 times a day.
That's a lucky thing.
On Sundays?
Oh, yeah. It was funny. He called me last night. He was just got back from a trip. He called me at like 8:30 at night. Like I was watching a movie with my family, and I'm like, we just talk a lot, and we have a really good crew at the Florence brand, and Pat O'Connell, like I said, the Hurley family, the Florence brand. It's really fun. It's a fun place to work at.
Oh, and they're really lucky to have you too, Joel. It's really cool seeing this all come together in such a great way, and see how close you are still with your whole lifestyle of still in love with surfing yourself, still one of our favorite surfers, and giving back to your kids, your nephews and nieces over at Haleiwa. Also a great farmer as well, by the way. How do you find the time?
Well, you know, it's, you know, the farming side of things, it kind of came about 5 years ago, and we have some land down in Wailua, and it's just an amazing lifestyle to kind of raise your family and grow your own and raise your own meat and different things. And so, you know, Beach to Farm is doing good, and you know, we have a special thing down at Haleiwa at that beach. You know, it's that's where the community comes together. You know, the North Shore community, and that's where all the guys are raising their kids, and just a fun place to grow up and fun place to raise our kids. And so, yeah, life is good.
Most people's first heat right there at Haleiwa in the Menehune contest, which is so special to see the next generation. Joel Centeo working with Florence, but also winning the Reef Hawaiian Pro. In that final was CJ.
Yep, it was a form of CJ. It was Jay Bottle Thompson, and it was Alan Rue.
That's a classic final. Yeah. Jay had qualified for the tour with that result, if I remember correctly. Also love your local motion win. Remember that one?
Yep.
Sonny was in that final.
He was in that one.
Kaimana Hakias.
Yes.
Keep going.
Hank Gaskell.
There you go.
We got there in the end. 55 seconds on the clock here. Jackson Bunch with priority, with that big combination, but he got an opportunity to be with the all-time great of John Florence, the 3-time world champ, the top seed. So Jackson will shake that one off with pride and move on to Abu Dhabi. You know, proud of himself for turning in just a valiant performance. Big closeouts. He's learning the reef, and he's already had good ones over the years. So now he's going to take everything he learned against John and move forward. Matty McGillivray, Baron Mamiya will turn into the priority heat in just a moment. And we're also still celebrating the return to the Jersey for Felipe Toledo as he takes on a good friend of his, David Silva, coming up next.
Those guys have been competing against each other for about 20-something years. This is going to be very fun to watch.
That's a classic. Here's John. He might throw a little rotator for us. The happy father with a big performance, 17.3 combined total. Looking for another pipe victory before he moves on from the tour this year. Congrats to all you guys that picked him as the power surfer on your fantasy teams. Jackson Bunch out as we will continue to dive into the Rookie of the Year story. We'll get Felipe and David in the water in just a moment. Fun hanging out with you, Joel Centeo. Come in anytime.
Thank you.
As action continues at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, we'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
Shall we?
Fantasy, WorldSurfLeague.com. Is Matty McGillivray on your team? Well, he's in the barrel. And he's unable to find the exit. Kaipo girl, along with, you can call it Felicity. I think she prefers Flick. I don't know. I'm going to ask her, what do you prefer?
Let's go with Flick. It's nice and quick.
Flick Palmentier, Kaipo Guerrero, bringing you the action here. Day number 3 of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Wow, John made his heat surprise.
Not surprised. In these conditions, just with his positioning in that lineup, I mean, he put on a clinic out there. It's incredible to watch. Really, like, amazing, right?
He is getting scores under priority, and it's overlapping heats. So there's like 3 other surfers to get under priority. Here we go with a matchup. It is friendly fire for Brazil in heat number 7 to round 32. Felipe Toledo up against David Silva. Slipping into this one is the North Shore's favorite son. Well, one of them, the prodigy, Baron Mamiya. So nice job by Barron just to get a little bit slotted. 3.14 will take him to lead over Matty McGillivray in the priority heat. 16 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock in the priority heat. And the new heat in the water, Felipe Toledo, David Silva. And your thoughts on the new heat, Felipe?
New heat, I'm excited to see where this goes. I mean, obviously, Felipe, that whole year off last year and well-deserved. And it's just so different to the start of the waiting period right now. We've obviously got a stomping swell today. It's building, it's big, it's powerful. You know, I spoke to some of the guys when they were coming out of the free surf, and they were saying there is a lot of energy out there. And I'm excited to see these two match up out here. I actually don't know what to expect.
There's our 2-time world champ, number 77, Felipe Toledo, 29 years old, out of Ubatuba, Brazil, currently residing in San Clemente, California. Took a year off last year just to focus on his mental health and, you know, help out, spend some family time with his young daughter Mahina and his son Koa, and coming back into 2025 recharged. Also recharged and reborn in a way onto the championship tour is David Silva, who had to surf through, got cut in the season, but surfed through the Challenger Series, Silva did, to make his way back onto the championship tour in 2025 after getting cut, that mid-season cut in 24. So DVD's back, David Silva. These two, David and Felipe, have been competing against each other for a long time, all the way back to the junior years over in Brazil, through the qualifying series years and so forth. So the familiar territory for those two Brazilians in the heat. Matty in the priority heat. McGillivray stalls, tries to slow down, finds a little cover up there, and then well, the prone right there is going to discount the completion of that wave, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. It looks fun, but not really scoring, as we see another beautiful wave. This one, mind surf that thing. Is it going to spit? Little spit. Maybe out the doggy door.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about it this morning, Flick, when you were analyzing, you know, what was to come throughout the day. And the swell certainly hanging in there, actually growing. Yeah. And so the playing field continues to change. And with that changing as well, also, Flick, is the sand is going to start migrating in a different direction, too. So that's going to affect some of the wave shape.
You've got to think so, right? I mean, even this morning when I was having a look in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, you can just see there's so much water moving over that sandbar section. You know, I think by the end of today, it could look a little bit different. And then even it's good news for tomorrow. You know, obviously that swell's going to drop a little bit, but that direction's going to be better, and hopefully some of that sand's going to be removed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're anticipating. Again, we're going to run overlapping heats in this round of 32 into the round of 16. Hey, I think it's time that we should catch up with one of the favorite sons of Pipeline. So good they named him twice. John Florence is with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. John, just looking out there, it looks terrifying. Was that fun for you?
It's fun. It's also scary. Pipe's always scary. But it's so clean right now. When the good ones come, you can really see them.
And what about the equipment? What were you riding out there?
I was riding a 6.4 next step. And yeah, I switched to the next step for pipe and barreling waves because it's just a little narrower. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can control it more like in the barrel and stuff.
And you're elected to surf this event. Was that the forecast? You saw this coming down the line?
No, I kind of like had a little FOMO last minute. I was like, oh, I'm going to do it. It's just down the street. And then the forecast came. The forecast came and I was like, oh no, it's going to be so grindy. But then, yeah, I don't know. To see this come last 2 days of the event, it's so exciting.
Well, the crowd on the beach surrounded you. It must feel good to have all this amazing support too here at home.
Oh yeah, the support here at home and just the support everywhere we go in the world is amazing, you know, and for surfing. And I'll definitely miss that part of it this year, seeing like everyone down at the beach and stuff. And yeah, it's cool to be a part of it here.
Well, you surf again this afternoon. Can't wait to see it. Everybody's going to miss you on tour.
Cool, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Everyone loves John. Isn't it true?
It is. It's true, especially with performances like that last night. I mean, wow, that was impeccable. Impeccable.
Yeah. Talk about Fantasy Surfer. Your teams are already locked because we start the men's round of 32, so your men's teams are locked. Hopefully you have John Florence as your power surfer, as I do, because you're accumulating double points there. A couple of scores came in during that interview, and a wave ridden by Baron Mamiya. A previous wave was enough to push Baron into the lead, and then this happened during the interview. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so let's have a look. This is Baron, and just slides nicely into that one. You can really see he's using that whole side of his body, was just trying to maximize that tube time. And another look from this drone angle, super beautiful out there. Like John said, it's perfect conditions, right? Just that nice, beautiful little bit of feather that you do want to keep the barrel open. But yeah, conditions are amazing right now, and Baron's sneaking up into the lead now over the priority heat over Matt. But dangerous thing with Matt right now is he has got the highest wave, so he's not chasing too much to get that lead back off Baron.
Yeah, just needs under a 3-point ride, a 2.93 for Matthew McGillivray to turn the heat. He is sitting under the priority, however, of Baron Mamiya, so Baron can control the lineup a bit. No waves ridden in the non-priority heat. Going back to the John interview, it's North Shore vocabulary flick. It's always like, it's gnarly, it's crazy, it's scary out there. But the North Shore vocabulary seems like, all these guys always say, a couple fun ones. A couple fun ones. I heard that even at Waimea when it was closing out earlier this winter, Flick, you were amongst it. Yeah, a couple fun ones out there.
Oh, I definitely wasn't saying that. There was a couple of scary ones out there. No, but I think when this, you're a product of your environment. The Johns, the Barons, this is what they live and breathe. And of course, they know the dangers that come with it, but it's fun for them.
It is, yeah. If you live on the North Shore, you become completely desensitized or spend time here of wave size. Because at first it's a shock, right? But then after, 4 weeks of 8-foot-plus surf, then it seems like, okay, you become a little, everyone becomes a little braver, I say.
For sure. I think that goalpost gets moved a little bit further forward, a little bit more further forward, and you're like, okay, I can push it a bit more. But, every time that I've come back here over the years, the last 15 sort of years, it always takes a couple of weeks, really, to get the swing of things.
Here we go. Pulling in again, using priority. And an easy exit once again for Baron Mamiya, looking to better a 3.83 that he has in his scoreline and push his lead even further away from Matthew McGillivray, who's right within reason, just needing a 2.93.
Yeah, I liked that. That was really well done from Baron. He maximized that tube time. I think he might have been a little bit deeper than that last one as well. So interested to see where this score is going to go. But he just does such a good job. No one else was really having a look at that. And he was just like, thank you.
Yeah, Baron, another look here from our defending champ.
Yeah, so smaller inside one here, but this looks so visually pleasing. Whenever the surfer comes out at the same time as that spit, it just does wonders. It's aesthetically pleasing. It looks really good. And just the positioning on the takeoff was really impressive to me. Couldn't have really been too much deeper. It was really, really well read for a smaller insider wave. Just trying to improve on that 3.83. Maybe that size might let him down ever so slightly.
Let's go to Ross on the water. How is your vision of that wave, Ross?
What's up, Typo? Very cool. It was obviously a smaller wave, but other than John, you'd say Baron knows this reef better than anyone. And what's really tricky today is you have that north swell lingering with this brand new, really strong west swell. And it's creating these really slabby waves, like something you might see in Tahiti, like at Chopu, where it's below sea level. And guys like John, guys like Barron, are by far the most comfortable taking off onto the ledge like that. So even that last 4-footer was still so committed. It's just all perfect technique from Barron.
And how's it shaping up out there, Ross? Do you think, you know, as far as the overall shape of the waves, are things improving?
We got southeast wind today, which is unicorns. That's like amazing conditions. It's really light offshore. It's almost something you'd see in Indonesia. So as long as we get those nasty, slabby closeouts that go all the way to off the wall to kind of give way to that westerly direction, we're in the money. I mean, it's really nice out here.
Thanks a lot, Ross Williams, in the water all morning. Give us some insight from NSB, Ross Williams, North Shore boy, one of the 4 amigos. It's a trivia question, by the way. Anyone who can list off the other 3 amigos in that Surfer Magazine article that happened, put Ross. First glimpse we had of Ross Williams when he was just 12 years old in Surfer Magazine, along with some of his other buddies out here in the North Shore. A hint, one of them was Shane Dorian. The other ones are a little bit a little bit harder, so I'm going to go with those. Give you guys those as well. Maddie Leo,
Okay.
and Jason Magalinas, the 4 amigos, all still ripping. Okay, well, down to under 7 minutes, and score did lock in for that last of Barron Mamiya. Best one so far for Mamiya, a 6.1. Now McGillivray in the priority heat has priority and needs a 5.2. There's the sand we were talking about, Flick.
Yep, I think that's going to be moving. I mean, I remember it's a few weeks ago now, Moana Jones-Wong, actually, she was putting up a few stories on her Instagram of just how fast that sand moves. And overnight, you know, there was so much sand the day before. Oh, actually, no, the whole reef was exposed, sorry. And there was lots of rocks. And, you know, she came back that next day and then uploaded a couple more stories. And I think it must have been obviously a real north swell. And all that sand just overnight had pushed in. And it just goes to show how much water movement there is here and how quickly things can change. And you know what? I think it's obviously positive signs moving through to tomorrow. Obviously, that swell going to ever so slightly ease. However, that direction is going to be so much better. So I think it's going to be a great finals day.
Yeah, that large grain North Shore sand or Hawaiian sand moves pretty steadily with any kind of longshore current or swell. Sand made up of a lot of broken seashells. You can see those. And then the other part of the sand is actually made from parrotfish poop.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Parrotfish chew the coral, and then what comes out is sand. Here we go, David Silva. No exit there for Silva. That was a tight squeeze for David Silva, but he had to get things going in the non-priority heat. He still got 25 minutes on the clock, so he'll have multiple chances again to acquire a meaningful score. So far, just small fractional scores for David Silva.
Yeah, and you know what? Non-priority heat, he's having a crack. You know what? I like it. I like just trying to... Here we go. Matt.
McGillivray drops into this back door, has to stall, waiting for some time, and this one's not going to cooperate for Matthew McGillivray, and all that's going to do for the South African surfer is chew up the clock. He's going to have to do the loop around.
No, you're definitely onto it, Kaipo. I mean, those long, stretched out ones at backdoor today, I mean, they're sort of rare right now to be coming, you know, pick the one with the right angle or find one of those ones that sneaks underneath and really hits that ledge properly. But yeah, right now, I mean, this is working in Barron's favour. Matt, you know, he's searching for a 5.2. That definitely wasn't it. So chewing up time, chewing up energy. We know how much energy. I mean, I think it was this morning, it was Ramsey got stuck on the inside there, or one of the surfers in one of those first couple of heats. And I mean, there was a lot of big breaths going on out the back.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's jet ski assist to a point, because, you know, there's only so much they can do with that shallow sandbank right now. So time is the enemy right now for Matt.
Yeah, there's a sandbank. He's going to have to make his way over that sandbank into the corner, into a little kind of makeshift keyhole for the moment for the Red Bull jet ski to pick him up. And there's a Red Bull jet ski as he's dashing there, running against the clock, Matthew McGillivray.
But even that's just such a good demonstration of how fast that water moves, right? He just jumped straight off that shallow sandbank into that gutter, and within seconds, you could just see him being whipped from left to right on the screen there. So, I mean, surely that sand is there's going to be a lot less of it tomorrow.
And that's what we're looking forward to. But we got an action-packed day today. 8 hours of surfing is going to go down, and by the time we finish off today, we'll have our men's quarterfinals. We already have our women's quarterfinals established, so looking good for a finals day tomorrow. McGillivray and the Red Bull jet ski has to take a U-turn. No gap there, so you've done some ski time. What's the technique?
Just patience, really. Patience is the virtue. I mean, you don't want to commit beforehand, but also, you know what? Those jet skis have a lot of grunt.
Yep.
So if you really want to give it to it, you can. I mean, perfect right now, great timing, but I mean, I think that was one of the first things that I started to learn when you got on the jet ski. I always thought, oh no, there's no way I can outrun this wave. But then you realize how much horsepower one of those things has, you know.
Was it like a 350?
I actually don't know, Kai.
Yeah.
Motors aren't my expertise.
But yeah, they're beefed up now. Four strokes, beefed up engines.
I can go really fast at mine if I want to.
Yeah.
Speed.
I had a terrifying experience on a ski with Poto, with Batia David in Tahiti, where he showed me how little water he needs on the reef to actually operate a ski. He said it's just a shaka, that much between that distance between your thumb and your pinky finger is all that Poto needed. And talk about grunt, he was going very fast over some very shallow reef. You could tell I was hanging on for my dear life right there.
Oh, yeah, that's super scary, but no, they're definitely good workhorses, those jet skis.
Yeah, and
the people driving them, even more valuable.
Yeah, Hawaiian Water Patrol, some of the best in the entire world, and we're grateful to have their assistance here, not only to taxi the surfers out, but as first responders and watchful eye on all these surfers. Really one of the world's most dangerous waves.
Completely. I mean, this is the most dangerous wave on the planet. You know, if you think about all the waves, I mean, sure, Jaws, Waimea, you've got Nazare, you've got the big wave spots, I mean, but this wave right here, you got chopes, of course, and all those sort of slabs, but this wave, I mean, the reef underneath, I think WSL posted it was a piece on Instagram and on TikTok, and you could just, it was a shot of Katie, it was only a 2-point ride, but the drone shot, you could just see the caverns, the holes in the reef, how undulating it is, and it just gives you a good idea and perspective of what the surfers are dealing with. You know, when you're pin dropping at backdoor or even at pipe, you're pin dropping sometimes only into a few inches of water. It's super shallow and, yeah, really dangerous.
No, a number of surfers have gotten hurt just pin dropping in this wrong spot where you can hit your tailbone or hit your feet and just get that stinger up your spine.
Oof.
You know? And that's happened to a lot of people. I mean, that day that happened to me. There we go. With 30 seconds remaining, and Matthew McGillivray, you saw him paddle. He's trying to give himself some space, trying to give himself a chance here, but all the searching that he's going to do, he's not going to be in the right position. And even to make things worse, here comes a pretty big set that's going to close out on Matthew. Meanwhile, dropping in, pulling in, standing up, styling out, Baron Mamiya onto the round of 16. North Shore boy got it done with an impressive heat, 11.37, two-wave total for Mamiya, and he's on to the round of 16.
That was super impressive, so stylish. It's going to be a great photo.
Baron and John come up at the round of 16. You're going to want to stick around for that, but let's get through the round of 32. We're going to give you guys a break right now. Take a Bonzoy brew break. Baron Mamiya, styling.
This is a 6.6 that I take for Jack Robinson. It's 18 7/8, and this one's in particular is 2 5/8. This was designed for a combination of pipe and sunset. The most significant difference between this board and Andy's board that he won his world title on, besides volume, is the rocker. So this has a lot more rocker. The concave is deeper. The amazing thing that the surfers are doing now is they're riding way less rail in bigger waves, which to me is just, you know, if it's just capping and rolling into the first reef, we'd ride 7.6s. The standard Sunset gun was a 7.6, 7.4 and 7.6. They'd be riding something like this, 6.6.
Yeah, Eric Arakawa, North Shore proven equipment. That RP model from Arakawa Surfboards, a sturdy steed for the North Shore through decades. Jack Robinson, a lot of his development happened on those Arakawas here on the North Shore. Jack is out up against Alan Cleland Jr. Got a late call as a rookie. He's going to be on tour. Al Cleland Jr. And Al, just 22 years old, first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico. He's the dark horse, I feel, in this event.
Dark horse in the event, and then dark horse as a rookie on tour too. It's kind of a dark horse, but also not, because you think about the waves that are on tour, and I mean Pipe today. When I think about Al as a surfer and what I've seen from him, he loves these sort of waves. Like, he doesn't back down. And this matchup against Jack, I think, is going to be really good. I know that if a wave comes, both of these surfers are going to be super keen to give it a crack. Obviously, Jack, I mean, he's won out here before 2 years ago. I mean, it's definitely an event that Jack's been eyeing off for a long time. And it feels like, when surfers get on tour, there's sort of events that you think, okay, this person's going to win this. They're probably going to win this one. And, I think that Jack had been eyeing off this one for a while. But I love this matchup between these two surfers.
It's a great contrast, right? It's Al Cleland's first CT event coming up against Jack Robinson, who we look at the numbers at Pipeline, 7 starts at Pipeline, Jack Robinson. An average heat score of 12 points. He won in 2023. He's surfed 15 heats out here in his career. He's won 9 of those. He's got a 60% heat winning percentage. He's very high when we look at the numbers and we analyze coming into this event, who's had success, who wins heat. The average heat score, very high. It's actually 11.9. I rounded up to 12 points just because I like Jack. I think he's going to add on to that. But, so it really is a stark contrast in that matchup, but a big opportunity for someone like Al Cleland Jr. to make a name for himself. Here's Jack Robinson, though, sneaking away under priority. Just decides not to go there. Another peak coming through here. Let's see if we have any takers. And that one's going to focus down and off the wall. But you know Jack well. Yep. Like you guys grew up basically together in the same region.
Yep. Yeah, we did. And I think it just speaks to what we're saying with John out of Pipe and his comfortability out here. And we've spoken about it so much, but Jack he's comfortable in waves of consequence because he's a product of the environment, which is Western Australia. We've got big slabs there. We've got North Point. There's slabs down on the south coast.
Can we talk about Nauru, or do we not generally say that?
Oh, no, we can talk about Nauru. Yeah. I mean, that wave has been plastered,
okay.
Jacob Wilcox just came out with this amazing edit up there, Chip, and he's just in these crazy long freight train bars. I mean, there's heaps of other waves up there that we won't talk about, but sure. Nalu's pretty well known.
But if you can perform there, likely you can perform at Pipe.
Well, the thing with Nalu is it's not a perfect barrel. And if you look at the clips online and you see it, it looks like, whoa, that looks like the easiest perfect barrel. But I can tell you from experience of being out there, it is stepped out, it is ugly. If you are surfing out there, when it gets to low tide, which Jack's been out there and had plenty of experience, it is tricky. It's tricky to get a read, and that's why I feel like he excels in waves like this, because West Oz is so similar to Hawaii and the North Shore. You've got so much to deal with it. Anytime that there's a bit of lump and bump on a wave of consequence on tour, I just think, wow, okay, well, this plays into Jack's hand very nicely, because WA is raw and it's unfiltered and it's a bit wild, and just that comfortability level is just so high.
Yeah, and heavy water, right? Similar to the North Shore. I mean, Western Australia can go for a week on end, 10-foot days for a week straight. Same thing with over here.
Yeah, I think there's not many places in the world where you're going through a whole quiver in 1 week. You're riding maybe a gravel board one day, a step up the next, then all of a sudden the outer reefs are firing. You're like, okay, let's take out the really big boards. I think it's pretty unique like that, and I think that's why if you go back through the years on tour, you've got surfers that have performed so well here. Like your Jake Pattersons, your Taj Burrows, you've got Mel Redmond Carr on the women's side, and Claire Bevel Aqua as well. They just love to charge and to have fun, and there's so many similarities there.
Yeah, Jake Patterson back in 1998 had that win out here at Pipeline. Stole that from Bruce Irons, who was in the lead in that final, and the snaked right into that. But yeah, to your point, Western Australian surfers, Jack Robinson, Jake Patterson, his brother Ant-Man Paul, have all had wins here on the North Shore coming
Yep.
from Western Australia.
Yeah, for sure. There's just so many similarities here as we see. Looks like Ian having a look.
Gentile in the lead, and let's go the rail there. Maybe was being a little too fancy. Already has an 8-point ride in his scoreline, so solid start for Ian. It would have been nice if he, I wouldn't say safety surf something, but just get a backup.
Yeah, I feel you on that. That was where my thoughts went as well. I think, yes, he's got that 8, but he can't be too cash because let's have a look here. So nice takeoff, gets into it early. Let's go off that rail, but just to do the adjustment, right, and then he re-grabs. He only just got clipped, really, at the end there. Sort of started drifting down the face of the wave when the barrel sort of started to go a little bit more almondy and sort of stay higher. But I liked what you were saying, Kai. So I think as we see Jack.
Robo, backdoor. It's a combination that you can't ignore. Looking in the cave, can't find the exit for Jack Robinson, but I'm sure he made all kinds of strides down the line there.
That thing was meaty.
That was a big, angry one.
It was so big. It was so thick. It was crazy. I mean, I'm sure he did travel some distance there.
There he is.
Blew the jersey.
Barely hanging on to the jersey after that one, but with a talent like Jack Robinson, you pretty much half expect him to come out of something like that.
Well, you do. I mean, my mind instantly goes to that wave of, was it John last year or the year before, you know, when I think it was Johnny was one of the only cameramen that sort of like believed that John would sort of come out of this wave. And this sort of, you can say the same about Jack in oh, wow, that thing was so hollow. But you can sort of say the same thing about Jack. They're kind of those surfers where you're like, okay, I can't actually take my eyes off here because he actually might do the unthinkable, the unmakeable, the impossible and come flying out of that thing.
Time to check in with Ross on the water. Ross.
Yeah, Kaipo. Thanks. You know, it's so cool because Alan Cleland and Jack Robbo are like the ultimate competitors out here. They're both cowboys. And what I like about them is they're obviously like proven competitors. They know how to get a quick start, use priority, like they're really good competitors. But they also are animals. Like they'll take chances. So they're a bit of showmen. And that's exactly what you want out here at Pipe and Backdoor. You want someone who every now and then their eyes roll back and they can't help it. They'll just take big risks. That last wave that Jack took did not look like an obvious wave, but that's the competitor in him, and he's also gutsy. So he's like, why not? I'll go.
Yeah. Is that a 6-footer, Ross, that last wave?
It's like 5.5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Thank you, Ross Williams. 2.17 for that effort for Jack Robinson, but just absolutely going for it. And I agree with Ross on both of those, Jack and Al just charges. Al Cleland, December of last year, was in a specialty event here, made the final. Runner-up finish to Nathan Florence, also shared the final with Cole Smith and Ivan Florence. So has had already a warm-up and some success here at Pipeline. Al Cleland.
Yeah, and also success in a jersey as well, and that sort of competition. I guess that was a different sort of format of the event, but just to have that time in a jersey and replicate those same sort of feelings as what he would have today is just really positive and yeah, really good for today and being out there in the jersey.
Let's hear from Felipe Toledo. He's took a win. He's on to the round of 16. He's with Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Toledo, I know you've already surfed a heat, but that was a true welcome back to Pipeline.
Yeah, with real waves now. That first day was a bit tricky, but yeah, that's what we look for when we come to Hawaii, when we want to surf pipe and backdoor. Those are the conditions that we want. Even though, you know, the rip still comes out, you know, when there's big sets, because there's a lot of sand still. Conditions are amazing. So yeah, super stoked.
Great heat for you. It's been talked about a lot on the side about you and your performance here at Pipeline. And if you could get a good finish here, you're a shoo-in for the top 5, for the final 5, and a world title.
Yeah, it's always important to, you know, start the year with a bang and just get the rhythm going. And I just feel like once you start well, you kind of do well all the way through. But a lot of years I started here with the worst result in my whole year and ended up, you know, fighting for a world title. So yeah, I just feel like I'm just want to surf. I got nothing to prove to anybody. I came back this year just to enjoy, have fun, and surf, and that's what I'm trying to do. No pressure at all. Have fun is the #1 priority.
Well, it was fun to watch that sick 8-point ride. Anything you want to say in Portuguese for all the Brazilian fans?
Yeah, thanks. Bom, queria agradecer a todo mundo que estava torcendo. Né, as condições finalmente apareceram, pipe backdoor rolando. Mas tá ainda aumentando um pouco, acho que ainda sobe mais um pouquinho do que isso. Mas é isso, escolha de onda, esperar onda boa, Deus me capacitando com sabedoria. E só agradecer a ele aí por ter passado essa bateria, minha família pelo carinho, esposa, meus filhos. E vamos que vamos para a próxima.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Back to you guys.
Beleza. Felipe Toledo onto the round of 16. We saw Ian Gentile attempt to wave there to get the backup to his excellent 8-point ride. Wasn't able to come out of that wave, and now he's paying on the inside here, looking for Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, he's definitely got the right idea. Obviously, he's trying to replace that. You know, he needs to get a backup score, really. I mean, we spoke about it earlier as we see Jack having a little look at this one on the inside ledge. But we spoke about it earlier. I mean, he's not exactly safe because Jake's sitting out there on that 6.33, 6.5 minutes on the clock. He's got priority. He doesn't need a big score to jump up into the lead right now. And I think it's just actually quite interesting when you saw Ian actually look at that last wave. It brings up a funny conversation of, you know, when you got guys in the water like Jack and John, they can kind of look at waves, and if they're, because of their level of skill and everyone knowing that, everyone thinking, oh, hang on a sec, is this a good one? And they can kind of deter people, and just because of it is that person in the water, they sort of can force that hand of others. And I don't know if, you know, that Jack having a look at that one maybe thought Ian was like, oh, is this a good one? You know, it's just that there's a certain few surfers at each break around on tour that have the ability to do that.
Yeah, it's nice to see Ian Gentile back on the championship tour. Got a call up for 2025 season. It's a WSL replacement surfer. So, and also another change for Ian Gentile. It's a small one, but it's one to note. He has only has the Hawaiian flag now on his jersey for 2025. Parents are from Brazil, speaks Portuguese, has tons of family there, but he's representing the Hawaiian flag proudly, Ian Gentile. So we give him a chee-hoo. Let's take another look at the 8-point ride, Ian Gentile.
Yeah, this thing was absolutely stunning. That red ball contrasting beautifully against that blue wave. It was just, the size was there. It was an incredible drop. Just grabbed the rail from the very beginning, didn't let go. Perfect technique. You can see that front arm just dragging in the water there, just trying to slow himself down, get perfect positioning, and then that tiny little pump there while his hand was still on the rail, just knowing, okay, I've got myself deep enough, I need to accelerate here. Comes out with the spin, and 8-point ride. I mean, so beautifully done. And since then, he's just been trying to find a backup. I mean, it's so crazy, right? Like, you can have the wave of your life, and then just trying to find a small score on it today, like today, can actually be quite a hard task.
And the door being open for someone like Jake Marshall with priority. 4.5 minutes left for Jake Marshall. Marshall, at this point, just needs a 3.18 to turn the heat. So, to your point, Flick, Ian is not safe at all with that 8-point ride.
No, not at all. And I don't know who would be feeling more comfortable right now. Is it Jake knowing he's got priority with 4 minutes on the clock, thinking I only need a 3, or is it Ian being like, okay, I got an 8? I mean, you'd think it obviously would be going to Ian with the 8-point ride, but stranger things have happened.
We've seen it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game of numbers, and it takes 2. You need 2 scores. Here we go. Marshall pulls in, yanks the rail of the sharp eye, and comes out right there. Is going to turn the heat in a big way and apply a ton of pressure in these final 4 minutes to Ian Gentile, just as you prophesized, Flick Palmentier. Gentile right behind him. He pulls into a left barrel of his own, goes down. That's going to eat up the clock for Ian Gentile, who needs to make a comeback at this moment. The tables have turned.
Yep, tables have definitely turned, Kibes. I mean, that's kind of exactly to what we were speaking about, Jake. I mean, that was beautiful positioning. I mean, it was so late underneath that lip. I mean, wow, just popped the biggest head set on the head then. Wow, so much water moving out there today. And it's so shallow on that little sandbank too, as we see Al.
Junior, Al Cleland in a cave, and he comes out roaring. Second section for Al, and he comes out of that second section. Viva Mexico, there we go. Al Cleland Jr., give it up. We talked about the dark horse. He came out firing.
Are you kidding me? That thing was insane for me. That was probably one of the best waves ridden today. Look at the emotion right now. Of course you're going to be feeling it. That thing was insane. It was the commitment to that second section. I was like, oh no, he's done here. He's got his one barrel. He's out of there. But no, he committed to that second section. I mean, he's smiling. He knows.
Yeah, we talked about it, Flick. We've talked about it in the build-up to this event. I told you, don't mess with Al Cleland Jr. He's got some skills right there and a lot of courage.
Wow, this was impeccable. So late, under the lip. Big cavern comes out of that. You think it's over? Oh no, I'm committing to this last section.
Oh.
And then as late as you can possibly be, comes flying out. I mean, this was textbook. I mean, and also, this was a lesson in courage.
Yeah.
And having, you know.
That second section
exactly
had no water.
Exactly what Ross said. Cowboy mentality right here. Up under the lip. I just love that style of the straight leg up underneath the lip. It just looks so beautiful to watch. And then this section here, I mean, what are you doing? There's only a few people in the world that are going to actually commit to a thing like that. Oh, that was spectacular. It was so beautiful to watch. And I love it. You know what that's also going to do? That performance right there, historically, as I look back on tour, when Jack is on the ropes like this and his opponent pushes him like this, we have seen incredible things from Jack. I think back to the semi-final or quarterfinal at Chopes.
Yep.
Right, against Gabriel Medina, and Gabe got these incredible waves, and then everyone's like, oh, I wrote Jack off, like, okay, he hasn't got a chance here, but he came back and he found these scores and manufactured them. So we've got an incredible heat on our hands.
Incredible. As we wait for the score for that last wave for Al Cleland Jr., we have to pay off this ride here for Jake Marshall. A 5.93 for Marshall came in. It's official, and Jake Marshall has taken the lead in the non-priority heat with priority, by the way. So Jake has heat control with just a minute remaining in the non-priority heat. So Ian Gentile could be going down with an 8-point ride in his scoreline.
Going down with an 8, that's going to be a hard pill to swallow. I mean, it's never really where you want to find yourself. And, you know, if you're nitpicking here, you think back to earlier in the heat, you know, maybe I went a bit hard, or I could have just sniffed around a little bit harder and tried to find a bit of a backup. I mean, he's still only chasing a 4.26, but with 30 seconds on the clock, Jake's got priority. He's going to stick to him like glue here. And, you know what? Hats off to Jake for putting it on the line when the pressure was on there and finding that score, because that was a really well-read wave. I mean, that barrel, that section, oh my.
Here goes Jake. He's just used the block, and there's the numbers for Al Cleland Jr. Yes, that wave that we've been gushing over, the judges appreciated too. A 9.5 for Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. in the non-priority heat, which will turn into the priority heat in just 4 seconds, closing out the heat between Jake Marshall and Ian Gentile. It's going to be Jake Marshall who did the work in that heat, and Marshall moves on. There's the numbers. We're going to move on to a commercial. When we come back, new heat will be in the water. More action from the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, on the way.
We always love to crack open the WSL Vault. Let's go back to 2010. Kelly won his 10th world title. When it came down to pipe, Jeremy Flores, probably about 22 years of age at the time, hadn't won a CT event yet. Ended up beating Kelly in the semifinals. Kelly making a rare priority mistake. Jeremy was on fire. Beautiful backdoor conditions, 4 to 6 foot. Kelly had won his 10th title, missed out on the pipe title that year, and then Jeremy had a matchup in the final with Australian Kieran Perot. Kieran, probably about 33 years of age, the young surfer from Reunion Island representing France. Had Kieran go on a wave before him, needed an 8-something, turned in a 9-3, and became a pipe champion. First of 2, looking back to 2010. Look at all these faces, beat Durbridge, everyone's screaming for the fences, but Jeremy was locked in. Long travel time at backdoor. Already had a reputation in big hollow waves, and Kieran suffered a very painful loss. Good news for KP, he came back the next year and won. And what a celebration it was. Jeremy, pipe trophy. Joel Parkinson won the Triple Crown. And look what we have here today, 2025. And Jeremy Flores is hanging out with us here on the show. How fun is that, looking back at that footage of that first win?
Yeah, that was fun. Felt like it was in another lifetime.
Probably does, right?
A lot has changed, especially like I feel like I spent like half of my life on tour. So 2010, I was young and wild and free. So it was funny. It was, you know, I had so much to prove. That's the thing. Like I just got on tour. I was super skinny, small. The other guys were saying maybe I don't belong on tour because I wasn't really powerful and stuff. So I really felt like I had a lot to prove. And to win this Pipe Master, you know, I mean, it was fun back there. It wasn't nothing special, but just like against Kelly in the semifinal and Kieran. And Kelly was like unbeatable at that time, you know, like to beat him in the semifinal at backdoor was like, it was a dream come true for me, you know.
And I think also he got past Owen Wright in that event when Owen was just getting started with his career, showing how crazy he was at pipe and backdoor. Dane Reynolds was on the other side of the draw. He got through. Taylor Knox, Damian Hobgood, Kieran beat him in the semifinals. What a time in pro surfing as we look back.
Oh man, it was crazy. Huh? It was crazy. Like that whole generation. I'm in that generation with Julian, Jordy, in Dane. That's, you know, and we just had to adapt. And it was like a wild generation because these guys are just like doing all these airs and they're like doing all these movies and stuff. So really had to step up because there was that generation with like Kieran and Kelly, obviously, but we're the young guns, you know. So we really need to show and to prove the world that we're capable of beating these guys.
Love having Jeremy Flores with us for the call here. We've got Al Cleland Jr. with Jack Robinson in the priority heat, and we've got Ian Gouvet and Ryan Callanan just getting started. So Jack winning this event a couple years ago over Leonardo Fioravanti, and Al Cleland Jr. just got everybody screaming as he turned in a 9.5 in the first half of this matchup in the round of 32. Jesse Mendez, you kept pacing around the room when you saw this thing go down. Big double chamber, packed the end section, and he's a rookie, so easy to call his best score of his career so far.
I mean, no doubt, and probably the best wave he's ever got on a jersey. Look at this, how sketchy this section is right now. It's like literally knee-deep water right there, and he somehow is able to squeeze out through that thing. I was just baffled on how sketchy that wave was. Like, you know, Jeremy could tell even better than me going back there how shallow it is, and that wave was not small in this second section. Just looks like a straight closeout almost, and he somehow squeezes through.
Yeah, that was a big wave. And, you know, I think Alan's been waiting for this moment his whole life. This is what he wanted. He's been jumping around. He's been psyching, surfing more than anyone from 1 foot to like 15 foot, 20 foot. He even came surfing during the YETI and stuff. So that's what he wanted. You know, he was waiting for this moment.
As we look at a quick in and out from Ryan Callanan, 32 years of age, just like Ian Gouvet. As the goofy foot square off, let's get caught up with Ross Williams in the water.
Yeah, guys, just interesting to note in the water here, you know, you get this cool glimpse of the guy paddling back out. And, you know, Jack right now is doing his Jack thing. He's like such an energy guy. He's literally got his arms in the air and he's trying to like will a set wave to him. He wants to get back in his heat. I will say he looks a little uncomfortable though, because he knows that Alan is literally breathing down his neck. Every time Al paddles back out, he's like grunting like an angry pirate. It's pretty classic. Two extreme characters in the water.
I love the inside, Ross. That's insane. And trying to keep your focus as we look at Al again, getting drained. That's got to feel real fun. He got a crazy big backdoor, and now he's just looking at the left. 267 was his one before, as he's trying to improve his total and take down a huge name in Jack Robinson. As we dive into the Rookie of the Year story, a lot of different types of personalities, but without Cleland, I mean, what comes to mind for you, Jeremy, when you look at what this guy could do onto the tour this year?
Oh, he's the full package, and I like his like rock and roll attitude. You know, I think the tour needs that. You know, he's super humble. You know, he's very humble. He's a hardworking guy. Surfs all day. He's like a surf frother. And at the same time, he's got that attitude where he's gonna go big no matter what. Small, big wave, like whatever he's got in front of him, he's gonna go huge. And that's, I think, the fans. That's what they want to see. They want to see someone that goes huge with that full rock and roll attitude.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, winning the U.S. Open last year, charging the Olympics, 9-5 already with the late call-up as a rookie. Now let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Jake Marshall is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Jake, you look really comfortable out there in these conditions.
Yeah, I feel really good. I've been over here most of the winter. I mean, I just love being over here. It's probably my favorite place in the world. So just to go get surf out there, a couple people out, it's like the one time all winter I'm looking for the for the best waves, I guess, when I'm on the lineup. So it's super fun and super exciting. So I'm psyched to be here.
You did elect to paddle back out on the left. Tell me about that reasoning and taking the risk of getting the beatings.
Yeah, I jumped off and I saw Ian fall on the wave behind me, so I kind of figured that I'd probably gotten the score and that he was going to need one, and I just didn't want to risk having to ski pick one of us up before the other person, and I figured I could get back out with the rip current.
Oh my gosh, Jack!
Wow! Oh my god, the waves are firing. Al and Jack are having a crazy battle right now. But yeah, the waves look like they're absolutely turning on, so I can't wait for my next heat.
How good is it to do an interview, look over your shoulder, and see just a huge 10-foot backdoor barrel?
I mean, dude, that's why it's so rad competing here. We waited for so long, but so stoked for scoring. And yeah, I mean, the beach is packed, the waves are pumping. It's like, this is what you want as a competitor, so I love it.
Vibes are high. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thanks, Ryder.
Back to you guys.
This is what it's all about, Waz. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jake. Jake moving on to surf again today in the round of 16. Oh my goodness. Al Cleland, 9.5. Robinson to answer. And Ross Williams telling us about the energy that these two had. For Jack's headspace, he was looking for this thing to open up, Jesse.
I mean, I think I should live this one to Jeremy because he's got waves like this before. I've never did. So just tell us how sketchy to take off on a wave like that at backdoor, how big that wave was.
You know what? That's as big of a backdoor wave can be ridden. And then only someone like Jack, a few guys actually, a few pipe chargers, few backdoor chargers. There's not many people that can actually ride a gnarly, big backdoor wave like that. And I mean, that's what we expect from Jack Robinson. It's nothing. It's crazy. Look at this drop. Like, it doesn't get as gnarly. This is as good as it gets. This is going to be a huge score. So this heat is looking to go insane. It's crazy.
What a feeling for Jack Robinson. But like you said, the takeoff was psycho. Air dropping, but with control. Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season. Our friends at YETI are going to hook up Jack today. A well-deserved score. That's as good as it gets. I've got chicken skin, and now look at this heat. Al with a 9.5, Jack with a perfect 10.
And that's what I love about Jack so much. I guess we'll get back to that after Ryan's wave.
Oh, nice, wide open, beautiful read for Ryan Callanan as he's working in the non-priority side of this heat with Ian Gouveia.
He does not get rattled. Like, it seems like every time he's with his back against the wall, that's a 9.5. It's a massive score for a day like today. It's not easy to find your... It's so easy for you to just get a 1-point ride on a 10-point ride wave. And he just showed us that he kept his calm. The biggest wave that came in, he didn't let him rattle and just got a 10-point ride. It's like, it doesn't get better than that for us to watch and for him as well. Now he's fired up, paddling as hard as he can to try and better that 2.1 that he has, 2.17 to a 2.83.
Good job, Jack Robinson. Scoring a 10, scoring some YETI gear because that YETI cooler is going to be filled with YETI products. And thank you for giving us one of these 10s, the first stop of the season at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. What an all-star Jack has been, and it really was a quick turnaround for him to find that winning feeling. Remember his win in Mexico in 2021. That was to stay on tour at the time. But after that victory, he's been consistently winning all around the world, putting himself in the final 5 basically every year to compete for a world title, Jeremy. It was a really fast pace to put himself in that top 5 picture.
Yeah, he's in contact with nature. He's doing this whole meditation thing. He's super mellow, but at the same time he's hungry. He fights hard to the end. I mean, it's got like the perfect balance for an athlete, because I've seen him, and it's pretty funny because during the Olympics, the final with Cowley and Jack, so obviously I was helping out Cowley. I was in his corner, but I seen Jack, and since the first day we're like, okay, there's like a certain guys that they're gonna be dangerous, and Jack obviously is one of the dangerous, but his skills about just like adapting to like, he's like super calm, zen. He's like just in full. I don't know. I've never done the whole meditation things, but I wish I did. When I look at that, I feel like I would have had 15 years of less stress.
Well, you're looking calm these days, Jeremy. Retirement looks great on you because you're actually not retired. You're a super coach now. Big congrats on that gold medal run. Your passion was real. You were one of my favorite parts of the Olympics by far, of seeing your energy for not just Cowley, but also Vahine and the rest of the crew. It's really cool to see Kelly, a guy that you've known your whole life, basically, Jeremy, still competing as a wild card. You know, it's a story that we hope never ends as far as a guy putting on the jersey at now 52 years of age. I hope he's in this event when he's 70.
He's Kelly's, you know, I'm his #1 fan, you know. I mean, I still look at clips sometimes, at videos of him young or even now and stuff. I mean, he's in his kind of condition, he can easily win this event. And I'm sure everyone knows that. And I feel like, and I hope so, I hope he gets the opportunities to show the world that at his age, he's still capable to do some crazy stuff. And he's been wanting this. And this opportunity for him, it's like, it's what he was dreaming of, to be honest. Remember the first few days we watched the forecast, we're like, oh, it's going to be weird. Like, look at the waves, man. So Kelly is like kind of blessed because I'm sure he's not getting too excited, because, you know, if you get too excited, usually it doesn't happen, but he's probably calming his nerves and probably just wants to find that special wave that he's had so many. And I think I think the whole world wants to see Kelly on the bump.
Oh, 100%. I remember that classic story you told us years ago where I think your dad would get the generator going. Maybe you were living in Madagascar at the time, and the only video you had was Kelly Slater black and white, and maybe searching for Tom Curran. Yeah. But then you get to be on teammates with Kelly and making the impression on yourself. And then I'm catching up with guys like Marco Mignot, and he's going, I want to heat with Kelly. All these generations are going by, and it's still the guy you want to compare your surfing to, you know, the all-time great, still running.
And the crazy part about it, that it's actually given the opportunity of that. Like, there's previous generations that wanted to surf with Kelly before Jeremy, and then there's Jeremy's generation, and there's like plenty of up to come, and he's still here, given the opportunity to Rio YETI, which is just above 20 years old. You know, it's so impressive how he's capable of keep pushing and putting himself in those situations, because it hurts, man, to get pounded out there. And it must hurt way more for someone like him that it's, you know, twice the age of Rio YETI.
Kelly coming up next against Rio YETI as he sits next to Ross Williams in the channel, anticipating fireworks from the GOAT, looking for a 9th pipe title as a wild card in this event. Meanwhile, the priority heat's got 4:22 on the clock. Robinson, without priority, needs just a 2.83 to try to turn this one around on the rookie. And we also have Ryan Callanan and Ian Gouveia with plenty of time. Gouveia, former semifinalist out here. That result was important to him. It was when pipe was at the end of the season, and he needed it to stay on tour. Had some sleepless nights, showed off how he could pull in backhand as well, backdoor, and I love the Gouveia comeback story. Back in the jersey where he belongs on the CT, Jesse.
Yes, and this is a special event for him. Obviously, he was falling off tour and got third, and I think like he's a smaller guy. I guess we'll get back to that, but look how critical the takeoff from Jax was and how deep he got in that first section. And that wave was kind of like a highline wave, not easy to read. And then obviously on the left side of the screen, all Cleveland getting that double section that got so thick. Both takeoffs very sketchy, kind of barely getting underneath, just kind of different rides. Jack getting a little bit deeper, not a little bit deeper, but deeper in that wave and more critical. You know, that takeoff was just too sketchy not to give it a 10.
Pretty crazy. 9.5 to 10-point ride in the same matchup. Now we'll send it to Ross. Ross, we just saw Kelly next to you. How's he feeling?
You know, it's always fun to talk to Kelly. He's so smart, and he breaks down every single situation. And we were talking about who would you rather be, Al or Jack? You know, they both have these weird tiny backup scores, bird in the hand, or, you know, because we're saying, do you just pull the trigger and go on a weird backup score, or do you wait for another big score? And Kelly's take was like, you know, Jack's going to get another massive score. So if you're Al, you got to wait for a pretty decent wave. So I thought that was really interesting. Kelly's riding kind of an old faithful Gamma, a 6.5, and we've got a paddle here. Take it, boys.
Good man, Ross. Thanks for the insight. Rolling in, cool slide, grabbing the rail up and under, and getting clipped on the effort. So trying to take a look with the priority. Now Jack holds first priority, looking to better a 2.17. Al saw something in that left of Pipeline.
And that's the problem, like with those big names when you're going against, all they need is one chance. And right now, you know, it's going to be hard for Jack not to get a wave, in my opinion, with 2 minutes left. He's going to have to be lucky now, Al, to actually get back out, and nothing comes towards Jack Robinson in the last minute and 50 seconds.
So Jack still needs to catch a wave and has to be better than a 2:8.3. And when you hear a number like that, what are the challenges of attaining that in a minute 45 just to make sure you get the heat win, Jeremy?
Oh man, it's a tricky situation, you know. I mean, right now I feel like he's just gonna go on anything that has. The only thing that I'm watching now is that there was a big set, so there's a lot of whitewash happening because a big set just came by. So he probably won't be able to go on the little whitewash. He's gonna have to wait for this sea to calm down a little bit, at least 1 or 2 wave, so that he can actually maybe now get an opportunity. I see him paddling. So that's, you know, that's the tricky part. You know, as soon as it hits the whitewash, it's not a good thing. So with 1 minute to go, this is gonna be tight, man.
Jack Robinson holding priority, trying to avoid getting upset by the rookie from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr. The first ever Mexican to be on the top 34 in the world. We've seen some greats at the CT level. Oscar Moncada, the first in the search event. Diego Cadena, Johnny Corzo. Now the first full-timer in Al Cleland trying to hang on to this lead.
It seems like the waves are kind of running into off the wall right now. Very deep pipe waves. It's just he's not positioned out there. 30 seconds, that might be his last opportunity. This wave coming up. Let's see what's going to happen.
24% of you playing fantasy have Jack as your power surfer.
Ooh, there's a wave in the back. Is it going to get in time? Looks like there's something here, is it?
Woo! Jack's had a ton of buzzer beaters in his career. He has that calm Zen approach. Will it work out for him today? They're already into the countdown, and one of the big names, a pipe champ, multiple-time top 5 in the world, Jack Robinson, just a little bit too late, is upset by the rookie from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr., with that big 9.5. And Robinson, unfortunately, is going to jump on a tough stat sheet of guys with perfect 10s not winning their heat at the same time. It happens all the time in pro surfing. Tough one for Jack. It happened to John in 2017 J-Bay. That was the last time we saw a surfer lose with a perfect 10. But for Al, he's going to be heating up, and this fire is going to continue into the round of 16. When we come back, more big barrels like this, hopefully for Kelly and Rio. Stay tuned. Let's flash back to some GOAT greatness. 2022, the waves were absolutely firing. Kelly Slater doing the impossible. About 16 seconds on the clock. Came back and beat Baron Mamiya. That was in the round of 16. But that just lit the fire from Kelly. Went all the way to the victory over Seth Moniz. A very emotional moment. I think more than he expected. It just came out of him on the podium, where he felt that crazy feeling, that connection he has with the ocean, but especially here at Pipe and Backdoor, calling this the sweetest win of his career. And he's got a lot to compare to. 56 over his career. He won Pipe back in 92, won it in 2022. That's 30 years of flexing with longevity in his career, as now he takes on Indonesia's Rio Waida. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Jeremy Flores here for the call. Jack just trying to take in what just happened, getting a 10-point ride, but also the knockout of the round of 32.
Yeah, that's going to hurt for him because this is a very important event for Jack. He's obviously won to take down all the way through, but what can he say? You know, like, there wasn't much there on the end. We obviously didn't pay a very close attention to the first half of the heat because we were out, but that last 20 minutes that we saw it, he did as much as he could. Every opportunity he had, he made the most of it, and all was just in the right time. As soon as he had to put a trigger, he got that little wave that Jack was probably going to get the score, I felt like. All ended up falling, and there was definitely a 3-point ride potential on that score, on that wave. And then after, just kind of that big set came in, mixed up everything on the lineup, and made it very tricky for Jack.
what a moment for Alan. First event of the year, like pumping conditions after like being pretty much, missing out by one spot on the Challenger Series, and now getting the call and being out there. And, I mean, what a dream. So I think right now he just has to soak it in and just enjoy this moment and continue to fight, because the beautiful story is he could go the way. He's one of the guys that could go the way. And for Jack, obviously, he must be super bummed, because this is his favorite event. He's by far one of the favorite of this year. But he'll bounce back, with his attitude and his beautiful mindset. I'm sure he'll bounce back and he'll come back even stronger.
100%. Kelly Slater, 8-time pipe champ, the wild card in this event this year, winning in the 90s, basically took over this event with several world titles, which even led to him taking a break from the tour from 99 until 2001. Then there were the famous finals in the crazy rivalry of Andy versus Kelly, which was so intense at the time. Jeremy, what do you remember from that time of watching Kelly and Andy going blow for blow? I mean, that was sort of in the early 2000s, especially when Andy went 3 in a row. But I mean, you couldn't talk about pro surfing at the time without saying Kelly and Andy in the same sentence.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we all miss Andy. We miss this vibe. We miss this competitive vibe with Kelly, Andy, and stuff. This story, I remember watching it all, just going, wow, this is sport. It can be really beautiful, intense, and this is what we love. And I remember being like, these guys were pretty different characters, but had the same goal. And I was kind of following on the inside, just because I was staying with Kelly. I was a lot at the Quicksilver House and stuff back in the day. But I was like, Andy was my favorite surfer, so I was seeing it all go by, and it was just you just pop the popcorn and you're just like, all right, let's watch this. This is going to be sick. Just the fire, the fighting, competitive attitude was nuts.
As we see that late takeoff and going out of control, Ian Gouveia takes a beating on a big attempted pipe on his second wave of the matchup with Ryan Callanan. And with your win back in 2010, you had AI on your board, and also years later in 2021.
Yes. AI was big, huge inspiration. When I first got on tour, I didn't make many friends, because I was kind of, I was a little bit tough attitude, tough character. I was a bit cocky and stuff. And Andy had my back, and I was like, wow, this guy's my favorite surfer. It was already my hero, and now I love him even more. And trust me, like most of the tour, like didn't really like me, because I honestly, I didn't care. I didn't care what people think of me. I just wanted to win. I just wanted to, like win hits, like make money, live the dream. And no matter how I was winning, I just wanted to win no matter what. So I had that attitude. So I didn't make many friends. But Andy was, I don't know, he was just like, had my back. And he was like, hey, you know what? Screw those guys. You're different. Blah, blah, blah. This and that. I was like, wow. Like, okay, this is like, I love that. I was like, okay, man, this guy's my hero.
Oh, that's all time. I love that story, and just giving you confidence to be yourself and to go ahead and do your business. As we look at what happened to Gouveia on this one, Jesse.
I mean, he was way far behind, not just deep in the section, but kind of out the back, and that wave doubled up. The energy came inside. He probably lost a little bit of power from that second reef and then moved in. And he kind of had to pull the trigger early, and once he lost the priority already from paddling, he had to give it a go. And as soon as he was taking off, he wasn't under enough. Disengage that inside rail, and that's like you're all in the air. And once you hit the bottom, it's very hard for you to connect again and drive through that barrel. So a big fall for him. I wonder why he changed the board if it was broken. Maybe got a little bigger board to have that extra paddle, because he was a bit late on that wave.
Yan is sneaky good, man.
Yeah.
I've seen him surf at pipe. He's an amazing surfer. So it could be, look at this. A little too deep. But yeah, that heat, unfortunately the waves hasn't been great yet, but that's an amazing matchup, because Ryan and Yan are sneaky good, these guys. I wouldn't want them in the heat.
Real light up, pulling in some travel time, and we'll get a first score against Kelly. Backside whip just to throw it away. Another guy that was so thrilled to have this matchup on paper, looking forward to surfing with the GOAT. And he'll get a completion for the pit on the board.
Nice Rio. I love Rio. Rio's such a cool
He's
kid.
epic.
I love him. He's doing his thing.
Hardworking
Oh,
too.
he's a hardworking kid, super humble. Like always smile, always up for the challenge to improve, takes notes. Like he's hardworking. Probably one of the hardest working surfer on tour, you know. And this whole attitude, like I've been staying with him and just hanging out with him a lot, and he's like such a cool kid, you know. Like you want him to do well, like no matter what, because he's like. His whole attitude is beautiful.
Oh, and his heart and soul is just so invested in the game here on the championship tour. Let's check in with Ross Williams.
Yeah, guys, got Rio paddling by me right now. Interesting hit on Ian Govea. He kind of made a point, he paddled up to me, he said, hey, I got something really cool on the bottom of my board. It's like shark skin, so it's like a huge decal, like a sticker that they put on the bottom of your board. And he said it helps him paddle faster. Fast forward to him going over the falls just now on that last wave. I was like, I guess it didn't work for that time, but here we go, Kelly up and riding.
Thank you, Ross. As we look at Kelly doing that cool, just subtle slide up into the pit. Not as deep as he would have liked, but just that timeless entry into the wave hit pipeline. Comparing that to Rio's 6.33 already in the non-priority heat. But yeah, Ian trying to get involved quickly on that bomb. Cool insight from Ross Williams. Like when you're looking for the right board at pipe, sometimes you want a board that's not going to go too fast where you're going to outrun the scoring potential. Got to think about that as well in Tahiti as well. You want to get as deep as you can, but also have control and want to be able to have good speed management to come out when you need to, Jesse.
Yes, completely agree. And sometimes, depending on the board selection you have, you're going to have to position yourself differently. Obviously, guys that surf with smaller boards, they're going to tend to sit underneath and just get that late takeoff. And some guys like to have a bigger board and paddle into the wave from behind, do that more drawn out bottom turn, which is the classic pipeline that we've seen it. I mean, not the last 10 years, but all before that. So it's really, it's different comfort zones that people have out there, and everyone surfs it differently. But mostly nowadays on tour, I feel like everyone's on smaller boards and trying to get underneath.
Yeah, such a good point. With plenty of time in this big heat, AJ, Rio versus Kelly, this place got even more crowded as soon as that horn went off.
Could you blame them, Joe? But nobody more excited about this heat between Kelly Slater and Rio YETI than Rio himself. If you've seen WSL socials last night, they posted this adorable picture from years ago. Rio posing with his hero, Kelly Slater. And I talked with Rio this morning about what it means to be in this heat with Kelly. He said, hey, last year I had a heat with Kelly, but it was a 3-man heat, so it doesn't count it. He DM'd Kelly and he said, hey, man, you can't retire until I get a heat man-on-man against you. So Rio, so excited to be in this draw, and he said winning today against Kelly would be almost the same thing as making the finals at Fiji last year, which was a massive moment for Rio. So already off to a great start. And quickly to touch on what happened with Ian Govea earlier in the heat, I caught up with Leandro Dora as he was running back. Govea buckling his board just below the nose, but Govea now riding the same exact dims, a 6.3 here in the last part of this heat.
Thank you, AJ. Right in action, a backdoor with Rio YETI coming free into daylight. Went left to start, now checking out the right and giving some backup to a 6.33 split peak. Sticking on the left, Ryan Callanan exploding on the exit, and a wipeout that's not going to help his top two. And looked like he split it with Kelly as Kelly's punching through that wall. So important split, important time for Kelly to get going because Rio has been making some great decisions on his first couple of rides.
Yeah, that's a great way for him to apply pressure on top of Kelly, but man, you can't count it out. Like 27 minutes, you expect Kelly at least to find a bomb out there. And once he found this, he barely ever misses. As we see here on this wave, just kind of stretched out too much. See the backdoor waves just growing in size, different than pipeline. The wave kind of gets a little bit smaller. Ian up and riding.
Ian trying to slow down. A nice low center of gravity. Super deep. Govea gets blown out. What a read. Giving us flashbacks from his semifinal performance years ago. He spent a lot of time on the QS and Challenger Series. That one had to feel amazing, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, backdoor, backside, goofy foot, it's really hard. It's really hard. I'm sure you know what I mean, Jesse. Huh? But it's I don't know. It's got some bumps on the wave, on the face of the wave usually. So front side, you can really adapt and adjust on each little channels that goes through the reef. So that's why, like, see, like this, he did amazing. Like stall, and then right there, stall deep enough to be completely covered with the speed. So that's gonna be a great score because that's hard. You know, front side you just fade, you go in easy, but backside stalling like that on a big backdoor wave, it's definitely not easy to do. So good job.
Well done, Ian Gouveia just got drained. Ross, how you feeling?
Wanted to give a little props to Ian. You know, I was kind of writing him off there with the shark skin comment with going over the falls on the left. Surfed that last right really beautiful. And equipment check, Kelly's riding 4 fins, so I'm pretty sure he's the only guy in the draw doing that, looking for a little more speed. Ian Gouveia switched to a little shorter board, so there's 2 swells in the water. It's real slabby. You got to get underneath it, so it's really tricky today to get over the edge, and Ian did that really nice.
Ross, do you know how long the 4 fin is for Kelly?
It's a 6.5, and it's a Gamma. It looks like it's got a little color on it, so I think he's had it for a few years, so one of his favorites.
Thank you, Roscoe. Great job out there. Ross, longtime friends with, well, a lot of us, but Kelly especially in the Momentum generation. They do acting parts in those movies and surfing parts. Maybe we could bring that back.
That wouldn't be bad.
Wouldn't be bad at all. 4:45 on the clock, and Gouveia is building 7.33 with that effort at backdoor. Now, let's hear from the rookie from Mexico. Al Cleland Jr. is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joey. The Mexican coming through. You had a veteran move in a rookie year. That was amazing to hold off your opponent at the end of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, the waves, we've been waiting for this day for a while now, just calling days off, and we knew this day was going to be special, and once the heat draw came up after the elimination round, I knew I had to really put my strategy into it and really put my mind into it mostly than anything, and yeah, tough heat, but made good decisions, and at the end of the heat, I came up top, small score for a backup, but did what I had to do, and yeah, stoked to make it through.
Talk to me about the 9.5 and the second section and the decision to pull into that thing.
Yeah, that 9.5 was crazy, so I ended up like waiting about 10 plus minutes. Acá está, y sí, súper feliz. Viva México, y aquí vamos para otra.
Oh, Viva Mexico. Thank you very much, Al. Back to you guys.
Let's go. What a great way to represent first Mexican full-time on the championship tour. He is carrying the nation on his shoulders. U.S. Open champ, just beat one of the favorites in Jack Robinson with a big 9.5, and now he's into the round of 16 to surf again later on today. And catching up with Kali Carranza, who a pro surfer from Mexico. He's like, Al Cleland Jr. all day long is surfing big hollow beach breaks where he's got to bob and weave in a giant playing field to get barreled. If the takeoff zone gets any closer, it's only get easier for a guy like Al Cleland to get drained like that. Real impressed with that performance.
Yeah, like one of the heaviest waves in the world, one of the heaviest beach breaks you can think about is where he lives, down in Pascuales. And, you know, obviously it's different. It's a different story here at Pipeline, but, you know, he grew up getting big barrels. That's half of the work done, you know. All you need now is just understand a little bit of the lineup and put all the practice that you had throughout your life into the water.
125 to go in the priority heat. All goofy foot battle. The story's been Ian Gouveia, especially that recent wave at backdoor. The 7.33 ride did a board change, riding a 6.3. Callanan needs a 4.61 to advance. The guy that's almost had a 10 on his backhand out here came as a wild card performance when he wasn't full-time on tour yet. A guy that you expect to win events with what he's capable of in the air, a hard charging athlete, real calm, mellow disposition, but right now he's still looking for a 4.61. What are his options now, Jeremy?
Oh man, 45 seconds. He's gonna have to get going. I don't see much coming. I'm not too sure, but he's gonna have to go now. You know, oh, look at these little bumps, and this could do something. What? I think he's gonna have to go here, and I think this wave looks pretty sick. Okay. There you go.
With priority, locks in, split peak, the important ride on both directions. Ryan makes it. Gouveia makes it on the other end of backdoor.
Wow.
Ian, so smart, knowing that Ryan had first priority, had a great opportunity to knock out that 1.6. Advantage Govea with 2 great rides at backdoor. Ryan getting his best at the end, but it might have been too late for the Australian.
People don't know how sneaky good Ian is at tube riding. Like, in my opinion, this is his best event, the event he has most chances of winning, and he's showing to us how good he is, even at backdoor, which is usually a dilemma besides Gabriel Medina going right out here. So, yeah, like, props off, getting that wave without priority in the last 9 seconds, because Ryan was in a good left as well.
And also choosing backdoor. You know, for Ryan, he's looking pipe with priority. You can think maybe he could have forced the right, but obviously there's so much going on with the time winding down. We just saw a quick ride for Ethan Ewing. He's in the next wave. Now let's break down Ryan's wave first. What'd you see on this one, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, he did, you know, at that point he needed a small score. So he got the job done on that wave. He could have ridden better, but Ian got that wave in behind. And I'm pretty sure Ian's going to get a great score here. So, I mean, in my opinion, we'll see, you know, but, you know, the timing. And Ian was super smart to go on that wave on the right, you know, because it plays, you know, it gives attention to the other surfer. So, you know, for the judges to see a split peak like this, you know, it's like it's smart. And I think, you know, Ian is pretty experienced. He's been, it's not his first rodeo. He knows how it is. And, you know, he fought to the end. And, you know, too bad for Ryan because, I mean, I'm sure he would have loved to go even further, but just the timing of the heat just went against him.
Let's call it a pair or pocket 733s for Ian Govea, both on his backhand and on the buzzer, being so smart to back himself up, and takes a huge win over Ryan Callanan to move on to the round of 16. What a comeback to the CT for Ian Govea. When we come back, Ethan Ewing and Alejo Moniz getting started. Kelly and Rio have priority. We're going to take a break. Bonsoy.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. By Vissla and Florence, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro. By YETI, built for the wild. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Happy Aloha Friday, everybody. How is this view? Beautiful waves on the north shore of Oahu. Beautiful community as well. A lot of great people live in these homes. And a lot of them have come down to watch the world's best compete. Ethan Ewing, what a man he's been the last couple of years. World number 4 last year, runner-up in the world the year before that. And then Alejo Moniz came on tour, battled in the Rookie of the Year race with Julian Wilson at the time. And sometimes we see rookies take fire. Sometimes that first year on tour is actually your best. We've seen that story unfold a lot for Alejo. Things got a little tougher due to knee injuries and other things that happened along the way. But we're celebrating a 8-year journey on the Challenger Series in QS to come back to the top 34. Never giving up. And now trying to see if he can get past Ethan Ewing today. Joe, Jesse, Jeremy still on the call. But what a career to celebrate. Alejo Moniz still with plenty of gas in the tank.
And even all the maturity, I was talking to him earlier, obviously I'm good friends with him. Jeremy also is a good friend with him for how many years, but he was saying how nervous he is. He couldn't barely sleep knowing the waves and the buoy was that big. So he's just excited. He said, today's the day that if I have to go on a swing on a big wave, this is the platform I need to. And that was a nice ride for Ethan to start.
Yeah, we saw that wave from Ethan before we went to break. 6-point ride. Jeremy, we've seen a lot of Ewing, and typically what gets really lifted as far as his game is what he does on rail. You know, what's your take on him in real hollow big conditions like Pipeline and Tahiti?
I love the way he surfs. Ethan, yeah, definitely top favorite surfer at the moment. Just the way he carves his lines, his style, obviously, and he's stepped it up big time in the big stuff, in the barreling stuff, in the also, and in the airs too. Like he's got this sneaky air game too. So I mean, it's the full package. I've been a fan of Ethan, yeah, for a long time. I remember when he first got on tour, I see his technique and stuff. I was like, wow, it's so nice to like watch him surf. I remember surfing against him, and I think I beat him like more a few times, but every time I was expecting him to be, smashing me, But the thing is, at the beginning, he probably lack of experience. He wasn't as strong too, so every time he was doing big turns and stuff, it wasn't as much spray as now. Now he's a tank. The guy is huge, like he's like one of the most solid human. So yeah, I mean, Ethan's great, man. I'm a big fan, and Alejo's beautiful story, man. And I see him. I was talking to him last couple of days, and with his son and his wife, and just living the dream. Imagine the moment he's having right now, coming back from from the dark, from the deeps, because I mean it's not easy, when you go on tour, you live the dream and stuff, and then you go down and you get injuries and stuff, and at some point you think, okay, well, this is done, I might get a job and do something different. And he never gave up, kept dreaming, kept living, kept working hard. He had a family. His son's like his beautiful son. Like I see him walking around. His wife must have his back too. So the story is one of these stories that you love to hear. So it's full deserving. He deserves all he is. And I see in his smile, like he looks like he's really enjoying. I feel like he's enjoying it more now than he was the last few years on tour. Last few years on tour is a bit tense, and the tour eats you sometimes, because it's tiring, and when you start losing and stuff, it's really tiring, and it gets repetitive and stuff. And now you see him, he looks relaxed, he looks stoked, he looks happy, and that's he's gonna have fun no matter what. He's gonna have a lot of fun.
It's an emotional roller coaster as well when you're trying to keep your spot on tour, and the format's evolved over the years. But then also the mental state you're in when you go to what is, the minor leagues or the Challenger Series or the QS, but you're not winning at that same time. You're from the CT. You're expected to win that event by a long shot. I remember when you made me cry when you won Cascais, Jesse, because that was just all the hard work and dedication, and you're on the tour, and then you got to go to a QS and sometimes prove yourself in harder conditions.
Totally, that was
against me.
Yeah, me on the same.
I wanted to get there at some point.
But yeah, it's just like Jeremy said, it's so easy for you to get stuck on that repetition of things not working your way, and it's so easy for you to just get the easy route and like, hey, I'm done. Like I'll do something else, because it's very taxing. You're like away from your family. He has a kid, has a wife at home, so it's just shows how much of a warrior he is, and I'm super excited. He seems free. It's like a bonus for him. Like, so most people didn't believe he could have been here, and he's here. He proved to everyone. He proved to himself that he could get back, and now it's just bonus. He's going to enjoy and have a good time.
His son went to surf night across the street at Sunset Beach Elementary School, and Alejo was cracking up because he said he knows in his son's mind the only pro surfers on tour are the uncles like Miguel Pupo, Ian Gouveia, all the ones that have been to his house and he hangs with. So it was like a pretty rad moment for him to see his son get all excited to get Kelly's signature and John, and I think he's starting to realize, hang on, my dad's a part of this whole thing. This is a global scenario. So Alejo is cracking up. He says his son's really shy, but he's been the loudest on the beach during his heats, where it was a smaller day on the opening day, and Alejo was kind of frustrated with his performance. He got third, and he's going, my son was so proud of me. He just couldn't believe how stoked his Grom was when he came in, and he's like, all right, I can shake this off and prepare for the next one.
So cool, huh? It's beautiful. It's amazing moment to be living the dream like this with your family, because there's a lot of hard work behind, Surfing, I mean, is the most beautiful sport in the world. It's amazing. Everything's amazing about it. I mean, people have a tough time nowadays everywhere in their, in life in general, in their job and stuff. So we're feeling really lucky to be surfing and be a surfer, and especially having this job as a surfing. But it gets tough, man. It gets tough, like every sport, I guess.
As we see Kelly Slater, who is adapted to longevity more than any other surfer of all time. He'll be 53 soon on February 11th. Sometimes whoa, look at this thing. Nice exit there for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, just Kelly's having trouble finding his rhythm, and he's such a rhythm type of surfer. Obviously, we see Alejo up and riding.
Alejo dropping in. This one wide open, incredibly deep. The wave spits, and Alejo getting sucked up into traction.
And back to what I was saying to Kelly, like, he's the type of guy that should be getting those waves, like those beautiful backdoor square barrels. Oh, just because I mentioned.
He heard you, and he's going to soul arch his way out of that pit.
Yeah, and then like he needs to find his rhythm, you know. Obviously, like he's out of rhythm. It's been over 20 minutes that he's been in the water, and he hasn't got anything of substance. And every time he seems to be catching a wave, better waves come behind, and that's what happened in that situation. Alejo got a beautiful backdoor wave, as square as it gets for that how tall that wave was. And Kelly kind of pulled the trigger a little early, but soon enough, he made himself a favor and rode a good wave.
You can see the backwash coming off that sandbank as they're both hitting the beach.
Come on, Kelly, give us a little run. We want to see you run, brother.
Ethan Ewing saves Kelly from the running shot as we see him get barreled on his backhand. So 2 on the right, and he has 2 scores to come in the non-priority heat with Alejo Muniz. There we go.
There you go. That's the attitude. That's what we want to see. He's a showman, and look at his age and stuff. I mean, age is not an issue for him. We all know that. But go, come on, go get it. You know, like that. We miss that. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants to get like a couple bumps now. If we go Rio, that's the kind of hit we want. So it's starting to get to go on, to turn back on, because there's a little moment off the last 20, 30 minutes, but now hopefully it turns on for these guys and they do a great show.
Oh, I love it. Rio YETI picking just a gem of a wave. I think the waves he's been choosing have really popped out to me. He knows he can make them. He's not taking unnecessary wipeouts. 6-3-3, 4-6-7. That was just a textbook backhand too for Rio YETI.
The only problem of that, Joe, not putting yourself in risk in a wave of consequence like this, it's going to keep you on the 5s and 6s. It's not going to get you to the 8s that you're hoping for or that you usually need against someone like Kelly. Not in the situation we have right now, obviously. Kelly hasn't got much. He got that backdoor, but this is a beautiful ride for Rio. And now he's in a solid lead with the 6-3-3 and this last wave to come. And he now needs to come on a very good wave to make a statement for himself and for the judges to get a big score.
Love how he framed up that pick, Jeremy.
How was that takeoff, huh? See, that was pretty wild. I mean, pretty interesting, you know, because yeah, that was technical. So I don't know, you might get a couple extra points for that takeoff, because yeah, the wave wasn't the same kind of wave that Jack and them got, but it's pretty sick.
Waiting for scores for Kelly. Let's catch up with Ian Govea with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Ian, you broke a board in that heat. Tell me how you broke the board.
I don't know what to say. That was an gnarly wipeout that I got. Then got one in the head and broken board. 8 minutes left. Leandro brought me a new one and pedal out. And luckily found 2 back doors that saved my life.
So you went from a 6-4 down to a 6-3, and then that last wave came in where you split the peak. Talk to me about being quiet behind your opponent.
Yeah, I know. I was just fighting against the ocean, I guess. So I was really focused on myself. And that first back door came like a really perfect peak, and I was able to listen to my idol Kelly screaming, "Wow, go!" There was a beautiful backdoor coming, Kelly in the channel, and I got that first one, and I run for my life at the beach, got the ski, and was able to find the second one, and so stoked to make this one.
All right, well, Kelly Slater's pulling into a nuts barrel. Wow, so fun to watch. The Masters out there at the moment, but for you in Portuguese, what's it like surfing huge pipeline?
Cara, isso é o que eu mais... A minha maior motivação esse ano que passou para entrar no WCT era para estar vivenciando isso aqui agora, estar competindo no Pipe Master num mar como esse. Nada melhor que isso. Isso é o maior sonho de todos, é isso aqui.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Good man, Waz. Thanks so much, Ian Govea. What a story. To get through that heat, backdoor, saving his life as he said it. Going through his backup board, working well with Leandro Dora to kick things off this year. And he will be surfing again later on today with the rookie, Al Cleland Jr. that just got past Jack Robinson. Some crazy matchups already in the next round. We've got a rematch of the final last year as early as the round of 16. John has Baron Mamiya later on today. As we're down to 4:30 on the clock, and Kelly's been turning things around, which kind of is interesting, Jesse, with your point about having your scores kind of a little bit dampered by the waves that you're selecting. When you have a guy like Kelly who can turn a heat around in less than a minute,
and
we'll see what happens in the next 4 minutes.
And not just the wave selection, because I guess the both waves that they had were kind of similar in scoring potential, but Kelly knows how to dramatize and make things more exciting than they should be. And he puts himself in more critical positions. Like the waves are pretty similar. The 607 from Rio to the 6.2 from Kelly. We're pretty similar in as far as scoring potential, but Kelly makes it happen. Like he has that X factor in these conditions. And it brings the risk higher. Like we mentioned, that backdoor wave, he airdropped it, make it very tricky and hard to ride. And it keeps the score a little higher than they should. And that's all props to him because he makes it happen.
Pretty special to see a guy that's almost 53 doing magic like this. We try to compare him to other great things in sports with longevity. I think recently in tennis, the record was broken. Gael Monfils won an ATP Tour event at 38. You know, Kelly's 52, still at the top level as we check this wave out again, Jeremy.
Yeah, look at he knows exactly where he's at right now. And the barrel kind of got tight at the end. He knew exactly that the wave was going to break, that was going to close out a little bit. He maximized the tube riding right there. He completely disappeared. If he didn't disappear completely, he wouldn't have got the score. So that's where the experience comes in, you know. So like Jesse said, he dramatized, and he knows exactly he needs a 5, he'll get a 6 on that wave. And not everyone can do that, because that wave, I don't think there was a 6 on that wave, but he created that 6, which is cool. Same as the right too, that backdoor wave. I mean, that wave wasn't great, but the takeoff was so technical, so he just made it happen. And that's where, in his type of condition, that's where he's still one of the very best in the world.
Really crazy to see his connection to Pipeline. Thinking about NBA basketball, you've got LeBron James, 4-time NBA champ, 40 years of age now, and Kelly's 52. George Blando is a kicker and a quarterback that played for the Bears and the Oakland Raiders till about 48. I mean, currently you're looking at Aaron Rodgers, Mercedes Lewis in the 40 club as the oldest in the NFL.
Wow.
Waves on the way, 2 minutes to go.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, Kelly, wow, look at this wave, man. Maximize the thing. Oh. He's kind of letting the door open right now because he's going to get a score, obviously, but not sure it's going to be that much higher of a score. So I think the door's still open for Rio. He's still going to get an opportunity here, and this hit is still on, man. It's game on still.
Wow, game on, Kelly. Looking at the time left in this heat. 6.2 on his wave previous. That's what he's trying to improve on. But yeah, that wedge kind of shoved him out of the pit really quickly. Feeling like his situation will remain the same. Rio with priority has a chance. The moment he'd dream of, to have Kelly at Pipeline, and hoping that a sets comes where he can maybe turn this one on the greatest of all time. Ewing, meanwhile, is improving. His last is 6.10. Opened with a 6 as he leads over Alejo Moniz.
This is going to be an interesting end. Let's see if there's going to be another opportunity for Rio, because just because we were saying he manufactures scores, that wave had more in the bone. Obviously, easy for me to say here, sitting on a chair, but he could have been a little bit deeper on that wave, and I'm sure he's going to be looking at back. Still a good score, still a massive score, actually.
Oh, wow.
Wait, it's coming in now. It's coming in at an 8-point ride. Let's see what happened here.
I better shut up now.
I mean, I'm in agreement with you, Jeremy. That was a beautiful wave, very as square as it gets for the size that we had, but he could have been deeper on that wave.
Yeah, well, you know, it's still great, great to see these guys battle. There's still gonna be an opportunity. 15 seconds. He might have to go here. Let's see if maybe he gets like a backdoor wave. Watch this. Oh my God, this could be pretty sick. Well, that was a cool wave, man. That was a cool backdoor. You know, let's see where it goes. It was like it wasn't a long barrel, but it was a thick section. So I guess I'm fired to be a judge, and I don't want to be a judge. And good luck to you guys.
But yes, we love it. We love the read, Jeremy and Jesse. An 8-point ride for Kelly. So that left Rio chasing at 8.5 on that last wave at backdoor. So he picked off a wave within the time frame, and judges will make their comparisons. to see if it's better than Kelly's 8. One more look here, Jesse.
Well, beautiful entry from him right there, just behind the backdoor section. Obviously, we're seen from a side angle from off the wall, and he still disappeared from that angle. It was a very deep barrel. He did as much as he could. I don't see that coming in 8.5, but hey, props to him. That was a well-surfed wave, and let's see what the judges think. We could be wrong again.
So, interesting one for Rio, just waiting for the outcome of this matchup. Had a good battle with Kelly. Scores in the 6 range, and then Kelly broke free of the 6 range with that 8-point ride. And I guess when you focus on degree of difficulty, Kelly had a real steep section, but didn't get tube for too long, where Rio might have gotten a little more barrel, but it might have looked a little bit easier to attain that tube on his forehand. Didn't have a ton of drama in it. And so he's left chasing that 8.5. Kelly providing some magic once again at pipe and backdoor. And for over 3 decades in the jersey. And with scores coming in for Rio in the 6 range, it won't be enough. And Kelly will be surfing into the round of 16 later on today. Always fun to talk shop and hang out with Jeremy Flores. We really appreciate your time. Always your energy and your passion for the sport of surfing. Thanks for hanging out with us.
My pleasure. Good to see you guys, and good luck for the rest of the event, and I hope the show goes on.
That's right. Enjoy, everybody. The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, continues. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
Check out that beautiful Lexus GX and look at the delicious food also in the Lexus house. Mochico chicken, yum. The Surf LX, 5 different body styles, 6th grade, premium, premium plus, luxury, luxury plus, overtrail, and the overtrail plus up to standard with 10 speakers and seating for 7. That's the Lexus GX, and you're at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Yet another heat in the water, brand new heat in this overlapping heat format. It's Griffin Colapinto up against the rookie out of Manly Beach, Australia, George Patar. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Flick Palmentier. It's a beautiful day. Having a good time. Excellent rides.
Hey, I'm having a great time. We waited for this day, and it's well and truly delivered. It's been an incredible day of surfing, and every heat just there's something exciting about every heat. And yeah, I'm glad we waited.
Yeah, we just saw Kelly Slater advance out of the round of 32, defeating Rio YETI, and Griffin Colapinto and George Patar have opened the water and opening the conversation to these two. Griffin with back-to-back number 3 in the world. The San Clemente surfer would be the favorite in this heat, and this is going to be kind of a scouting heat for George Patar and see what he has in this matchup. George is 23 years old, the rookie out of Manly, Australia. Grew up on the island of Vanuatu. Of course, we talk about Griffin Colapinto. He's got a history here. There's George Patar. And really known for his angular face surfing, George. So we're going to see how his skill set of tube riding applies here at Pipe.
Yeah, I think I've got to echo all of that, that what you just said, Kipes. What I will say, though, is Griff and George have actually already had a heat together in the CT format last year in Margaret River.
Yeah.
And it was super exciting. And
it was George.
George got the win. So this is a rematch, but very different conditions.
Speaking of a win, his centennial win here at Pipeline, 100th heat win for the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Let's hear from the GOAT.
Showing up and showing out exactly when Pipeline shows up and shows out for you. Kelly, what does it feel like for you to be out at Pipe on a day like today?
Well, I didn't really go out there wanting to compete. I just saw there was a lot of good waves. I just wanted to try to maximize the quality of waves. That's the real star on a day like this. You just got to kind of get in the way in the right way. Jack had the heat before me with a 10 and he lost. I needed an 8 for more than half the heat just to kind of get back in it. I didn't get a good start. And to be honest, I could have hassled for that first wave that Rio got, but I thought in the end it probably wouldn't I don't know. You got to be in the moment. But I was thinking, there's going to be better waves than that out here. I don't want to hassle for the first thing, so I'll sit with priority. And then my first wave didn't really pay off, and I was sort of on the bad side of priority for a couple. And Alejo got a really good one. When if I had waited, I would have got that wave. But it's just the way it goes, you know. But there's incredible waves. I mean, Ethan's on a perfect one right now. There's a lot of good waves. The whole day is going to be really exciting, so I'm glad I'm still in.
You may not have wanted to compete and instead just sort of worked with the ocean. You've done it a lot of times out here. Your 100th heat win here at Pipeline. What is your reaction to that statistic?
That made me tired. I was just thinking, like, how much mental focus does that take for 30 years, you know? But, no, that's great. Thanks.
Congratulations, Kelly. See you in the next one.
Thanks a lot. All right.
Yeah, the numbers for Kelly Slater are astounding, especially when we look at a place like Pipeline and his success here. Youngest world champ, oldest world champs, done everything in between, Kelly Slater, and he's still one to be reckoned with anytime the waves are hollow and barreling. Meanwhile, during that interview, we saw Ethan Ewing pick off another gem. Ethan Ewing currently in the lead over Alejo Muniz with a 6.1, a 6-point ride. He may have bettered that on his last effort for Ewing. Let's take a look at it, Flick.
Yeah, so Ethan here, backdoor wave, stalls here for the pocket, and just trying to get as deep as possible. It was quite a short barrel, and he did the best he could. You could see here on the takeoff, you can see he stalls a little bit, snaps it there, really trying to maximize that tube time. So, sort of a smaller, shorter barrel, a little bit more punchy, but we'll see where that score goes.
After review and replay, we've decided it is not one of his top two, actually. Actually, we didn't decide. The judges did that, but we'll concur. 5.33 because of, it didn't come from behind it. Got that little snap stall, which is all good, but he'll remain in the lead, Ethan Ewing. Yeah. Let's listen in.
Perfect. Thank you. Kelly, could you get a step out 2 feet for me, please? Thank you. All right, so these are the days that you live for, right? Is this the motivation to come back this many years to keep competing for days like this?
Yeah, days like this are what we live for out at Pipeline. This is kind of what makes or breaks a day at Pipeline is something like this. It just sends it to another realm. It's actually hard to calm down for a heat. I don't know if I was nervous or anxious or what, but I was just like, I couldn't calm my heartbeat down out there because I was just so excited. And I actually wore a spring suit so I was probably a little bit warm. I didn't really need a spring, but I just had this thought this morning, new swell, and it gets kind of bouncy, and if you hit your head on the reef, you want to float a little if your leash breaks,
It is a beautiful day.
I just wore the wetsuit for that, but it actually kind of held me back. Trunks this afternoon for sure.
And as beautiful as it looks, it's also pretty treacherous out there.
All right, well, catching up with Kelly Slater, that's one of our producers, Shannon Waller. Hey, pretty good interviewing by Shannon Waller, our producer. Maybe we can get him against the glass at some point on the broadcast. He's one of the numerous people that work behind the scenes to make all this happen for you. You're going to catch up all of that show that they're recording right now. Inside Pro Surfing, you can check that out. When it's completed, it'll be happening all year long. WorldSurfLeague.com. You get the condensed version, you get the highlights, you get some insight, you get some great interviews. It's a great show.
Takeaway, Kelly is still getting nervous out there. High heart rate, that's what we took away. Trying to calm the nerves.
I think he's.
Do you think?
I think he's playing.
You reckon
right now. I think he's cool as a cucumber. Other than he's a little warm because he wore the spring suit, as he said. But actually, like mentally, I feel he's very chill.
So you think, knowing he has a heat coming up potentially?
Oh,
Playing it cool.
Never show the cards, Slater. Let's go. Here we go. Colapinto in a pipe barrel, and Griff with a nice start in the non-priority heat up against George Pataw. Griffin Colapinto on the paddle back out. We talked about him. San Clemente, California, 26 years old. Third place in 2019 here at Pipeline. He split the peak with Alejo Muniz. With Alejo. Correct myself for no reason. That is Alejo Muniz that went right and incomplete, I believe. Still chasing to try to get out a combo. Yeah, take a look. Let's see if he made it. Flip.
Yeah, so this one's stretching out across that reef. You can just see he's just trying so hard to get as much speed as possible, but that one stretches out well and truly without him. And then on the pipe side, Griff, nice little nuggety barrel. Finishes off with a couple of little carve. But, I mean, smaller wave for Griff at Pipe, but nice to get one on the board in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, take a look at our Pacifico fan picks where we asked you at WorldSurfLeague.com, who do you think is going to win the heat? And 88% of you, the majority, said Griffin Colapinto. And that's probably because the majority of you are just getting to learn about George Pitar, but Griff with a big favor when it comes to the Pacifico fan picks.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for the last couple of years, third in the world twice. I mean, it goes without saying, and all the experience that he's had at Pipe here over the years. So I'm not exactly sure of the amount of experience that George has on this reef. I know that he's had experience matching up on the CT against Griff.
Yep. Griff's surfed 7 events here at Pipe. Average heat score of 8.27. But what's impressive is that he's surfed 15 heats, Griffin Colapinto. He's won 8 of those 15 heats, so he's above the 50% mark at 53% heat winning percentage here at Pipeline. So those are actually good numbers for Griffin Colapinto compared to when you look at the whole field.
Yeah, they're great numbers. And
it's not Kelly Slater numbers, but they're great numbers.
They're great numbers. I mean, you'll take that for sure. And as we see some lines sort of rolling in out the back here, maybe stretching down a little bit towards off the wall.
Let's see CT by the numbers and our combo heat wins in 2024. Griffin made the list there with 3 heat wins where he comboed his opponent. On top of the list, John Florence with 5 for Gabe Medina, 3 for Yago, Griffin, and Baron Mamiya. Counting head-to-head heat zone.
That's a stat you really would like to be at the top of, wouldn't you? I mean, I saw the other one the other day that came up. It was CT heat by the numbers, combo heat losses.
Yeah, that's the one you don't want to be on.
That's the one you don't want to be winning.
At all. So Ewing in the driver's seat. He's got the lead over Alejo Muniz. He has priority heat control to North Stradbroke's Ethan Ewing. Taking a look at the entirety of the year, you're going to have to put Ethan as, barring any kind of injury throughout the year, as one of your favorites for a Final 5 position and potential world title.
Definitely. I think we've been talking about it for a while. He's a surfer that has range, and probably, in my opinion, some of the best rail game on tour, the best transitions between maneuvers, seamless surfing. You look at the whole tour schedule coming up, and you can just sort of see where he fits in every location. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in that Final 5 situation again. You see a set here.
And priority with Ewing. Doesn't even look at that one. Everyone takes a peek at it, but pretty straight there. The conditions, though, have been cleaning up. The sand's been moving. The swell has been moving into a more favorable angle for the wave. We've seen excellent scores today. We've seen a perfect 10. Good stuff.
That heat was absolutely incredible. I think we got to call the start of that heat, and what impressed me about that heat was, Al came out of the gates with that 9.5, and I think I said to you, watch, like, this sort of is what Jack thrives on. He thrives on that energy, and he was able to turn around and get that 10, but unfortunately just couldn't get the win.
Scratching. Alejo, backdoor stalls. Very careful for a completion there to get out of the combo. Alejo Muniz. Likely, well, maybe we'll see what the judges come through to see if that gets him out of the combo.
I think that wave right now is pretty crucial, right? As we see Ethan.
Ethan pumps off the bottom in the cylinder, cruising through there, makes it look easy. Ethan Ewing just kicks out with a ton of momentum, looking to improve upon a 6-point ride. Semi-paddle battle, but Alejo should regain priority after this paddle back out. We'll see.
Yeah, that last wave of Alejo's was super crucial right now. I mean, with only 4.5 in the clock, he sort of needed to make it, sort of a bite at sort of nailing down this combination situation. And so he's made it out of this one wave. He's got a bit of confidence there, and hopefully he's going to break this combination. And let's have a look here. So this is Alejo, and you can see here just really measured approach, really calculated, really just wanting to stick that. You can see that. And then if you switch to Ethan, there's a casualness to it. There's an effortless. And for me, that's the stark contrast right now. It just really looks effortless. It doesn't look like he's hanging on for dear life. It looks easy. And that's something you take into account if you're a judge and you're looking at these two waves and, scoring them back to back.
Coming out of this, we could report to you that Alejo Muniz, his last wave, a 4-point ride, he did break himself out of the combo, now needs an 8.1. Still waiting for last score for Ethan Ewing and how that affects the situation. They have 3.5 minutes in the priority heat. Let's listen in to Kanoa and Jake the Snake Patterson.
I believe there's that one section where it's going like left shorter, but there's this one that kind of draw like runs more.
You know when you see the big sets like out back? Yeah. All going left. Yeah. And then when it smooths out and things, that's when the right's fucking...
Yeah, Jake Patterson also coaching Ethan Ewing as well. So the little pre-heat strategy. Kanoa Igarashi coming up in the next heat against Liam O'Brien. Sneaky good here at Pipeline. When we go through all of his finishes, we'll get that in his heat, but he is actually not a guy that you think of as a pipe surfer, but he has had a lot of success out here at Kanoa Igarashi. What'd you see, Flick?
I saw a whale.
Oh.
A little bit of whale action on the horizon.
Yeah. Mahina Olelo Hawaii, the kohola. Your word? The whale, kohola.
There has been so much whale action. Is it the humpback whale at this time?
Yeah, humpbacks.
See it from my balcony, actually. It's quite good.
Got a nice balcony. Yeah. And whales don't, I always call them the jumping whales, and then someone corrected me. They then, with their scientific mind, which is fine, I take all the input I can get. It's breaches.
Yes.
A whale breaches, it doesn't jump. There's the whales right there.
Stunning.
Part of their migration from the cold waters up there in the Aleutians and Alaska come here in the wintertime when it gets really cold up there so they can give birth, and in the warmer waters of Hawaii, then they take their calves and make that migration all the way back up to the cold waters of the North Pacific, feeding on krill and bulking up for that same journey they're going to make next year.
It's one of the great things about Hawaii. You know, you go surfing, you never know what you're going to see. See a lot of turtles, lots of fish.
Turtles, fish. We have some seals sometimes, and spotted eagle rays. Manta rays on the Big Island are really nice. A bigger version of the spotted eagle ray. They're actually filter feeders, just like the humpback whales. It's National Geographic right now.
Thanks, David Attenborough.
Sorry, Faye.
No, it's really good.
And back to the surfing. Ian Ewing with a 7.17, and he has raised the bar for Alejo Muniz, who did win that paddle back out. Does have priority, needs 9.27. Unfortunately, he just has a minute non-priority, and that's George Pitar. And George in and out. So that's a nice start for George Pitar.
That was a bit of an ugly looking wave, and he read that really well. You could see there was a bit of lump and bump that he had to deal with. I'm really impressed with what I just saw there from the rookie, George. Can't wait to have a little bit more of a look at that. He ended up positioning himself quite deep on that wave too.
But that was the scouting report we were looking for, right? Like, what can George, we know what he can do on the face, what can he do in the barrel? And that was a well-negotiated tube ride on the backhand with some challenging sections. It wasn't as easy and straightforward as Griffin's opener for the 4.33, so it could be interesting to see where that number comes in for George Pitar. Meanwhile, just 10 seconds left for Alejo Muniz up against Griffin Colapinto. And I think this is going to be the end of Alejo's run here at Pipeline. Horn sounds, and it is official. It's going to be Ethan Ewing on to the round of 16. Alejo Muniz out of competition. Let's froth it up, foam it up. It's a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with more action. Kanoa Igarashi, Liam O'Brien will be in the water. Ethan Ewing in the barrel. Oh, look at the Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay. Leave the keys with the valet. We're styling up there. Griffin Colapinto, Cole Hauschman, Flossie in their Lexus LX. That's the Lexus GX there, the Lexus line of automobiles. And thank you for the support here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI Kaipagura, along with Flick Palmentier. New heat in the water. Kanoa Igarashi, Liam O'Brien, winner, moves into the round of 16. They're in the non-priority heat. Priority heat with George Pitar and Griffin Colapinto, who we know has a really nice ride here on the North Shore.
Does he ever? I heard all the commentators get one too.
I was not on that message. Does that mean
You
something?
must have been left out.
Does
I
that
hope we all
mean-
get one.
Does that
The
mean
GX.
something?
The GX.
Oh my goodness. I would love to. I test drove one last year. It was incredible. Some of those Lexus GXs, I'm going to tell you right now, the premium grade one has a seat massager built into the automobile.
You're kidding me.
Not kidding you.
How
Real stuff,
luxury.
Lexus. Here we go. Colapinto pulls in late there, and that would be a miracle if he came out of that. Just got under the hood. Griffin Colapinto in the priority heat. And meanwhile, we went to the break. George Pitar checked in with a 7-point ride. This is Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Hills, Australia. O'Brien threading through, and just the board made it out, but no Liam.
They had quite a bit of travel time there. He must have gotten potentially pretty close to coming out of that one.
Yeah, it looks like he made it way down the line. There we go with Liam O'Brien, 25 years old, 4th CT year. And O'Brien's on one of those lists of pipeline casualties. Before his rookie season, George Pitar. Before his rookie season, he actually broke his leg out here, sidelining him on that first year for the championship tour. And then since then, he's had to come back to the Challenger Series and establish his spot on the championship tour. I'm talking about Liam O'Brien. We're looking at George Pitar there. Let's take a look at a replay right now of George Pitar. Another look here, flick of the 7.
We were really interested to see where this score went. I mean, this was no easy wave to read. He got travel time. He was super deep. There was so much lump and bump. And I think that was super justified. I mean, you look at how many wobbles and rivets in the face of that wave there were. He had to actually adjust his line as well to come out. I think that score's bang on, and that's going to do big things to George's confidence as we see Kanoa.
Gets a big pump into back door. Kanoa Igarashi comes out, finds the exit. And nice start for Kanoa Igarashi. 27-year-old representing Japan. 9th year on the championship tour, and this was poetry.
Yeah, one of those ones that sort of hits that more inside ledge, runs off down the line, couple little speed pumps to get through that section. And nice little hair flick there as it kicks out. But it's a good way to start off your heat in the non-priority, you know. You're getting a score on the board and potentially a backup wave.
Yeah, Kanoa made the final here in 2016 up against Michel Borez, had a runner-up finish there. 2017, he made the semifinals here at Pipe and also has made the quarterfinals in both 2021 and 2022. So he's had some great finishes here. You can see the best result here looking back to 2017 at Pipeline in that final with Michel Borez.
And when you've had so much success, obviously you're making it further and further into the draw, right? Which means more time in the jersey, in uncrowded waves at Pipe, and more time to figure it out, and just so much more experience. And you could really see that on that last wave, just being able to navigate your way on this reef.
Yeah, great point. Kanoa's actually surfed, this is his 29th heat surf at Pipeline. Let's hear from Double E, Ethan Ewing. He just won his last heat.
He won his last heat, and Kaipa, we were just reminiscing on the last time you feel like you were able to compete in conditions like this at Pipeline. 2022, these conditions, describe them for those of us who are not out there.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare. Whenever this place is good, it's usually got a lot of people, so it's challenging to get good practice in. And yeah, I just try and make the most of those times when you just got 3 other people out. It's pretty surreal.
And today you certainly did that, making the most of the waves that you were able to get. How did you identify what you wanted to pick out during your heat?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a quick start. I knew Kelly and Rio hadn't had too much, so I knew it was going to be pretty hard because I was kind of scrapping around too. But yeah, found a few and was just trying to look for the clean water, and yeah, didn't get huge scores, but just had a lot of fun out there.
And we've seen a lot of water moving, a lot of chances where you have to, come in, go around, get back out. How do you get ready for surfing another heat later today?
Yeah, I'll just try and go back and switch off for a little bit, and then come back down. And I mean, it's hard to. Oh my God!
Can't take our eyes away from the ocean.
Wow.
He almost had it.
Oh. Yeah, it's you get down here, it's so exciting to watch. So yeah, I'm sure I'll have good energy into the next one.
Congratulations, Ethan. See you then.
Thanks.
Well done.
Wow. Wow. Griffin Colapinto falling from the sky into a backdoor cavern. almost comes out and looked like he took the entirety of that lip on the head.
Oh, that was really, really heavy. I mean, deep breaths right now for Griff, because that section was just, there had some serious thickness to it. And he did well. I mean, the drop, the size of the wave, and he was so close. I mean, let's have a closer look here. So, late drop, up underneath, so deep, so incredibly deep. And then, wow, it literally broke straight on top of his head. And just the lateness of this.
This is beautiful, this beautiful tube riding, and then also to avoid injury right here, that's a lot, that's a huge impact right there.
The weight of that and the energy and the power, that doesn't tickle.
Real white, look at, let's hear the reaction. Yeah, we felt it too. Well, glassers over at Lost Mayhem, whoever glassed that board, good job. I want to know what glass factory that came out of in San Clemente, because that was a sturdy glass job to survive that lip square on the board.
Oh man, that was just so crazy. And then behind him was Liam, right? I think as well. Yeah. I mean, wow, both those waves, that set, I mean, just had so much grunt to it. And Griff right now, I mean, that he's looking fine, but I mean, to get your composure after a wipeout like that and get your head back in the game, that does not tickle, getting a lip like that.
Oh, normal human being surfers would be on the couch for a week after that.
It's like serious whiplash, right?
Oh.
They're the ones where you wake up tomorrow and you're like, oh, I can't move my neck towards the left.
Yeah, that was pretty heavy. Good thing he has the grid people over at Red Bull. They have a nice crew of physios. As we see George Pitar, he did get that pump in, and you saw how that tube did fill up with water, and so did not allow him to make the forward progress. Griffin Colapinto straight back out there, this time Pipeline, slides in, grabs, whoa, getting loose right there, and manages to make that barrel, and still a little bit loose, so something did change on that board, I think, you know, because I saw him, okay, here we go, Igarashi, Pipeline, spit, no problem for Kanoa. Second section, the bonus, and the chop there in the sandbar. Wow, we are seeing professional surfers really earn their pay today.
Are we ever? Wow, I mean, I think to go back to Griff's wave, it definitely did look like when on that takeoff,
something was up.
It looked a bit loose, it looked a bit fins free, something was sliding around. I don't know if that's because he got a little bit bucked off on the takeoff and maybe just didn't have the right footing that he wanted. But yeah, maybe there potentially was something wrong with fin box, maybe something like that. It just didn't look quite.
This is, of course, there's all speculation from the set, but it did look like maybe a fin issue.
Yes.
Could have just been the wave, and could have been just, you know, if you're too high up on your board, you do get that fin that can drift behind you.
Yeah.
But for me, not really, because Griffin's usually very... Here, we can take another look.
So let's see. Grabs that rail. It looked like one of his back foot's not correct, I don't think. I don't think he had the correct footing that he wanted. So that's sort of justifying that.
Even that chatter, though.
Let's look from this angle. Oh, see, his hand, he actually had to let go of the rail and then regain the rail, and that wasn't intentional. That was just because how late that drop was. So I'm just going to pinpoint that with sort of just a little bit of lump and bump there that he didn't really account for, and he did so good to regat in there and actually get that little bonus section at the end. It speaks to the strength, the core power, and then as we see Kanoa behind him, and I mean, nice little pocket ride. But this bonus section here, this was really beautifully done, but just gets detonated. And we've seen 3 of those in the last sort of 3 minutes. Just that lip just landing on the surfer's head.
Yeah. Yeah, and looking at boards, interesting, maybe we can get a better shot or do a little bit of research on Kanoa Igarashi. You know, he's been riding sharp eyes for a long time. Recently, he's been spotted on some JS surfboards here on the North Shore.
Yeah, I did hear that. So it'd be interesting to see a little bit of a reconnaissance mission on the beach to see what he might have.
Oh, so actually I'm getting news right now. Kanoa actually going to a local shaper and a wise decision, riding an Eric Arakawa board here at Pipe. So one of those RPs from Eric. Backdoor, Griffin, this is a big one. It's a huge barrel running section, and it ran right down the line. And it looked like there may have been an opening, but not the case. Here we go. Liam O'Brien finds a pipe wave. O'Brien easily threads through that to pick up his most meaningful score upcoming for Liam O'Brien in the non-priority heat. Griffin Colapinto really putting in a lot of work here and surviving a lot of meetings.
Hey, he is putting his body on the line right now. He is leaving nothing on the table. And to have two sort of wipeouts like that within 5 minutes, let me tell you right now, that is not easy. He's going to be gassed. He's going to be, as we see him right now in all that turbulent water, doing this paddle around. But, I mean, that will make you work. It makes you work for it. It's hard work right now. And the hard thing is, and the thing to remember, when you have a wipeout like that, sure, it looks like they're only under for what, max maybe 10 seconds. But what you got to remember is that it's with a super high heart rate. They're working so hard before that even happens, so it's already intensified. What is a 10-second wipeout feels probably 3 times more, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I mean, it's such hard work, and I mean, obviously they're the best in the world, but yeah, this is exactly what you said, guys. They're earning their money today.
Yeah, and really showing, you know, how even the cross-training comes into play with the athleticism to get back up there, you know, not be gassed and get back out into the lineup and go for it again.
For sure. I think, oh, wow, look at that one. Just mind surf that. Beautiful wave.
The dragon just spin all over the Pacific. But we do have the situation for Griffin Colapinto. He's still trailing. And like George Patar, there would have been some magnificent, excellent rides had he made it. But honestly, when we look at the math, Griffin Colapinto, he needs a 6.85 right now. George Patar with heat control, Patar with the lead and priority right now.
It's kind of crazy, right? Like sliding doors moments in this heat. If Griff potentially would have made it out of either of those last two waves, I mean, he's on his way to an absolute excellent score, if not one of the top scores of the day. But all it takes is, you know, a couple of seconds too late or not being able to push through, and it's a different story. And right now, George has got him on the red. So let's have a look at this last one. I mean, this thing was big, deep. It was thick. I mean, it just stretched out on the reef, and there wasn't an exit. And behind him, Liam. I mean, Liam did so well there. I mean, he was positioned super deep, and he knew that on this takeoff. So you can see he gets his pump in right there. One big body adjustment while his hand's still on that rail allows him to really propel forward. Oh, my goodness.
That was a trip from the roof for George Patar. So not a smart exercise of priority and opening the door a bit for Griffin Colapinto. So the rookie kind of threw away his heat control there, took that wave with priority. I don't know what he saw in it. Let's take a look at it again.
Yeah, let's have a look. Just a bit late there. You know what? Let's see if this thing actually peels off, but just had to go to that sort of pin drop. I mean, that thing was very open. You got to think if he got in a bit earlier, could have set that rail. Wow, I mean, George is a tall guy too, and you know, when you see his body fully extended, that's a big wave.
It's a big wave, and probably given that he was late on that and it bottomed out, a smart decision just to kick the board away and get, you know, penetrate, get through that water and get back out there. So he's already back out. He did hand over priority to Griffin Colapinto, George Patar. Colapinto with 4 minutes to rustle up 6.85 and earn his way into the next round.
Right now is where you sort of ask the question, is Griff going to make, you know, George pay for that? Because with so much experience, right, you've got to be thinking, oh no, did I just make a mistake as a rookie here and hand that priority to Griff? However, you know, I go back to earlier today, Al and Jack Robbo, and Jack Robbo went down with a 10 in his pocket, and you know, in the dying seconds was only searching for, I think it was about a 3, and he just couldn't find it. So on a day like today, it's a difficult decision.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here.
It's really going to matter how this next series of waves hits the reef, and if it's going to give an opportunity now for Griffin Colapinto. And also, one of the 4 Ps of surfing, he's got to position himself and pick a good wave before he paddles. He needs to perform to a 4-point ride. Liam O'Brien. And I'll correct myself. Actually, Griffin, again, needs a 6.85. Sets through here, repositioning on the outside. Under 3 minutes. And an important 3 minutes for Griffin Colapinto. Let's go down to the street beach with Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, well, just a quick update. George Pitar came in. He was on a 6.6, and then he switched out for what his backup board was a 6.4. So that might have loaned into him not getting underneath that one in time and having to kick it out and take that big donut where he just got pounded. But right now, he's got a couple of minutes, and Griffin's looking for that one magic wave.
Here we go. Backdoor and in and out under priority.
Oh.
George Pitar.
Just getting absolutely detonated there. There's just so much water moving. I can't emphasize that enough, just how much power this ocean has today. And we saw it all last night. Those buoy readings were really big, and that swell's still really stomping through.
Let me back tag that also from the intel on the beach. George Pitar trading his boards. George Pitar riding Channel Islands surfboard, so he's part of the Channel Islands crew. Pulling up, pulling in. Kanoa Igarashi looking for the exit. It spits. Yes, he does. Way down the line. Kanoa again in control, making it look easy, very smooth, and he will gain upon Liam O'Brien and build his lead upon Liam with that last effort.
Yeah, that was so well done. Really nicely done. And I mean, he's going to have sort of two semi-meaningful scores in this non-priority heat. So hats off to Kanoa for getting busy.
Got the work done early, right? And when you get the work done early, it's not a guarantee, but it does liking your percentage of coming out of this heat right now for Kanoa to get two basically keepers in the first 20 minutes. Looking good for Kanoa, but we've seen all kinds of upsets and strange things happen today and throughout the world of surfing, period. Right now, we're looking for George Pitar. We're still waiting for his last score for that wave at backdoor. And I'm trying to recall that wave. Was that going to... I mean, if the judges are taking a while to give us a number, that's going to be a make, right? I mean, if they deemed it as a non-make, I feel like we would have George's score already. We're still waiting for the number for George Pitar. So, interesting times right now. We're down to 35 seconds. Griffin Colapinto up.
I feel like it's one of those ones that's right on the line. I feel like that's why they're going over. When I watched it back, I was like, ooh, is it or was it not? I think
anything over 4.17, he's increased his lead. And it may be a non-issue just because Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. Down to 10 seconds. Wave coming through. Griffin on the paddle. And this one's going to come right down to the wire. 3 seconds left. 2 seconds. 1. His hands need to leave the rail. They're not going to happen. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name. George Pitar.
Wow. That's 2 from 2 now for George Pitar.
There you go. George Pitar onto the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto eliminated from competition. You're going to call that an upset? Got more action on the way. Stick around. Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, continues after this. George Pitar is a rookie, making it happen.
And I think for every surfer, at some point when they're paddling out there, they're looking at that wave and going, wow, is that wave possible to ride? Can I ride that wave or not? Of course, these guys have such a high level of skill that comes with a very high level of confidence as well. But at the pipeline, it's the pipeline. You know, pipeline's scary. No matter how much time you spend out there and how good a surfer you are, you know, at some point you're going to feel intimidated. And if the surf's big, that intimidation factor goes up.
Love the words from Mr. Pipeline, Jerry Lopez. One of the greatest surfers, in my book, of all time. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Flick Palmentier. And this is Kanoa Igarashi in a backdoor barrel running through here. Igarashi has been just having fun, looking smooth. He's already got a 617 and a 667 in the non-priority part of his heat. This is the priority part of his heat. And Kanoa Flick continues to perform and build upon his scores.
Yeah, talk about creating momentum and just running with that. And the confidence that comes with that. Now he's in the driver's seat. He can basically, it just looks like he's obviously building on those scores, but the confidence that comes with that, and now in the priority heat, being able to be like, okay, I've already banked 2 6s. Let's see where this last score goes. Basically, I'm not going to probably be taking off unless I'm blocking Liam from a really great wave or a wave that's going to be more than that. He's really set himself up in a really good position.
Yep, waiting for the Red Bull jet ski. Take a look at the beach here, and as it's ever evolving, and a new heat in the water. That's Connor O'Leary, who's going to be coming up against Leo Fioravanti in the non-priority heat. Both surfers are in the water, and they have under 36 minutes on their clock. No waves ridden between those two. That's a great clash. Goofy versus regular in that heat. We're all the way up to heat 15, actually, so plowing through here.
Yeah, we are. Big day.
Overlapping heats to just catch up.
Oh, wow.
Big peak here. Zzz. Soaring into this one, it is Liam O'Brien, and Liam masterfully wants to keep his name in the game against Kanoa Igarashi, and it's doing just that. Or Igarashi, last wave, a 7.67. Liam O'Brien, a 7.17 will give him the lead. So very tight heat right now between these two.
Yeah, really tight. And I mean, it's just that last wave of Liam's, I can't wait to break that one down a bit more, because that thing had the potential to be, it's hard, right, when it's one of those big sets coming in, trying to position so that you're the deepest you can possibly be. Let's have a look here. I mean, he was so deep here, but the thing has so much power that it's all about trying to slow down as much as possible. But from this angle, it's
everybody gets barreled from that angle.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from this angle. This is a bit better. Here we go. So you can see that he's just doing everything he can do to try and slow down. The hip, the butt, the arm, everything. But with a wave, when a wave comes through, it's that big, it's got so much more power, and it will just project you forward, right? So you can see Liam's trying to do everything. If he was deeper, obviously this thing's going to be a really major score. Here we go. So this is what the judges see. So right here, see Liam trying to slow down, and just there. So we're talking about the last third of that barrel. Did he really fully get covered? The drop was insane, though. The size of the wave, great. But there's that length of tube where his board was fully covered. Maybe not as long as what you'd want for, an excellent score.
So we are still waiting for the score from Liam O'Brien. O'Brien on Darren Handley designs, DHDs. And still waiting. So the judges taking a couple of looks at the replay as we fly over a beautiful day that we've waited for. About a week we've waited for all of this to come through, and take another look at Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa's last wave, I mean, this thing was good. And he had such a good read on it. I mean, the double arm drag there at the end to just extend that barrel time.
Yeah. So that was a 7.67 for Kanoa. Live action, we're cutting to straightening out Leo Fioravanti on his first wave in the non-priority heat.
Wow, he's been on it for a while there.
Let's watch him.
There
he just popped up. It's always a moment right there, and Leo Fioravanti on the paddle back out. 27 years old, 7th year on the CT, second at Pipe in 2023 in a final with Jack Robinson. And another one that when we talk about injuries here at Pipeline amongst pro surfers, actually broke his back out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is his opening wave here. So Leo looking very comfortable, just trying to maximize that tube time. Similar sort of thing to Liam, really trying to maximize it. Just that little bit further out in front of that barrel, and but a nice way, non-priority heat. Get one on the board.
Get going, yeah.
Get the confidence up.
And we're still waiting for that Liam O'Brien number to come through to set that heat, the priority heat. So while we're waiting for that number, let's check in with a rookie, an exciting rookie, George Patar, onto the round of 16.
Exciting indeed, Kaipo. George, how would you describe what it felt like to surf in that last heat?
Tiring. I'm rooted. I was like, I snapped my board on one of them, and then did like a full run around, and then just paddling around, getting smoked, and then
I don't know, I was lucky to get a couple in between the beatings, but yeah, it was definitely a bit more of a welcoming to pipe than my first heat, so it was fun, yeah.
And you're now 2-0 against Griffin Colapinto in these man-to-man heats dating back to last year. How big of a moment is it for you as a rookie to get that kind of win at Pipe?
Yeah, Griff, I've watched him for a long time now, and I look up to the way he surfs so much. He's incredible, and yeah, I don't know. I've had that one heat at Margie's with him where I felt like I just had a little bit more of the rhythm that time, and then out there I felt like we were trading a little bit. I'm pretty sure he like almost got like a 10 or whatever. I just heard the crowd cheering, so I swear it's just about inches out there. Like I'm millimeters away from falling off on mine, and he's millimeters away from his, and I don't know, I was just lucky to get it over him then, and yeah, it means a lot to me, you know. I've watched these guys my whole life. I'm growing up watching on this big stage and dreaming of being here, and matched up in a two-man heat against Griff at Pipe was a pretty special experience.
And it's not over yet. How do you get ready for the next round?
I'm going to drink some water and eat some food and just go chill out. I don't know. It's weird thinking I'm going to be back out there again. I feel like I could sleep for 3 days, but I don't know. I'm just so frothed to still be in the contest, and yeah, to have one of those heats out there was a pretty special experience for me. It's something I've pictured for a long time now, so it's pretty sick.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you very much.
George Patar, just visualizing as every rookie would, or any surfer who's trying to qualify for the championship tour, of his performance at Pipeline. He comes out with a win, and George actually has a really good radio voice.
Huh. He does. He speaks so well too. Like super mature for his age, right? He's still so young.
23, yeah.
But speaks really well and super grateful, obviously, and really cool to hear. You know, I've dreamt of this moment my whole life, to be matched up against someone like Griff, and obviously a lot of respect there for his competitors.
Meanwhile, in the priority, we were waiting for that score for Liam O'Brien. Liam needed a 7.18 heartbreak for O'Brien. He got a 7.13, so just under the mark. Liam O'Brien in his challenge up against Kanoe Igarashi, still searching for a 7.18. Connor O'Leary, Pipeline, smooth operator, in and out, no problem for Connor.
Yeah, well, that was really well done. I mean, taking off on that, it was a real big TP, and I was thinking, okay, how deep is he going to get here? But I mean, Condog did a great job at just that double arm drag and really maximising that tube time. So similar to Leo, nice score on the board, on priority heat.
Comes a wave, and Liam O'Brien looking back door this time, gets a pump in behind the curtain through that whitewater section. Difficult to find an exit, does so. That looked like a technical barrel ride to get through, not very long. We'll see if that's that 7.18 that he requires. I want your thoughts, Blake.
Look, I don't think so. I think that's just making some feeling and some reaction to it. I'd have to watch it again for sure, but it just didn't have, they just felt it. Here we go, let's have a look. So, takes off, bigger wave to start here. Actually, you know what, he gets a couple of pumps, but just that, the way that end section became frothy, the way it filled up with water, the way it wasn't open, I'm saying no. And here we go, this is Connor. So, Connor doing a good job to like maximise that tube time. Like I said, real A-framey TP wave, that one. But nice for him to get a score on the board. You can see how far his feet up are on the board there. Really propelling forward, making sure he makes it out of that one.
Yeah, and Connor probably feeling pretty confident. Last year, he surfed his way to the semifinals here at Pipe. Losing out to Baron Mamiya was one of his highlights of his career with that semifinal finish. He's been on the tour for a while, 7th year on the championship tour, the 31-year-old of Cronulla. Like I said, semifinals last year in 2024, and also a family on the way for Connor O'Leary. His wife Stephanie is expecting, who also rips, by the way.
She does. Steph, long time on the QS. Grew up surfing with her, little ripper.
Yeah. It's great surfing. Another great surfing family.
Yeah.
Brewing right now. So we're still waiting for the number for Connor O'Leary and for Liam O'Brien. Liam's not going to turn the heat with his last one, so waiting for the first score for Connor O'Leary to see how that poises in the non-priority heat. Hey, you like what you're wearing? You like what you're seeing around? You want to memorialize? Or you got you have a birthday or a surf fan in the family? Go to WSLstore.com, And all the season's jerseys, our new tech jerseys, posters, and all the Pipe Pro merch, which is a collaboration between Wisla and Florence. Get it all at the WSLstore.com. The hat's exceptional. I think the hats might have almost been sold out right now. You want to check out there? Yeah, they have Eva birds on the rim, and there's a sport mode feature in the Pipe Pro hats.
What's sport mode?
You got a chin strap, so it's an elastic on top of the brim right there, and then you can pull it the way, and on a windy day, or if you're kite foiling maybe, you can just put it in sport mode.
Full drive.
How beautiful is this? Oh boy, it's February in Hawaii.
Corduroy lines to the horizon. Stunning.
Blue-green water, coconut palms on the shoreline. This is what we've been waiting for. After fighting the wind and hibernating for a bit.
It's true. I mean, you start to somewhat, you're like, oh wow, okay, we've been on hold for about 6-7 days now, almost a week, and you start wondering, hang on, are we making the right decision now? But well and truly did.
Great decisions for everyone. Yesterday was a great lay-day surf. Here we go. Connor. Spit out right there. Fights the lip. Connor O'Leary had a 6.33. Oh, he wants a little bit more. Greedy tube pound right there. Connor O'Leary. And applause on the beach. Support from the Japanese crew. Connor representing Japan.
Yeah, that was well done by Connor. Another little bonus section there at the end too. But just, I mean, I think he sort of thought he had it. And then when he came out, I mean, just being able to regain that balance, and he's going to have a couple of scores on the board now in that non-priority heat, so he's putting himself in a really good position.
I like that he wanted more, the heads-up play, right, after this first tube.
Yeah, let's break it down. So, sort of pumping through that section there. He sort of got caught by the spit. It exploded him out. I don't think he actually wanted to eject just yet, and then regains here. Nice little bonus tube time, and then a Superman to finish. But yeah, let's have a look at this angle. Let's see really what happened here. So a couple of drives through the barrel. Oh, he actually...
That little buck?
Yeah, little buck.
Good for him to recover, though.
Yeah, did really, really well. Just speaks of the core strength. And this angle I really like. You can just see how deep they do get truly in the barrel. And yeah, really exploded. Little buck off the board there. But it wasn't done.
And just melts it for a little more, squeeze it for a little bit more juice for a score for Connor O'Leary. We'll wait for that score and see how it sets up the non-priority heat. In the priority heat, we only got 4 minutes remaining. Kanoa Igarashi has Liam O'Brien cornered. Liam came very close with a 7.13, but not enough. Needs a 7.18. And on top of that, Liam O'Brien is second priority underneath Kanoa Igarashi.
It's just crazy, right? Like, it's really splitting hairs between these two right now. I mean, and the judges, I think, have done a really good job. It's kind of crazy. Just two different approaches, right? I mean, Liam's been eyeing off those bigger, more TP waves at Pipe, and Kanoa hunting backdoor, and I think the judges have done a really good job, but not an easy job today. I mean, especially when you're getting so many good waves coming through.
Yeah, there's a 7.18 that Liam needs, and there is Liam in the helmet from Burley Heads, Australia. Great surfer. And you know what? It's going to be decision time for Kanoa Igarashi, Flick, because it looks like we have numerous waves on the way to hit the first reef here at Pipeline. Third reef out there, breaking, feathering through second reef. Oh, the feeling.
Well, they're definitely going to make it there in time, that's for sure. So, I mean, what, you get almost 3 minutes on the clock. You can see those lines stacked to the horizon. It's decision time for Kanoa and sort of for Liam to sort of be like, okay, am I going to sort of force his hand a bit? But it's going to be interesting to see where they land on the reef. Are they going to stretch out a little bit too wide? Are they going to be perfectly placed?
Yeah, this one positioning is really a key skill set that these surfers need to possess in time out here at Pipeline to put themselves in the right spot on the reef with these waves coming through. Looks like we have Leo just scratching, looking for something under priority, but Here's a stack set.
Yeah, this is a stack set. I mean, that first one just pushed way too wide off of the pipe reef. Let's see what the second and third one have to do. But Noah right now in the driver's seat. See, all these waves not
Too big.
Too big.
Bad angle.
Pushing too wide.
So that may just be eating up the clock for Liam O'Brien with 1:40 remaining.
The hard thing right now, too, for Liam is he's kind of searching for a decent score, right? The 7.18, and with a big set like that that's just gone through the lineup, hard to find any clean pace. So really difficult right now for him to find one where he's really realistically going to be able to get a 7.18.
True. He's lining up there at back door, and here we go. O'Brien with an opportunity. So you think there's a chance, and that wave off the reef, not any opportunity there. So 1 minute remaining, going to be hard for him to reposition. Scratching into this one, Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti pulls up, pulls in, and gets through. Leo Fioravanti on a huge backdoor wave. Well done for the Italian. Bravo.
That was really mental. I mean, he had a great read on that thing. He did good to actually get, as you see him scratching, just trying to get under this one here. But, I mean, great read on that one. That wasn't it sort of had a bit of a crunch at the end to that barrel, so he did such a good job just to muscle it his way through. But, I mean, one of the bigger backdoor waves that we've seen sort of in the last half an hour.
Well, 25 seconds left in the priority heat for Liam O'Brien. Kanoa hangs on to priority, so this should be easy defense at this point for Kanoa Igarashi. You can see him really zooming in on Liam O'Brien. He's going to let Liam take this one. He sees no wave quality. Kanoa does. Liam pulls into a frothy barrel, comes out of there, wants a little bit more, and goes down. Likely not the 7.18 that O'Brien requires to turn this heat on Kanoa Igarashi. And we're going to call Kanoa Igarashi into the round of 16. Liam O'Brien eliminated from competition. It continues here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
What a beautiful day at Pipeline. The round of 32 continues as we have some action out front. Connor O'Leary has been getting trained. A super tall, powerful goofy foot. Raised in Cronulla, representing Japan, battling with Leonardo Fioravanti in the priority heat as we introduce Jordy Smith and also a rookie named Joel Vaughn. This guy's not a rookie. He's been around. One of our favorite surfers of all time. Ross Williams, how's your day, Ross?
I'm an old crusty man.
Not even. Still a Grom.
I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I got to go in the water and watch a few heats from there. And yeah, a lot of energy out there. It's cool feeding off those guys and watching some gnarly tubes get handled today. It's pretty slabby out there today, Joe.
Kind of cool for you. You've been in this event as a competitor, but now as a water reporter, is that same feeling looking back at the beach, all the houses, the energy coming off a big reaction? We've had 9 5s. We had a 10 today. Right. What was it like hearing the crowd get behind it?
It was really fun. And it did bring back some of those memories as you see backside drop here, live action. This guy coming out. Wow, really good. Was that Connor, I think? Yeah, it was really fun. And seeing Al and Jack, that was a really fun heat to watch from the water. Both those guys are just super gutsy. They're beasts. And Al was kind of huffing and puffing. He's just a bit of a pirate in a good way. And Jack was out there doing his energy thing. And what a drama-filled heat there. 2 big scores, 2 small scores. But yeah, happy to be in the booth here with you, Joe. You're a ledge yourself. I'm psyched.
Love you, Ross. As we look at the scores, Leo 5.5, 8.6. Connor O'Leary 6.33 and a 6.67. And Jordy Smith and Joel Vaughn just getting started. Was able to catch up with Joel before the start of his rookie debut. Really cool guy, soft-spoken, super mellow, but works really hard. And he's just kind of seems like he's just ready for everything. He had a long off-season to think about it, but he's ready to take on the vet Jordy Smith. As we see Leo's 8.6.
Yeah, a really tall wave here, and that is influenced by that north swell, and that thing ran to off the wall. But it's a beautiful wave, a little more almondy than your gnarly kind of gutter ball you've seen today, but well read there. Nice little salute there from Leo, and Leo has a house here in Hawaii. He's surfed pipe and backdoor a lot over the last 10 years, so you know, he's really familiar with where to find those good waves out there today.
Yeah, he's got a lot of people that love him here. Top of the list is fiance, local girl. He is happy to be getting married later on, I believe in September in Italy. So that's going to be a really fun thing to celebrate. He's hoping it's after participating in the Lexus WSL finals. But yeah, he's calls Sophie Wilson his best friend. They love traveling together. His family loves her and vice versa. So he's in a really good place. He's always kind of had that citizen of the world type act. And now, you know, the North Shore is going to be kind of like a permanent residence in between stops.
He has a lot of really awesome people in his life. You know, he's got Belly in his corner, who's just the, you know, the most worldly man on tour. And then, you know, marrying into the Wilson family, who are so entwined here, embedded on the North Shore. So he's got all that nice, intimate knowledge, that feel of being here at home in Hawaii. And then obviously representing Italy, that European connection is so strong for him. So like you said, Joe, such a man of the world.
So right now, Connor O'Leary enjoying the priority side of the heat, representing Japan, which also represents his culture, but his mother as well, who competed as a pro surfer from Japan. Came to Australia, met his dad, classic Aussie, always so much support. And his younger brother Rick's been ripping, regular footer, laid down a big hack the other day on the lay day session, always supporting his big bro Connor. As we check out the competitors area over at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. You've been spending some time over there, Ross, in the VIP headset. And the focus is on the defending champ, Baron Mamiya, right now.
Yeah.
Nice calm place to focus on his favorite wave.
He looks serious. Yeah, he's trying to study a little bit, see where the waves are breaking. And he's obviously got a big heat here up against John. So that's going to be massive.
Do you mind talking about the final last year? I mean, it was a while back, but it was John versus Baron. And as we know, you were coaching to that world title, which all started here with John being number 2 in the world. Biggest difference, you know, for John not winning that heat, and if he's going to change anything based on you knowing his personality on what he faced with Baron last year, is he going to hang on to anything?
For John, I don't think so. You know, John is sneaky competitive. He always puts on a little bit of a show when he does his post-heat interviews for you guys. And then when we get home, you know, I've seen this over the last 10 years, he's pissed. You know, so he's just like everyone else out here. He's really competitive, but he's very composed with his post-heat interviews. So for sure, you know, all that being said, John definitely wants to beat Baron. You know, and Baron's quite a bit younger than John, so he wants to, you know, pull a little uncle move on him. But that being said, as far as strategy, as far as like trying to, you know, really win the heat, both these guys are, you know, a clean slate. They're so good that there's no real clear favorite. It's almost like momentum. Sometimes pipe and backdoor chooses you. So it's going to be interesting to see who has priority when the best wave comes, who finds that backup score better. That's going to be the heat of probably the event.
Yeah, pretty exciting that we get that heat as early as the round of 16. Super bout of 2 of the best here at Pipe and Backdoor, rematch of last year's final. And for Baron, you know, he's coming in swinging this year. He's going to have Louis Egan with him throughout the year. Except for Pipe, he said Pipe, he's got it handled. He kind of knows how he wants to compete here. But to work on every other venue on tour, what a great human being to be working with. Luke Egan, former runner-up in the world.
I like that. That's a good move from Baron, and Luke was a really good competitor, very thoughtful, deliberate. So that's a good move from Baron. Baron's pretty casual and kind of cavalier in a good way, but you know, you gotta take care of the details when you're competing.
Rolling into this and paddling and grabbing the rail, pulling up and under. Still traveling and punching free. Nice exit there for Leo Fioravanti. Looking to improve on a 5.5. Leonardo was runner-up in this contest a couple years back to Jack Robinson on a completely different type of day, condition-wise. They're running after these messy little backdoor waves. Leo fought hard for it, ended up starting off that season #2 in the world. When you look at the conditions this amazing at the moment, I mean, how does this day rate for you at Pipe and Backdoor?
It's a really good day. There's better days out here as far as like perfect direction and just big old spitting barrels at Pipe, but we got a lot of sand on the reef. We're dealing with that north swell. The cool thing about the conditions today, Joe, is the wind. That southeast wind is so groomed. It's a rare direction out here, and it's really making it perfect as we see Leo sit down in a nice little backside barrel. Looking to get rid of a 5-5. It's probably going to be close to that same score. Yeah, it's really pretty out there. It was easy to sit the channel.
Leo waiting for that number. As we do, let's connect with one of his best buddies, Kanoa Igarashi's with AJ.
And Kanoa telling me that he lost track of how many barrels he caught out there because it just felt like you were going back and forth in that heat. How did you keep identifying those waves?
Oh, I mean, it's like a lot of people say, like Pipeline is like it's a special, you know, like a creature almost, and you have to have a relationship with Pipeline, and there's times like this where I feel like Pipeline is just gifting all of us with waves and with its aloha, and I feel like, I don't know, I just felt like a really good connection out there, and I was having so much fun, and you know, it's one of those days where the waves are so perfect, you forget how dangerous it really is, and that's why it's kind of like this weird balance of, you know, like really scary waves and just like perfection. So, you know, I was playing back out and I saw Liam's 7, and I started screaming because I was so excited. And I'm like, oh my God, he's in my heat. Like, but the waves are just so good out there. You just want to do your best and just see where you end up at the end of the heat.
0.04 the difference between you and Liam O'Brien in that heat, by the way. So back and forth. We know you have another round to get ready. So before we let you go, do you want to say anything to fans watching you in Japan right now?
Yeah, I mean, real quick. I mean, yeah, Pipeline is a really special wave, and we're here for the first event of the year. I just want to say, my condolences to everyone in LA that have been affected by the fires. I have some friends that were affected by it, and it's something that I feel like we all have to come together as a community. And being a resident of Huntington Beach, it's a really sensitive one. It was really scary for me as well, and you know, seeing people close to me get affected was you know, it definitely hit home. So I want to be auctioning off my jersey from this event. You know, hopefully I can go far, and hopefully it can be on the podium. And I want to auction that off and give it to you know, there's many great charities right now helping out. You know, the fires are over, but the destruction continues. So I just want to say that, and hopefully I can make some more heats and you know, have some more fun. But yeah, みんないつも日本のファン応援していただいてございます。これも本当にすごい大変な難しいヒットだったので、その中でやっぱりいい波に乗って、パイプラインの怖い波でいいライディングに乗ると本当に嬉しいので、次のラウンドも頑張ります。
Thanks so much, Kanoa, and thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
What a great cause. Thanks so much. Kanoa Igarashi dedicating his run here at Pipe this year to all those that have been hit by that devastating fire in Los Angeles. So surfing, I think, for a big cause has kind of been smart for Kanoa in his life when he has
Aloha kakahako. Good morning. Dog pound there. Connor O'Leary spots a good one. Seth Moniz waxing up. He knows it's on. Marco Mignot.
Oh, vintage. Carpet vintage.
And Ramsey. He's got some words, and he knows it's on. We got 2 more days left in the window. Easy call. We're on, but the good news is the waves have shown up on Kaipo Girl, along with North Shore stalwart Ross Williams.
Morning, Kaipo.
Swell came up.
It did. I was looking at the buoys throughout the night, 10 at 15 seconds. So, yeah, we woke up to some swell. It's cranking.
Yeah.